it seemed like it was really bad for the server, for me, and for you, and not breaking any rules technically. Um, and so I petitioned the mods to ban you. Yeah.
I think you had your radar up for any move that I made that was wrong, in a way that was like really unfair to me. I hope that you know now that
Yeah, okay. I
my
made a new
intention
one.
was
It
not to
should be
sexualize myself
better.
as a child.
The audio should be a lot better.
But
So
it's
I knew that
leave this
then.
one and go to the other one. I'm gonna stop this one. I'll be on the other
you knew
one.
that then.
Yeah, I don't think you're doing it intentionally.
Okay.
Okay, so okay, so what was the problem?
That it's bad for you, and it's bad for the server, and it's bad for me.
Okay. I'll probably be
I
too
mean, you're
loud
not
now.
really at liberty to tell me what's bad for me. But it's if it is your server, so you're allowed to do like whatever you want.
Well, when you're under my roof,
Exactly.
I am at liberty to tell you what's bad for you.
Not what's bad for me, but you can throw me out, and you did. But without having that conversation with me, like whatsoever, it's like I don't know. I feel like you used it. I feel like I became the villain. I feel like you were in a weird place after your sex doll review, and you like needed a villain, and then I became the villain that you like took out. The trash that you took out. I was the rotting banana peel in your house that was stinking up the place, and after you got me, you were like, "It's all clean now. It's all good." Um, maybe that's true, but
Maybe
yeah,
what's
it
true?
maybe
Yeah, a little
it's
warm.
true that I was stinking up the place. Um,
There
but
we
yeah,
go.
it was unfair, but I get it. Like I said, I get it.
Test, test,
It all
test,
makes
test.
sense. If I put myself in your shoes, it makes sense.
Does that sound better?
I
Should sound
wouldn't have
better.
done it, but
Let's see. I hope it sounds better. I know YouTube is like hates my sound too, though. Like it
My
lowers me a
problem
lot.
with you trying to manage
If not, I can just
Steven or me or anybody is that there's an
how's that?
underlying belief that no one will choose respecting your boundaries over
Is it
doing
too loud
whatever they
now?
want.
I turned it up a little more.
I think that choice is for
Thank you, thank you.
I don't think I need anyone to make that choice for me. I respect myself enough to not care if other people respect me. Funny. I know that there are plenty of people in the world who will respect me that I don't have to beg to respect me. And I'd rather spend my time with those
That seems a
people.
little too bright. It's like washing me out. Just gotta lower the light a little.
You can spend all this time trying to get your needs met by people who are intent on not meeting them. But that is not the way
That
that I
should be
want to
better.
waste my time on this earth that we live so quickly through. But if that feels meaningful to you,
do you think Steven is intent on not meeting my needs?
yeah, I don't think that Steven has the interpersonal skill to meet anyone's needs.
That's different from being intent on not meeting them.
Well, I think right now he's intent because he's upset with you.
Do you think I'm intent on not meeting your needs?
No. You were.
But I changed.
I don't know, time.
No, I said, but I changed. I changed.
Oh, you changed. Sure, with time.
Yeah.
Any conversation that we would have had 2 months ago, though, wouldn't have ended well, I don't think. So I think that the time was needed.
You think I just needed to grow up?
I think you needed to do a little introspection, and I couldn't tell you how to do it. Like obviously the stuff with like I think I didn't think you probably didn't realize at the time like what you were setting me up for by like publicly alleging that I was doing these things. Or didn't internalize what that would mean if someone was doing that to you, and then 2 months
She calling
passed of
him
people
stupid?
constantly doing that to you, and you were like, oh fuck, that probably sucked.
I think she's kind of calling Mr. Girl stupid here.
I probably shouldn't have done that to Lav. Or you would have never learned that lesson, and I just would have taken myself out of your... Like, I was fine to not be
kind of calling him dumb, and also kind of like
I was fine to not
at the same time.
Don't say the O word.
Orbit, yeah. Well, no, I was fine to not be around you because I don't feel like I need to teach you how to treat me. I want to be friends with people who know how to treat me.
Well, I think you should have.
No. Why waste my time?
Because it wouldn't have been a waste of time.
Well, it would have been a waste of my time. Maybe that's not a waste of your time because you like things like that. But I don't like things like that.
I don't think it would be a waste of your time.
I get very emotional. I think I get very when I'm locked in, I'm locked in. So I will protect myself until I get
I know. I understand how you function. I'm saying I disagree with it.
Okay, well, you can disagree with it all you want. I'm very happy.
Great. No one's very happy. Shut up.
True.
I'm pretty happy.
Okay.
Oh wow.
That's not even true. But
improving the sound quality must have really helped.
Anything you want to say?
I'm lying?
I appreciate your insistence, Rudy.
I think you're lying. Yeah. Is there anything you want to...
Wait, you cannot change. What do you mean? You tell me you drop the bomb. I'm not happy, and then you're like, "But let's move on."
I just thought it was. I thought it was assumed you're not happy. Is there anything you want to say about Stardust and Cherry situation?
Oof.
Cherry sent me a very long essay.
I wish I had more.
Some of it was an apology.
Say, but I don't know what the
Some
fuck
of it
they
was
think.
like reasoning, and it was very mature. And I would like to not be mad at Cherry, but I'm still mad at Cherry. And then also I realized that some of the reasons why I'm mad at Cherry are not, I'm not at liberty to forgive, right? Like, a lot of the reasons I'm mad at her is because of what she did to you, and I can't forgive her for what she did to you. So that's weird. Cherry also, or Stardust also, Stardust messaged me the other day and was like, hey, I'd like to have you on when all this blows over, and I was just like... like, what a weird thing to just continue on as if she like didn't allege that you like sexually harassed her, because that's against my moral system. So I'm like, even if she did actually feel that way, and I have a feeling that personally, I think that Stardust was coming from a more genuine place.
There we go.
It still feels very strange to me.
Hopefully that noise gate will stop the
to interact with someone who would do that, even if they thought that they were in the right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being conflict avoidant in that way. I don't know. Do you think that I should? Do you think that I should make nice with Cherry and Stardust?
I think you should.
We've made a justification for an evolutionary biologist to not talk about evolutionary biology because it's like insensitive.
No.
Where's this coming from? I think you should do whatever you want.
I just beat the kill 10,000 with the clean thing.
Would it hurt your feelings to see more people interact with those people who had done something pretty egregious to you?
Above my knee yesterday or last
night. Well, it depends on the interaction. I mean, if you're gonna like confront her about it, then no. But if it's blown over,
I slammed the shit out of my this high above my kneecap last night, and I'm fucked.
You're allowed to hurt my feelings.
I sort of like fell into my wife and like screamed into
her
body.
I certainly wouldn't want someone doing that to me. I would feel really bad about it. I was trying to climb into bed,
and
probably
I'm retarded and I don't know how to move my limbs, so that happened, and it was awful. And I guess it's still awful. It didn't get better. It just made me think.
But yeah, that's all I have to say about that. I guess also, I don't know if you remember this, but the first time I called in, or the only time I called in, I guess, I talked to you and I was like, hey, I want to let you know that like someone sees you, because I saw you on a panel with Kyla and Steven, and I was like, oh, you're not like, no one is like caring that you're a human. You're kind of just like a lolcow at this point. Steven, who's supposed to be like your friend, is like not defending you from Kyla, and Kyla's just getting a Duncan because that's like what gets views. And
dude.
I called and I was like, hey, I want you to know
it
that
kind of
someone saw
happens to me.
you. And you were like, you were like
The other day,
not
I
receptive
dropped a package.
to
I
it.
went to get it, and I
Like,
slammed
at
my
all,
other knee
which
into
understandable, right? Like I was this parasocial stranger.
like the
so
outside
that makes
door
sense.
frame.
It's
like
not
a
that.
thin
It's
little,
that you were also
like,
making
part that comes out, metal.
You're talking about my mother a
I
lot.
stumbled because like my
Sure,
Let's,
after
let's
that.
door was
raises
open
the
when it fell.
guard.
I hit it, and then I just
And
like
yeah, it
fell
just
into
felt
my
like
house. And
you're
fell
angling
into the
in.
staircase that's like
Felt
right
like
by
you
my
were
front door. It's fucked. I'm very clumsy.
Raping my mind. And so I wanted to set some boundaries with you.
Called
And
that
I
a
think I've
rapist.
struggled with
This is good.
how and when to set boundaries with you. And that was the first struggle. Yeah. But yes,
Makes
I see
sense.
you're saying the same thing that
Are you just talking in the waiting room?
you said it to Steven. You
I'm
said
talking to my
Max
stream.
has a wound about making
Oh,
women
okay.
sexually uncomfortable. He's very careful to never do that.
Watching the
And then he
hotline
said,
and
"What are you talking about? He makes women
from my
uncomfortable all the time."
perspective,
And you
from the
said, "No,
moderator
he
perspective.
doesn't make women sexually uncomfortable. He tries not to do that." And then he just kind of like moved on.
Somebody said if she was a male, she wouldn't get as much flack for being mean.
Yeah.
You sexist pigs. That might be true.
Yeah,
But I still think
that,
she'd get made fun of for being
I think
dumb
I
a lot.
see you in a, I think I see you in a very particular way because I have that experience also. So I think that's why Steven, well, amongst other problems that I think he has intra and interpersonally, that's why he couldn't see you. But that's another reason why I think I was so vocal in the discussion that we had on stream with Cherry.
Yeah.
Was because I was like watching it happen again, the same like Kyla Steven situation, and Steven was just like, this isn't a big deal, and I was like, obviously this is like a very big deal to Max.
Yeah. It was like one of the worst, definitely worst professional experiences I've ever had. Like with regard to content creation.
Totally. And I saw that. Obviously I saw you very emotional, and so I chose in that moment, maybe I shouldn't have, to be more personable than profitable.
I'd ask her what she means by that.
I think it shouldn't have been me, right? Like I already had this personal beef with Cherry, so anything I would have said to
I don't know what she
Cherry
means.
is going to be veiled in this like, okay, she's bitter, she already hates Cherry, which is like certainly true at that point. I don't think it made any of my criticism of her and what she did to you less valid, but I think that optically it didn't. Steven needed to be the one who was doing it, and I was messaging him as I was doing it. I was like, don't make me do this, it's gonna look bad. But he didn't care. He was like, this will blow over in 2 days. I was like, I can't even believe that
It's a
you're
thing.
talking about that.
People
like
won't
this.
talk about it all the time.
Yeah, I was
2 weeks.
upset that he didn't
But
invite me to
people will
defend myself.
bring it up to Mr. Girl for forever. Just like they'll be like,
At least.
aren't you that pedophile guy?
Okay.
Yeah,
Should we
it
start?
was weird.
Aren't you a rapist? I'm like,
Sure,
Alright,
I'm
should we
gonna
start?
pee.
Didn't you
I'm gonna pee
flash
really quick.
those,
I'm gonna be right back.
women your
Okay.
pubes? It's gonna come up forever.
Okay. Let's do the first. Well, I'll just talk to chat and then we'll take the first caller. You can put them in if you want, but let's wait for live. Trying to think if I have any announcements.
Women were privileged to see those pubes.
I don't think so. My next stream is going to be with a gender critical feminist on Tuesday at 5 p.m. Oh, 8 p.m. Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. She's Australian. And
Hey,
Holly
guys.
Lawford Smith. I'm reading her book. We're going to discuss it. Discuss, debate, argue.
So, Smack is Discord
I think
crashed.
I think
so
I'm going to be
Nato,
moving
boom, are you
into
there?
talking
Nato,
to more
right now?
academic types.
Hello.
Not solely, but increasingly.
Quiet, please. Hey, Smith.
Use an English accent when you talk to her. Okay, good idea.
Smith, you there?
Hello.
Our admin is speaking. I gotta hear him, so I gotta turn down Mr. Girl for a minute.
Okay, I'm gonna move you
Back
in.
hurts.
Okay.
I've been streaming a lot today, so I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to do some like stretches on the floor and stuff during
Okay.
the stream. But let's talk to the first
So
caller,
just to go
and
over the
I'll just be on
order.
the floor for the rest of this.
So
Rest
after
of the night.
Smith, gonna be Oob.
When you have a
There's
back
gonna be
injury,
Ace
it's kind of silly to
Dangerfield,
live on the floor.
Emery,
You become like a
Sarah, QT the second, then Benny O. And then it's gonna be Elder, As Above, and
That's what
Primordial.
I've learned. Mr. Girl, it's
Any
time to move on
questions
from
from
being a
anyone?
Destiny Orbiter. You can do better than being an Orbiter.
Now we
You
Gucci.
have to move on from the sphere, but not from Steven as a friend.
Saxon,
Well, yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
think,
but I can't put you.
obviously I don't like the role
Yeah,
offered.
I
If
apologize.
I liked it more, I would.
Yeah, I don't mean to say
consider
that
admitting it.
publicly,
But
but
yeah,
yeah, it's just
I have to
if Baby can give me the
throw
thumbs up,
myself and
I'm
the
more
strength
than
out on
happy
my
to put
own,
you through.
and I will, whatever happens, professional fallout or not, I will always love Steven.
Thank you, sir.
And consider him.
Oh, I think he was talking. I think I know who he was talking to.
All right, who's in the
All right,
call?
Mr. Girl.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
I
God.
might need you to share your video. What do you mean, oh God?
I just realized it's you.
Yeah, you're gonna have
Okay.
to trust me.
Okay, Lab, I have to hide you for this call.
Okay.
So
Alright.
that oh, you know what?
I'm
Wait,
like
are you
forever at the
ready to
bottom
be on
of the list
or do
because
you have to prepare?
No.
I've been on
Well,
so
I mean,
often
What
that
is
I
going
get
on?
the least
the
priority.
preparation.
Th-
Oh,
this-
you'll-
this-
Them's is
trust
the
me, all
rules.
right?
Yeah, Lav, I don't know if you've
but I
familiar
am
if you're
above,
familiar with Smeth's work, but
Primordial
he was
and
the guy
Words,
in
so-
the dog crate last time.
I've been briefly. I've been trying to talk to Lav on Twitter and stuff a little bit because I knew I was gonna be on this call with her.
Okay, well,
So if you noticed that, I was popping around on your stream a couple times.
all right. Listen, I gotta stretch my back, so you do whatever you need to do, Smith. And
No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
This is it. It's happening already. Okay.
Well, no. Well, you can share your camera with me if you don't mind.
Oh, sure.
I got to see that back stretch.
Okay, but no allegations.
Oh, I didn't see it. Never mind. I don't know anything. Maybe you were sexually harassing me by not showing that to me.
I
It's
can't
fair.
even fucking hide it. All right. Yeah, you can.
All right. Well, welcome to my legs. No, welcome to my closet.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What is happening?
So, all right. Bear with me.
Oh my God.
Is he getting into the cage?
This is terrifying.
It is. It really is. This guy's a showman.
And Brittany's the one running the sex cult?
I didn't
Yes.
tell him to do this. I'm just letting him do it.
Get in the cage.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh,
Oh,
you're in the cage.
You put me in the cage.
That's wonderful.
Let's see if this will work.
Relationship with your mother.
Hey, don't start in on people's fucking mothers. Boundaries, Lav.
Mr. Grill
Jesus
is absolutely
Christ.
captivated. We're all
So, yeah.
captivated. Let's be
A
real.
little bit learning curve. Oh, by the way. Pretty same colors.
Yeah, I see
Lucked
that.
out. Welcome to my closet. I wanted to talk about parasociality.
Okay, well, seems
And I've
given
armed
what
you to the teeth.
you have, given what you just did, it seems like we're going to talk about that anyway. What would you like to talk
Yeah.
about, Smith?
Parasociality. I knew you were aware of me ranting about it on Discord.
Yep. Yeah, you've been doing that for
Um,
months.
No, I did that for months
I am
when I
captivated by
first
him.
became a fan.
Yeah.
gonna try to talk to Smith.
Hold on, I'm looking for the window. Every time I Is this it? Here we go. Full screen new. That's fine.
Oh
Okay.
God. Hold up.
So for me, are you still there? Can you hear me?
We're all here, Smith.
Yeah. For me, I'm not a fan of a lot of streamers. I've watched Destiny a couple times. I've watched them quite a bit, but I've never considered myself a fan. You've talked about how you've been a fan of like Eminem and stuff, and I'm a fan of Eminem.
One moment,
fan of
everyone.
people
Please
like
pause
that.
for a moment. Please pause for a moment.
Um,
Hate it.
when I'm a
Boob.
fan of a streamer, I feel like I have
Hey,
to
how are you?
protect
Be
myself.
quiet, please. Be
And,
quiet. Please, thank
Everybody's
you.
muted, so
There's
you
a
can't hear
Boob.
him.
massive
Boob,
difference
can you hear me,
between
Boob?
being a fan and
If you
how
don't
you engage
talk,
with the
I'm
content
gonna
of a
bump
streamer
you.
versus how you engage with the content of
He's-
like
Okay,
Eminem.
so
It's very
Boob
on your time.
muted
He's
himself.
deaf and
can,
he can't hear you. He
Come
can't
and
hear
go
you.
as you want.
Oh God.
With a
Idiot.
streamer,
Okay, well I
because of
sent
the
him a
chat,
message anyways. He hasn't
the
responded. So
simulation of the
Ace
mind
Dangerfield, you might be going
is
on
like a real
after
person
Emery,
in your
depending
life.
on if this guy
I think that's interesting.
makes himself
And I think that you use that
makes
to
himself
its
talk.
fullest
So
potential.
Ace Dangerfield, you
But it's
there?
also ripe for abuse, and I need to protect myself. So the only reason that I am a fan of you is because I was allowed to
Okay,
rant about that.
Ace Dangerfield, if you
And that's
do
why I
not
call you Mr. Girl to
respond,
this day.
then Emery.
Because that adds a layer of
sorry?
protection for me. In this past week, I mean, you cut in and like
I'll send-
interrogate me
I'll send a
anytime you want.
message. But thank you.
Can we
in
turn
this
your
past
music
week,
down?
But Emery, obviously,
Okay.
if these two guys don't talk, then you'll be going on next. Thank you for responding. Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, you said that you're a fan of me because I allowed you to rant
Interesting.
about how manipulative
Hold
and...
on, I took off my headphones to do
Okay.
that.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. You said you're a fan of me because I allowed you to rant about how I'm manipulating you, I'm abusing
No.
you,
No. Well,
I'm taking
I
advantage of you.
sort of.
I'm
I think-
monetizing parasociality and
Right.
encouraging fans to be addicted and shit. You said all that
You're
shit
taking this
for
very. You're saying you're taking this very personally.
actually I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth, asshole.
You're putting words in my mouth.
No,
because
these are
I
literally things that
didn't-
you said.
I don't remember it that way. The way I remember
You
it
gave good
is
pushback for some parts, but some
I was
like
talking
unnecessary
more about
validation from Lab to Mr.
streaming
Girl.
itself, and I
Mhm.
think you can't not do it by streaming. But I think that, especially considering your ban and
Can you be more specific?
from
there's a lot
multiple
said.
platforms, like you said it yourself, it's kind of a badge of honor, well to me, in this regard. Like something that I find very painful about being a fan of a streamer. Like so, say you're on Twitch, and the streamer, they'll say like I'm on Lav's stream, or I'm watching live stream as a viewer.
You know, Sick,
I don't
it's
know
weird
if
that you
Lav
and I
would
have
do
never
this,
had
so
a
just examples.
conversation.
Anyway, anybody. She makes a joke
We should
on the
do
stream,
that sometime.
like a edgy joke that I might make, and I think it's funny. But as a chatter, if I was to make that joke, then it'd be like, what the fuck's going on here? Get this guy out of here. And it's like
Oh, okay,
It's-
I see.
it's such
I
a
see. I got you.
unhealthy way to let someone into you, you know, like
Mhm.
to have that relationship where they have so many boundaries and you're just constantly trying to vie for their attention
I'm
based
not
on the format
super
itself,
good at
and then you pay
text-based
money just to get
communication.
more of it, and it's very
Unless I'm writing
abusive and a
something long.
manipulative situation. I think it's built off of that.
Mhm.
And so I think that people should, I think you give people room to reflect on that as a fan. And I think all fandoms of streamers should have that. Like if I were to rant about parasociality the way I did in any other streamer that I know, they would like kick me the fuck out, you know?
Because you're pointing out the inherent unethical aspects of what they're doing.
Yes. I do. In the past week, I want to admit, I've become much more parasocially attached to you.
That's fair.
And that's for 2 reasons. I've become tied to you in my head because I see you as a platform, and I was preparing for this. And so you're now intertwined with my
I'm the canvas.
project.
I'm the canvas that you're on which you
Yeah.
paint your masterpiece. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, in my notes, I actually wrote to describe
Subject.
myself as the canvas to paint parasociality onto. But also because I started using Twitter for the first time ever. Because
yeah, I'd
of
really
this, I
like
wanted to
that.
try and promote it.
I work from home, so I can
And
fit into your schedule.
watching you on Twitter with
That's
Hey
fair.
guys,
Right?
one
kind of
moment,
the
please.
parasocial
Hey,
mentality.
Boob.
And also,
Could you
I'm
just,
kind of letting it in because if
just
I'm going
count
to
to
talk about
5 for me, please?
parasociality, like I couldn't bring myself
I'm
to
gonna join him
like
now.
avoid it. And also watching you kind of go through hell and talk about it, like instantaneous feed on your suffering on Twitter.
It was good.
That leads to me. I messaged you on one of your tweets, like I am
But
just
sick, I
in
won't
a lot
push
of
it, but I'd
pain
love
for
to
you.
talk to you, preferably on stream.
It's been a rough couple weeks.
You're
Yeah.
a big.
Or I guess week, really. The harassment
you're a
allegations
well-known
happened
member of
after
the
the
community.
last hotline. I
Yeah.
haven't really talked about that on stream. There's other people who don't know. After my last stream with Cherry last week, Cherry and Stardust accused me of flashing them by standing up and stretching, which exposed my pubic hairs
Pube-gate.
to them. Then Stardust tweeted out a blurred picture of me, which made it look like maybe I was flashing my pubic hair, or a blurred video. And then I tweeted out immediately, like 15 minutes later, the unblurred version to say like, no, I didn't fucking flash you, and I'm gonna sue you if you keep pushing this. Then
Go fuck
after
yourself.
that, then Stardust was like, "Oh, I made a mistake, tee hee hee." But like, I keep thinking if I
remember
had
exactly
fucking
how he
slept
said
through that, and a few other people had jumped on the bandwagon,
But I can
because there were some other streamers who were
myself
like, "Oh,
available
what a
at whatever's
surprise,
convenient
Mr.
for you."
Girl's a groomer, or
'Cause
not groomer, flasher, whatever." So they were like
I don't
quote
have a
tweeting
life.
and retweeting. Like it could have gone places where I would have to be explaining it for like months instead of like a day.
I just work and
but
play
yeah.
poker all day.
So you watched that, and then you watched me get banned from Steven's subreddit.
But also, I
Complaining
watched you
all
tweet about
the
it, all the and like the real time, like all the little updates.
I think he should
Yeah.
stop watching Mr. Girl Cold Turkey. It's not healthy. What do you
I
think
don't
of
think
that?
so. Well, sort of. But now that I'm going on the hotline and I'm putting work into it like a project and stuff, I don't think it's the same. It feels different for me. But that I feel like that also.
Well, I think at first I just want
There's 2 things about
casually
that
talk.
I think
to.
about.
I want to talk about
It's
Mr.
chicken
Girl.
or the egg. So am I
And
doing
then
it
maybe
because? Am I just? I can't tell.
why you
But
don't like the
I think
stream
I think
stuff.
I know one. I think it's
And
because
that
I'm
might be interesting.
passionate. I haven't made
don't
art
have a
for
lot
2
of,
years, and the last stream I did, and I'm
don't have enough
an artist, and I stopped doing art so I could learn
stuff from
software.
my video about Mr. Girl.
And that stream, I
But,
was passionate or inspired to do that, and then I was like,
I
wow,
added you just now.
there's people that are like calling me a
Um,
genius again, and I used to get called a genius every day, and I'm like, wow, I need to
But
make art, and I'm just
if you
so
don't wanna
close to
talk
getting
about
a
that,
job, and I'm holding
just
my
be
finger
interesting to
over
talk
the
to.
button. I just got
I read
everything
stuff you say
sorted.
and you're
I'm about to
interesting.
send out all these resumes, and I got my finger over the button. I'm like, I have to wait a minute. I have to do something. But am I doing it? So I think I'm doing it for artistic reasons and that kind of passion, but also maybe I'm just doing it because I'm just so in love with you and I can't help myself. It's possible. If that was the case, I should definitely stop watching Cold Turkey, but I don't think it's the case. What do you think?
Lev?
Yeah, I want to do it. Let's do it. That
I think
sounds great.
you're. I think a lot of this is like very egoic.
I love when somebody
I think
in
that
my
you
house doesn't
project
know
a
I'm
lot of
streaming.
yourself onto Max,
And they have to like give
and you
me a
see him as
look
like a
and
mirror
figure it
for you.
out. They're like, wait,
And I think that
is he
the
talking to me?
ego
What?
is the problem. I don't think you watching him
Oh,
is
okay.
the problem.
Huh?
I will say that
Oh.
I think that the
From my
reason why
profile, I thought
people
it was
feel
one of
so
those.
close to Max is because he's like more vulnerable than like the average streamer, the average person who makes videos, right? He like lets us into his like darkest,
I see.
deepest which
very
like not a lot
similar.
of people do. So it's like easy to have that. But I also think that I think Max likes to have his cake and eat it too, because I think that he likes that, and I also think that he's uncomfortable with it. And I think that he should be
Okay.
aware of that.
Sure.
I think that it's really funny to me to have such staunch boundaries and then also be someone that like appears
Hey, look.
boundaryless. And I think that's probably a issue that you run into in your regular real life also. So it makes sense that it would also translate into this life. But yeah, I think that both of you guys need to fucking relax.
I think that I understand Max better than anyone. Just
Of course, yeah.
but I think my simulation of Mr. Girl's mind is pretty accurate, especially after the trial.
You guys think that's gonna make this is making Mr. Girl uncomfortable?
Lav, are you saying that you think you know me better than Smith here?
Well, I think that I could probably think that, but I think that that's like the
You
inherent.
think it or you do think it, motherfucker.
No, I don't know. I think that the problem is that now that I'm not
very
just like
Mr.
a
Girl thing
viewer
for
of
him to
you,
say.
I'm not projecting so much of myself onto you. So there's
Right.
like less of a parasocial aspect.
Okay, but you're
So I
saying
think
let's just to make what you're saying a little more generalizable and not so weirdly specific to this situation that we find ourselves
Be right
in.
back. I'm gonna grab my beverage.
I hate specifics, said Lav. You're saying
it wasn't very
that
far.
when
It
you're
was just around the green
parasocially
screen.
attached to a creator and you feel like you love them, a lot of times you're just projecting yourself onto them, and what you imagine they're like really is just like a fantasy about yourself.
See, I don't think lab
Is that what you're
fence
saying?
sits at all.
Lav.
I respect fence sitting. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to not know.
Lav.
Can you
I
not
think it's
hear
okay
me?
to understand both sides
No, I can't
and
hear
kind
you.
of be at an impasse.
Oh,
but I don't
okay,
think
yeah.
that's what she's
But
doing.
yes, that's.
I think
yeah.
she
Okay.
pretends to fence sit because either she
This
just
happened with
doesn't
this woman
she doesn't want to get
girl.
caught saying the wrong thing,
person
which is
who
weird because
I
when she's really
made the
confident,
documentary with.
she says
I
things
edited
that
her
just don't make any
documentary,
sense.
and I was in it as the naked editor.
This is weird.
And then we didn't talk for a few years, like intermittently, but like we weren't really like friends. And then like 4 years later, she was like, or maybe 2 years later, she was like, "Hey, I've been writing a screenplay about you
Yeah, it's
for
okay to fence
years,
sit. You belong in the
and I
conversation.
want you to play yourself in it."
I knew you were gonna bring this up.
Oh yeah. So she showed it to me, and I, like, you know me so well.
Yeah.
She showed it to me, and I read it, and by the end of it, it had like it had like all these different scenes of her fantasies of me, and like different like real me and fantasy me and the dream me, and we're all like naked and like coming everywhere and floating around and just like all this like spectacle, this like sexual like insane spectacle movie. And it was really weird because I was like the weirdest thing about this is I feel like you don't know me that well. Like reading this, I feel like you don't really get me, but it feels like it's about you, and which is fine, but like you're like projecting yourself completely onto me.
I'm not I'm not what I've created or what I'm doing or
Yeah.
what I'm passionate about isn't really trying to make a painting of you. I mean, I copied you with the TV.
Yeah.
The lighting is just what I can do with what I got.
Yes, that's it. She's
I think
willing
when
to
you- if
change
you're going to
positions
try
based on
to
who she's talking to
take a
and
person
depending on what kind of
and
pushback she gets. And I don't think that it's
Try to do a character
Destiny
study
said,
of a real person.
where she's learning and growing. I think she's
that's
just
probably inevitable. Even if you did
it's
it,
like
the
she's like an approval
empath
seeking
master
missile.
himself.
She's a debater.
Mark said, "I know Max better."
I don't know
than
if I give her
either
the
of you. I
debater.
know that he likes money. Slash. F
she's like a
for
quantum shit
sarcasm.
talker.
No, I do like money.
I thought I
Don't be
liked that.
sarcastic. Thank you for the donation.
He likes money, but he
That
said
seems
he
like the
would
more I see of her,
stop going on Destiny stream
the less
for his values.
True.
good of an
Uh,
opinion
I
I have
like-
of her.
I like dignity more than I like money in most situations. Thank you for subscribing, Virgil. Most situations.
Whoa. The Titanic artist says, I'm
All
a
right,
legit
well,
cock
Smith,
monster.
is there any other...
But they are not me. I'm not a cock monster.
Is the
Well,
show over?
if
Is
I
there
was, I
anything
wouldn't know
else
that I
you want to
was.
add?
I would like to announce to, I don't know if you know this, but to you and to the horses, I have commissioned a portrait from resident artist Sheebie Jeebies.
Paper?
And if you would like to see that eventually,
Can I
you should go
put
to
people up on
Real
stage that
Smith
I
on Twitter
screened?
and should follow me.
Oh,
And also, if you want updates for
sorry
my
about that.
streaming and video and art, if you want to get shoved in a cage, because there's so many people after that other
Interesting.
stream, they were saying they wanted to get in the cage
I
with
don't know
me.
the full context of that.
Well, you're in the
but
cage now. And you're stuck there.
I can see it. That
I
doesn't
was
seem to
thinking about
contradict
calling
anything
out
I've seen.
DGG and challenging them. How do you feel about that?
I don't speak for you, and you don't speak for me.
Yeah, but I asked how you feel about it.
Ooh.
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay.
That was
I,
a good
do- I,
pushback from
I guess
Smith.
I feel... I don't want anybody to attack or criticize DGG or anybody really on my behalf. I think Lav brought up an important thing earlier where I'm still grappling with... I don't understand the relationship between people doing things because I've signaled to them that they should or that I want them to. It's very confusing for me. So like, of course I want people.
I didn't have to take out
I watched your
the
streams
sword
before.
and hit the cage with it. I know that you like pizza and that you're also a bad boy.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
And I didn't have to interrupt you with this.
I
But
really
I just
like
showed
this
you all those
sword.
things just now. And
It's
DGG,
really good. It's
I
really
think
good.
that you guys can't fucking express yourselves. And I think that you've learned to be a drone. I think if you want to prove to
her
me
chat's
that you're
really
not
mean to
a
her.
posse of
And I'm
cowards
sympathetic to her.
that they're afraid to say how they fucking feel, why don't you fucking come at me on Twitter? I'll fucking take a look at your artwork and see how good it is. See what your soul says.
Grow
That's all I
some
have to
balls
say.
and get in the cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smith is.
Okay. Well,
Nice talking to you.
He's truly an artist. I'll
nice
give him
talking
that.
to you too, Smith. It's always a pleasure.
I think that you should probably not
ban-
interact with him anymore.
Ban Smith.
Not ban him, but I think you should. I won't tell you what to do, but it's a little scary.
That sword was 10
he's
out
an
of 10.
artist. What's so scary about that?
I think that he thinks that you guys are like intertwined in a way that is probably a little too deep to be intertwined with someone who just watches you, that you have no intention of becoming friends with.
Yeah, but
Oh, thank you.
I
I'm
feel like that was
last.
acknowledged. Yeah.
As long
Not
as you
enough?
acknowledge it, you can do everything bad.
Is that what you think? I think. Oh, you think I'm doing something bad to him?
Yeah. I think I think he's self-harming and you're engaging with it.
She's full of shit.
What self-harm?
I think he's building a parasocial relationship off of you. I think if you were to be like, I'm gonna have you off, I'm not gonna keep you on anymore, he would be like really upset.
That's true.
I think anybody would be upset if you like a stream and you get fucking banned or cut off. That's not even a fair statement.
I think we should talk about.
Hello, 8008.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second. I think we should talk about this. Live.
Okay.
How would she feel? I think she's projecting right now.
I don't know if everybody's seen this.
I love it.
But Shaylin drew a picture of us. All right, it's up on screen now.
This is a very hard question. And you said no
Any
fence
comment
sitting,
you want to make about this drawing?
so I have to think about it for a minute.
I like it.
This is so good.
I thought it was. I was surprised when I saw it. I was like, "Oh, interesting. I didn't know I was in it like that."
What's the criteria here?
I didn't know I'd made it
Because
to child.
if it's overall,
tier.
I got to give it to Mr. Girl Returns because I get more, and I like having more.
Feels a bit groomy. Lav adopted. Lav has cat eyes.
But
One
if it's
big
like
happy poly family.
which thing
Oh, jeez.
is
Yeah, I was definitely surprised, but it did make me feel
which
good,
content is
right?
like
I like both of you.
piece per piece.
So
If
it
I
was
take
like a
the
nice
best
thing to
3
see. It did
Mr. Girl
surprise me.
curated videos
I think that
against the best 3 Mr. Girl streams,
we're in this like weird convergence
Fuck,
of
it gets
like
really hard, too.
friendly and parasocial because I obviously know of you from watching your videos through Steven. But also
Mr.
I
Girl
had a
Returns.
platform of my own, and now I'm building another platform of my own, which makes this like also more complicated.
Yeah, we have multiple overlapping relationships.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Girl Returns.
So, but this solidified
I think that Advice and Confessions
that our most important relationship
is the best thing he's ever done.
That you are now my dad, and Shaylin is my mom.
Well, yeah, we were on a stream, and
I think
said,
Advice and
I can't remember which
Confessions
stream it was,
wins
but
it
I
for
said
Mr. Girl
something to you,
Returns.
and you were like, "You're not my dad," and I was
that
like,
didn't
"Don't
exist,
say that.
almost
That's not
certainly, Mr. Girl."
True." And here we are.
Yeah, in some ways you are. You did birth me.
One of the things I'm going to talk to him about is
yeah,
I think that he should
I was talking
bring
to
it
Shaylin
back.
about how there was a primordial Mr. Girl soup, and Lav crawled out of the slime, and she thought it was extremely funny. She was laughing very, very hard.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a primordial soup lav crawl illustration.
Well, maybe we'll get one, or you can always pay
for
her.
it.
Sometimes
I think I will pay her for. Will she do a comic? My fiance's birthday is coming up, and I would like.
Yeah,
to
absolutely. Yeah, sometimes she happens to draw, like she drew the Statue of Liberty of me as the Statue of Liberty yesterday, just because she like felt like it. But then other
Yeah.
times you gotta put some
money down,
quarters in the slot there.
Yeah,
to
for
get
sure,
the
for sure.
get the meter
Interesting.
going.
Interesting.
Okay,
Thank you, Sick.
I'm gonna lie down on the floor, and
I'll
see
take
you guys
over.
later. Yeah, you man, you got this.
Hello, 8008.
It's boob. Come on, it's boob.
I'm doing good. I think your volume's a little low.
A little low. It's very low. No.
I just turned it up.
No.
It's
No,
so
you're
bad.
basically impossible to hear.
Oh, Sick. The one caveat that I do have is that I believe after the hotline, I do have somebody, like, I don't know if you were like, I'm going to get him after the hotline. It felt like future-y, like, at least, like, not today kind of thing when I mentioned it, but I want to just clarify. I do have somebody who I'm supposed to talk to after the hotline, just on the off chance that that was your plan. I hate assuming, and I started to assume.
I can get a headset.
Yeah, it's like impossible to hear what you're saying.
Yeah. This is the technical difficulty stream.
It's not the first.
Hey, it's Tuna Chip. What's up, buddy? Good, 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 good. I was hoping that you couldn't, because it would have been a very long night, and it would have been arduous. Although, it could be the case that I'm gonna be too late for them anyways, too. But I just wanted to say it, just in case. Yeah, I hate on-the-fly things, too. Well, I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I hate when things are on the fly, when people don't make plans with me. And they ask me if I can do something right away.
Stuff, yeah.
It freaks me out. I have OCD, and I have a really strong need to
It's like you had
control
Travis
how
Bickle's
my days go.
personality on, and now you have, by looks, Travis Bickle, the guy from Taxi Driver.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Tuna.
But so since Lev is taking
I
over,
can't
I'll
wait.
go with this topic I had written down for you. I think Lev's issues with OnlyFans have been mistaken or misrepresented by people, particularly other OnlyFans creators like Cherry as a topical example, with whom she's argued thereabout, and that she's like often purposely mischaracterized by people to who are trying to distance themselves from a culture of harm production, or at least implicate Lav as being a part of the same thing. Ultimately, the arguments tend to break down into the fallacy of like anecdotal shit like,
maybe I'm not mad at Lav.
I didn't have that experience, or why are you still doing it if it's so harmful, so on, so on.
This color didn't do it for me. I just thought
more or
of
less they all wind up arguing
an appropriately charitable position to take.
Isn't there an assumption of infantilism and warding people against some behavior? But I think if I've understood your points, as I think I have, what you're really trying to argue is that is kind of a position that disregards your own personal experience and anybody else's specific personal experiences, and more kind of invites people to assess the culture of Twitter and Reddit that paints the production of like self-created pornography as empowerment or like a viable source of income for young women, when
it's true.
Really it doesn't tend to pan out to be either.
You're right, Sick. An anecdote
so I didn't know
isn't false.
You had a response to that?
It's just one piece of data.
I mean, certainly. I think that a lot of people have said that I've been flip-floppy on how I felt about sex work, and the only thing I flip-flopped on is whether or not it was right for me. But my criticisms are still the same.
To allow it to trump an entire body of data.
And they've been the same the whole time. About the pipeline into sex work being something that we need to be aware of and weary of, about not telling women that something is empowering just because you have, you make profit off of it.
What is an anecdote, or what is a data set?
To keep in mind that there's still a power dynamic that goes both ways. Like, one, that you have all this money from these men, and then the other also that you're rely on all of these men for your income. Just to be aware of that. And also, the referral program with OnlyFans is something that I had a big problem with, and ultimately why I removed myself from OnlyFans but still went back onto Patreon.
Oops.
And people are like really upset that I went back into it. But something that I've said is like, I've had 6 years to callous myself against what it's like to be a sex worker. I'm able to do that now as a 24-year-old, make that decision for myself. But when I was 18, I was not ready to do that. And that's one of the biggest criticisms I have, is that like this is seen as like a very viable choice for 18-year-olds. Or people who are like under 20 to just go into willy-nilly. If I make the decision myself, if Madame Genevieve makes the decision for herself, that's very different than what we are peddling to thousands of women every day, that like they can just do this at 18.
Being a successful
he's not banned on YouTube.
Pronounced OnlyFans.
You're allowed to show his stuff on YouTube. You're allowed to create content with him in it on YouTube.
Free money.
He's just not allowed to have his own channel on YouTube.
Completely. And Cherry was like, "Oh, well, she can do it, but nobody else can." It's not that nobody else can. It's just that you need to be aware of what you are getting yourself into.
Pizza the Heart.
And by silencing me, someone who's trying to tell you what you're getting into, it seems a little reductive.
I see you like my videos on
I think Cherry pretty much
I will be putting up more in the next few days.
She
been very buried under work
conversations
lately.
I don't think that's fair.
Oh no, Cherry simp.
No, I just don't. I don't.
About that at the beginning,
yeah, I don't. I don't want to just.
I
don't want to shit on Cherry. I think
jobs.
we should stick to the arguments. Which you're saying there's a difference between proselytizing and recruiting and selling the idea of OnlyFans versus saying like it's okay, like it's right for me, but I feel like doing it, or it's not right for me, or whatever. That's totally a different topic from should you be recruiting.
What sex work is really a subjective experience, I think. Like in your case, I think Mr. Girl. It's
You
more
have to
like
catch
kind of an
Destiny stream and you
artistic
talk to Mr.
expression
Girl.
with the two
Stream is
things
only
that you,
available.
or the
Destiny's
two that
audio.
Yeah,
only
I
for
would never
season
want to
2.
be financially dependent on any
The one from
sexual
today? Because I didn't even know that happened until Mr. Girl said
expression
it.
that I make, for sure.
Yeah.
I saw where he
Yeah, that's a
talked
big thing
to
also.
Lav and
Yeah, because then you
Cherry
have
and
to
all
do it,
them
and you don't know how
at
you feel
once.
about it.
Totally, totally.
Okay.
I did a follow-up. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. What's the follow? What's the other thing?
As a follow-up, can a method of pornography production and delivery which invites not only the emotional, this one's a little bit more kind of, you might have an issue with, invites not only the emotional involvement of a parasexual discourse, but even more fundamentally, the sexual assessment of one's body ever be painted as a feminist act? I think it is often painted as an act that is
Like an
pure
anecdote is
as the
overly
driven snow, or at
contextualized.
least scrubbed into being thought of
Data
as
is a collection of
empowering,
anecdotes,
as an empowering model.
less contextualized,
Like people
but more
saying,
focused in their
take
context.
men's money,
Yeah.
things like this, crying calls to recruitment calls.
I
I
have
think
a
this
couple.
perspective. Okay. I think this perspective essentially equivalates your body to some level of commodity, by definition, because you're, putting price on, essentially men in strange places masturbating to it, or at least viewing it, assumedly for that reason.
Lav, can I answer, or do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I think there's a couple different layers
agree that's
here.
the
So
point.
one, I think we're all sex workers to some degree. If a woman whose
I don't disagree,
husband
Tuna.
pays for her life stops having sex with him, probably eventually he will stop paying for her life. And I think there's something empowering about being honest about that. About being like, if I'm going to have sex for money, I want to call it, I want to be a whore. I want to dress like a whore. I want to look like a whore. And I want you to know that you're a John. I want all of this on the up and up. This is what's fucking happening. And so that's how it is. And then I think another layer is women don't have to have sex for money. Societally, they used to. And in a lot of places, they still do. But it's not like a rule in America that you have to be a housewife or you have to have sex for money. A woman can be financially independent and successful without ever having sex once in her entire life. That's a fairly recent development, that's like possible or likely. And the more that's true, I think the more it becomes a choice. Like if we had socialized healthcare, and if food were free, or some universal basic income or whatever, housing and food are free or taken care of or whatever, then sex work could be more empowering. I think that
This is what I said to Steven, and he was like, UBI isn't going to happen. And I was like, well, then ethical sex work isn't going to happen.
Yeah, maybe it won't happen. But yeah, if you have to work, and that work is sex, then you have to have sex, which is rape. And yeah, so like if you, I agree with you. Yeah, the more financially liberated you are, when rich people do sex work, I think it is way more empowering than when poor people do it, because if you're poor, you don't know why you're doing it.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah, it's kind of like
that's fair.
Arguments that people will make for like on like supply side economic, people will say that like the best way to reduce climate change is to incentivize having a smaller impact. And like, I don't know where I was going with that really, but like you're kind of incentivized toward those behaviors.
I gotcha.
You're incentivized toward those
where
behaviors
can I find it now?
as a method of survival in a system that allows you to take that route. And then if you
I'm gonna be up all night.
naturally,
I woke up at like,
if you look in a way that's
3 hours
appealing
ago.
to a mass base of people, then you can go down that route. And then if
You have it backwards because you're incentivizing a good thing in one case and a bad thing. But I get you're saying the way the system is set up incentivizes women to do sex work for survival.
Yes, correct.
And like sex work for survival is like the unethical version where it feels like the more, I mean, if you're starving to death literally and you're about to be evicted, can you consent to give your landlord a blowjob? Like no, not really. At that point you can't. You're too out of desperation, yeah.
The other thing I wanted to talk about, and I don't know if you've watched it yet or if you're saving the topic for
I have a
bigger video. This is for mrgirl.
Beat to the heart.
That
I just gotta upload them.
Movie that you tweeted about, the thing about being born. Actually,
the trouble with being born.
I had somebody who volunteered to be my editor, and
yes,
they ended up being too burdened with their current projects to edit. So I'm gonna catch
Android little girls don't wear panties. We were totally wrong. We had a way off base. There is no color. That's the answer.
Did you like the film?
No, it was too boring. I couldn't handle it. It was so slow.
Makes sense.
I liked every part of it. I mean, like the shots were good, the editing was good, the writing was fine, everything was good, but it was so slow that I couldn't stand it. I was bouncing around in my fucking seat. I could barely pay attention to it.
Say, I'm a little different. I kind of like slow movies, like old Russian shit and whatnot. But yeah, I guess that's really all that I brought to talk about. So
I think also because I was strapped in as like it was going to be a roller coaster. Like I'm like, shit, how the fuck am I gonna handle it? Okay, here we go.
Well,
all right, let's do this.
Are like,
very sensational. Yeah, because there's like
standing on a podium talking about how,
Right, Cutie's delivered.
It's like 2 seconds of the film.
I'm just not very good at it.
2 seconds of naked little girl, and she's not. They're not like having sex or anything. She's just like.
It's just a breastless person sitting on a counter, and he's like washing out.
Well, she's a child. She's a little
tell.
girl. I feel like it goes beyond just her being breastless. She's clearly a 12-year-old girl, but it's a CGI. I've seen naked CGI. I've seen naked CGI 12-year-olds before. Okay, so it ain't that fucking. It's kind of weird to see it with. Never seen him with my friends in the room, but you know.
That is what it's depicting, but it is.
Yeah.
Check it out.
CGI, kind of like tactless android.
I thought that this whole pedophile thing was sort of like a bit. Do you actually like enjoy watching stuff like that?
Do I actually enjoy watching CGI naked little girls?
Yeah.
I don't think I want to answer questions about my. I'll say I've never looked at child pornography, and I'll say I've looked at a lot of cartoon porn. A lot of pretty much every different kind. And I wouldn't take that to mean I have a specific interest in or predilection toward every kind of cartoon porn that I've seen. But, you know, I've traveled far and wide. I've explored. I've waded into it. I've swam through it. I've devoured. I really like cartoon porn because it's ethical.
Yeah.
I like porn where the idea is unethical, but the manufacturing is ethical. So, yeah, porn like incest porn of like every family member of all ages all fucking each other. I would much rather look at a cartoon of that than I would rather watch two adults have sex.
You think incest is that unethical?
Better? I think it's unethical to have sex with your children. Yeah.
I've actually always personally gravitated towards like moments from films, because I feel like
you know what, my sound gate might be fucking me too.
Will have a way of capturing something like a sexually beautiful moment in a surreal way.
How's that?
Like,
well, yeah, because you're not actually
the sex scene in Atonement. Nothing. It's top tier.
Yeah,
I had a weird
Oh,
audio
I'll
effect
check
with my
it
old
out.
mic,
95
and I don't think I
shit.
have it anymore.
It is. Oh, it is top tier.
So you get rid
it's
of the
like
noise
so
suppression, I
emotional
think.
and beautiful that it touches a part of you that is like more than sexual. I think.
I know my old
I'm a
videos were really
Monsters Ball
bad.
kind of guy.
I was trying to figure it out.
What's that?
Halle Berry and Billy Bob Thornton. Can you make me feel good? I want you to make me feel good. You should check
I
it out.
remember pausing.
I
when
I like that too.
This like still frame of like a kid's mom and Bad News
That's for me.
Bears.
On the hotline
Oh,
though.
sorry, go ahead.
I have a little announcement. I'm working on something. My Dr. K video is kind of like requiring my computer to do a lot of work, but it's almost done. After that, I am going to be using stability diffusion to make porn, my own fantasies, and I'm going to post my porn that I make on Twitter. I'm going to
Based.
try to bring my fantasies to life and put them on Twitter. So this will be a more accurate representation of. I'm going to try to bring some of my sexual fantasies to life. I'm going to share them with you guys. Hey guys, today.
Really good parasocial choice.
Yeah.
Hopefully my audio is better now. Is
Do
that
you
better?
see what I mean by you want to have your cake and eat it too? You want to talk about how you're like aware of the parasociality, but you still want to like completely engage with it.
I want to.
Or do I need to be like
There has to be a reason.
Do I need to be like speaking right into
There
it?
has to be an excuse. No, I want there to. I want there to be. Yeah, it's weird. I have a lot of. It's more like the format. Like I'm okay with tweeting out or obviously filming myself, whatever. But I don't
know
want to do
there's
it
a bit of a
live.
delay, though.
It's like
Yeah, you're an
I'm
exhibitionist.
like you.
That might be a little too far away.
Yeah, but I want. I've shown you my body. Now I'm gonna show you guys my mind.
Yeah,
You could-
you
you
want
could
everything
create-
on the table.
Yeah.
You create a POV, like 360 VR of you masturbating and let people experience it for you.
No, that's I want more consistency. I don't want 360. I want control over how I'm presented. That's part of my boundaries. Is I don't want Lav asking about my fucking mother whenever she wants. I'm not going to answer. If I bring up my mother, it's okay, but I don't want Lav to do it. And so it's a similar thing of like, I don't really want you choosing your camera angle or whatever the fuck about me. All right, listen. I have to read some super chats, and we have to move to the next caller. Do you have any final words?
No. Have a
Okay.
good day.
You too.
Again.
I guess he did have some final words. Misha is now a Mare subscriber. I used my wife's credit card for this. Thank you, Misha's wife. I appreciate your support. Blood
fantastic.
Son of Rolio. Oh,
That's really good.
Rolo is now a Mare subscriber. It's my birthday. You are my favorite person on the internet. Excuse me. It's my birthday. You're my favorite person on the internet with a real feel for the real. The real being REEL. And I couldn't pay because of Maestro card and a lot of other PayPal. I missed the stream. Hope you are okay and that your back heals. 10 out of 10 max. Thank you. I appreciate it. My back is improving slowly but surely. I've injured my disc before, and it's last time it took about like 8 months before I was feeling normal again. So seems to be on track for that. I think we're about halfway there. Number one insane female has super chatted $5. Mr. Girl, do you like visual novels? And if so, do you take recommendations? You can make a recommendation. I've never experienced a visual novel, but maybe people are telling me I should make one with stability diffusion, and that would be cool. Okay, hello caller. How can I help you?
Hey Max, how are
Hey.
you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you?
Well, I'm pretty good. I have a criticism, friendly criticism.
Fuck you.
This is, and I think it's going to help you. I think you should have, in retrospect, not been on Destiny's stream with Zerka, Lav, Cherry,
True.
a whole bunch of nonsense
They shouldn't have been on
going
there, though.
on to protect yourself. I think you should have had Cherry and Stardust at 2 separate occasions and talked about the issues that they had to help you absolve your reputation. That's what I think.
Well,
Interesting.
I think I did a
really
pretty
want
good
to play
job,
Cult
though.
of the Lamb.
Also, Lav,
I
I think Lav actually helped quite a bit, and I think Lycan helped quite a bit too by muting those people.
Yeah, I think you did a good job given
I
us
think Cherry and Stardust should have been on those
circumstances, and I
streams.
don't have any criticisms of you or Lav's engagement there. I think Lav was justified, and I understand why you went in with the careful way that you did.
Sex farm.
I think it
Opinion
would
on
have
sex, mixing
benefited you
music, art, games,
more
etc.
had you separated them and to
I'd
do
probably like
2
it.
different live streams and just hash everything out one-on-one.
Okay.
Because having Destiny kind of just wishy-washy, kind of just, not really take a hard stance, and then Zerka going in and just pretty much ridiculing and mocking the situation, and then
Yeah.
irrelevant. It was just a mess.
It wasn't ideal. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I agree with you. Is there anything else?
Yeah, you keep ducking the smash bait, dude. I'm trying to smash. I'm trying to piranha plant. Get your fucking Mario out.
Okay. You want to do it on
Play
stream?
Lazarus.
Lab's an opportunist
Is that
in
what
that
you're
call.
saying?
Yeah, on
Choosing victory
stream.
lap for anyone defending
Yeah.
Mr. Girl. Yeah.
I think we should set a date eventually.
It's true.
Yeah.
If I was in
I'm
that
trying to
call,
think
it
if
would have
there's
been
any
a lot different.
quick way for me to do that right now, but I don't think
I would have been
so.
defending them.
Take your time.
Defending their ability to speak unchallenged.
Lav.
Anyway.
Lav.
I don't think Mr. Girl did anything wrong.
You're fucking annoying.
I think the way
but
that
I
they
love
accused
you
him is
anyway.
wrong.
You're fucking dumb.
I think the way
Wait, why are you
people
saying she's
them
dumb?
grilled
That's
them
that's why
challenged
is she
everything they
dumb?
said is wrong.
I'm dumb too.
They should have been
No,
able to tell
seriously,
their
why
version
is she
of
dumb?
things
I'm
and why they
gonna-
felt the way they
I
felt.
think
Felt people
You're gonna have to
breathing
explain
down their
that.
neck.
I think Lav's very inconsistent.
Okay. How so?
She tends to like, and I understand because I do this too, but she has the unfortunate position of it being public. So
How is she inconsistent?
I actually think that that's fortunate.
it's
I
unfortunate in the sense that like there's times where you're like, well, like I really don't think like this should.
How
be
is she
something-
inconsistent?
Like being against. I think it was like being against a certain amount of porn, but then doing it herself, something like that. If I remember correctly, but yeah.
I think I've remained consistent in that I don't think that most people should do porn, and you should also be aware of the societal consequences and reasons why people go into porn. I don't think that me going back into it has any bearing on what I said about it.
You said that you said it was bad for you, and then you said you think there's a way you
don't know
can
who
do
this
it that
is.
is good. So
Yeah.
I guess that's inconsistent, but it's
I'm not
also
sure.
just changing your mind.
Yeah, I think a lot of people hold me to this like strange standard of someone like Steven who like has all their thoughts lined up and can't change them because he debates them so frequently. And I think that it's actually really beautiful that I can stumble live on air because I think that that's more relatable. I don't think that most people I don't think it's a good thing to be like steadfast
Rigid.
in positions that like don't necessarily like I think that you should be able to move. I think that you should be able to move and learn in real time.
I refuse to believe that. Sorry, I'm going off topic a little bit, but it's the last topic. I refuse to believe that Cherry and Stardust weren't malicious. And
Okay, I also want to respond to what Lav said. I think that
yeah, of course.
I think that through the lens of every person who speaks needs to know what they're saying, know why they're saying, and be able to defend it to the death. And if not, you get owned. Through that lens, yeah, Lav is really inconsistent and flailing. But if you think talking can also be about figuring something out and just saying what you think, not because you think it's right or you think other people should think it, but you're just blurting out what you should think and figuring it out as you go, then then her conversation style makes more sense. And I think if you're not both two people or the group is not like agreed on what kind of conversation you're having, then from Lab's point of view, it looks like, why is this a pissing contest? And then from everybody else's point of view, it's like, Lab, why are
Thank
you
you for those who
retarded?
like to stream.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, which is why I think I have a hard time on Steven's streams, because he's like very much debate bro, needs to win every conversation, needs to, that's his thing. So it makes sense that probably wouldn't be the space for me to thrive.
Well, naturally, that's why everyone like gets hostile with you, because they think you're being like a grifter, when in reality, I see you in the light of like, oh no, you're actually, because I can see why they would think that, but I can see you
Sick.
like
You nailed it.
forming like your thoughts together. You like, in the sense like that Max seems to be like thinking through things. You're just in the process of like, this is a major change. This is how I feel about it in the moment. And since you're so abrasive, it can come off as like unlikable. Yeah.
I think that's true.
But I think a lot of that is in the framing of the conversation and then the framing afterwards of how it goes, which is what I'm, pushing back against with Steven, where I'm saying like, I'm not trying to do the same thing as you on the internet or even in our conversations. So if I say something like my views about gender, my stance is really rooted in like a personal feeling I have that like progressives want to cut my dick off. Like if I say something like that in the context of like trying to win an argument, that's an insane thing to say. Then yeah, if I'm trying to win the argument, I'm just saying my feelings about my body are so strong that you should agree with me. That's not what I'm saying though. I'm making a introspective comment about why I think this is so important to me, or like what's going on behind the scenes of my logic. Why do I feel the way I do? But yeah, in the framing of like of a debate, then suddenly you sound insane, and I feel like those frame switches happen a lot, not just with Steven, like in general. And I like to point out when they're happening, and I feel like it's happening to Lav right now.
Yeah. I think
I think the scale is a little different, and I don't want to say everything is because I'm a woman. I think that this can be just a layer on top of it. I think that it's even more intense because I'm a woman.
It is definitely an extra layer that like will naturally happen because of internet and society and blah blah blah. I think your last conversation with Steven before the hotline began, I think you mentioned something about like like I don't want to be your orbiter. I actually do think like you should not be his orbiter. I think the break from being on Steven's stream should be something you should seriously consider for a good while. Obviously, friendship intact and all that good stuff, but I do think it would stand to benefit you from that separation and really focusing on the build of like your community, your sub, everything.
I don't want to do that. I think that if I have something to talk about with Steven, I'll go on his stream. That's what we always have done. I've never just been like, oh geez, I should go on there. That's a huge platform. I only go on if I actually have something to talk about, or I think he has something to say to me, and then like that's it. I want to follow that, but I want to
yeah.
I don't want to play the role of orbiter, meaning there's certain things that I want to take a stand about and demand change, or at least complain about. That like I don't know. But I don't want to strategically not talk to him in public for some period of time. I don't want to do that.
Just plain on a bun,
Okay,
buffalo,
that's
vegan chicken sandwich, but it slaps as fuck.
I only laid that out because I
think it's Morningstar, Morning Fresh, something like that.
Yo, you're covering your mic. We can't hear you at all.
Oh, sorry. I only laid that out because I felt like it would benefit you in the long run. But yeah, you can choose whatever you'd like to do. Obviously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. All right.
You don't need my permission.
But I would like it anyway. Any final thoughts?
I'm gonna get you, man. I'm gonna get you with the spike ball, bro.
Oh yeah. Okay, so who Mario versus Piranha Plant? Do you want to do it
Yeah.
next week?
Yeah, dude. Just
Okay,
hit me
I know
up.
there's another guy who wants to do it. I'll see. I'll see if he wants to do it too. Maybe we'll have a halftime show of like a couple of matches.
Sounds fun, bro. You have a good one.
All right, you too.
Lav, don't be stupid. Bye.
Jesus Christ. I feel like he didn't
No,
internalize
not at all.
much of what we were
Not at
saying.
all. Nope.
Um,
That's fine. People who are that intent on misunderstanding me, and you can see that it's intent, I don't really. It just slides off.
does it?
It does.
Kind of rubs me the wrong way. Hello.
Hey, girl.
Hello.
Hey, love.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well.
You guys know each other already?
I don't know. Have we? I don't think so. Maybe I might have talked to you on girls' Discord, but I don't recall.
So even.
Get special permission.
All right, we're gonna
should be
give
able
Sarah
to
the
call
big
in just
camera.
fine. Let's just do a quick mic check again. You sounded fine
that's
earlier,
okay,
but
Liv.
just could you count to 5 for me, please?
I'm cool.
Yeah.
Just for this call.
Okay, thank you very
How's it going?
much. Again, so the order right now.
Good. How have you been?
Pretty rough. Had a rough couple
Yeah.
months. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the order right now is going to
Did
be
you miss
QT, Benny, Elder, as above, Primordial,
Did I miss you?
Flip,
I
Kalinda,
expected
Rat
you.
Slayer.
And now
Okay,
you're
guys.
here.
I'll take that as a yes.
Okay.
Take it however you like.
How have you been dealing with the whole fallout on YouTube and keeping your
I can hear you.
mental
I can hear
health
you.
in check?
Okay, thank you guys. Any questions from anyone?
I've asked Shaylin to be my mother.
Thank
a lot
you.
of the
Thank you
time.
very much.
She
Literally, Shaylin, will you be my mother?
kind of. I just say like, "Will you take care of me?" And then I say what I want her to do, and we negotiate from there. But yeah, she's been taking care of me, and other than that, I've just been kind of slowly breaking. I don't think I am keeping my sanity, really. I'm like having trouble.
Sorry to hear. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure naturally Shaylin would be there for you.
I don't know if it's
I don't
natural,
have
but
to ask.
it's something with no. It's our relationship requires a lot of asking on both our parts, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot what I was gonna ask. Yeah, so you've had the fallout on YouTube, and then I guess
Yeah.
also some conflicts with some other streamers. Whatever happened to not talking about other streamers?
Well, when they start accusing you of sexual harassment, I feel like you kind of have to talk about them. I have to discredit Stardust and Cherry. I don't really want to, but I feel like to protect my own reputation, I now have to discredit them, which sucks. But I think I have to. And then with Steven, it feels, I mean, if I'm banned from his subreddit, then I'm like, I have to talk about you if you're going to ban me from your subreddit. Because then I literally have there's no other way for me to contribute to the narrative that is being written.
Why are you banned from his subreddit, or is that too long a story?
He declared war.
I declared war on the subreddit because they were banning people
Staying
for
out of trouble.
they're banning people for agreeing with me, even in conversations that had nothing to do with Steven. But like, somebody posted like a clip of me and a professor, and I called him a motherfucker, and the professor demanded I apologize, and then I said no, then he left. And then somebody was like, the professor was being really passive aggressive. I don't think it was really that out of line, and they banned that person. So then I was like, dude, you're banning people who understand me, which is not good. It's not good for me to have everybody who understands me banned from a community. And then
So you're retaliating.
I mean, I didn't really retaliate. I just wrote an essay saying like, I think this is fucked up, and here's why it's affecting me negatively. And then I also made a post that was like a victory lap about Nick Fuentes, which I think pissed them off. And then somebody made a post that said you shouldn't use the sub.
Because Destiny had his Twitter taken down. Is that?
No, because No Jumper invited Fuentes on, and Adam said the only reason I invited you on was because Sneeko and Destiny were so cordial with you and like we're willing to sat down with you. I thought it would be cool, but like now that you're on, I'm not sure this was a good idea. Something like that. And so I was like, you sanitized him. I was right. This is the effect it's having, and now he's blowing up partly because of your buddy shit with him. And then and then somebody told me to not use the subreddit like it's my own, to post less. Well, and I post like once every like 3 weeks or something, or less than that. And then I just said,
Stephen have like the final say
no.
as far as what gets deleted on his Reddit?
Yes.
So it's like it was direct from him to ban those people.
I just pressed him about it on stream. He said, the mods act on their own, but I could have undone it. I could unban you, but I don't know. I haven't really talked to them about it. And I was like, okay, can you just own the ban? Can you not hide behind your mods? And he was like, no, they're an independent, blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, okay, but so far you've chosen to not unban me. And he was like, if that's how you want to frame it. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So I believe he owns the ban. He says that the mods act independently, and he hasn't looked into it yet.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm mad at Destiny 2 because you did a major bait and switch a couple of weeks ago, telling everyone that Jordan Peterson was going to come on. And it was some like Keffel shit. I was pretty annoyed with it. Luckily, I didn't lose any time over it, but some people were looking forward to it and like had donated to him. Like, good luck on your stream of Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people who are really pissed about that, but then other people who weren't. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. It was a risky stunt for sure.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, a solution to your Stardust and Cherry problem would be like a full body wax. Don't you think?
Yes, I've thought about
a little hairy there.
I've thought about that. I've thought about how if I were waxed, this never would have happened.
I know, it's almost racist. It's like
it is. Absolutely.
Harry Ashkenazi, and now you're saying you flashed them.
Yeah. Pretty fucked up.
I feel yeah. Lev, can I ask how actually, it's kind of a question for both of you two. How would you just simply define sex work?
I think it's really hard to define, but I think like sexually using your body for money. So I think that can be, as explicit as having sex for money, or as unexplicit and gray area as like what Amaranth does.
Who's Amaranth?
Amaranth she's like a booby streamer. She's like a hot tub booby streamer. But I think the lines blur a lot with female content creators, because I think a lot of us like feel the need to sexualize ourselves in even little ways to get ahead, because there's so much power in that.
I would say a lot of female streamers. I think sex work is a spectrum. There's some element of sex work in all streaming, and then female streamers seem to
we all partake in, apparently.
Yeah, and then at a certain point, it makes sense to draw a line and say, like, you are a sex worker. But
yeah, I take it a little more literal context when I think sex worker. I think someone who's literally providing the physical service.
And shit.
And then when we start to talk about things that are going on with OnlyFans and a virtual sphere, I never quite considered that sex work.
It is.
What?
I think it certainly is. I don't think that's really debatable. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, what about just catalog advertising? Obviously, women are hired for their physical appeal, and that can arouse reaction and the intent to sell something and make money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is like a type of sex work. Yeah.
Okay, so we're very broad in our
Right. Yeah, but
conception of
the
sex work.
definition starts to not make sense if you're going to call. I guess somebody said, "What do you do for a living?" and you wouldn't say, "I'm a sex worker" if you're a model for like shoes or something.
What if you do OnlyFans?
I think it would make sense for someone to not call themselves a sex worker if they did OnlyFans. I think it's all like personal preference. Like sex worker means like nothing really. It's like that's also like a.
No, it means something.
Sex worker is like a PC term to say like something like prostitute, right? So it's like only recently do we even call people like posting photos of themselves naked online like sex workers. But I still think in the frame of like where you would make profit off of sexualizing yourself, but
that's your job.
Which is like what sex
the work you do
sounds like it is. It would be OnlyFans would be sex work.
If I pay a woman to eat a burger in front of me in a bikini, is it sex work?
No. In my conception of it, it wouldn't be.
I would say
I think
yeah.
so. Yeah, I think so.
I would say yeah. If your job is to eat burgers in front of people in a bikini, I would say you're a sex worker.
What if you're paying someone to advertise your restaurant by eating a burger for a commercial?
Well, I think that he left that out to say there's no other
Who's he?
context. The commenter. Somebody said this. If I pay a woman to eat a burger in front of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were responding to a comment.
Yeah, so I think the question is like, is doing that for the purpose of the person paying you to look at you or to ogle you, does that make it sex work?
Rob, you mentioned the pipeline into sex work, and that like I guess kind of summarize what you've mentioned is like to profit.
Yeah, I wouldn't say morally righteous, but I would say like empowerment in this sense would be like equating like financial freedom as like liberation, which I don't think that they're not the same thing.
I don't think they're the same thing, but you'll certainly have more liberty with greater financial freedom.
Personal liberty, yeah. But I think overall that still keeps us as women in the cage of like, okay, sexualizing myself is the way to make money. Like, and making it okay for that to be like profitable in a way that it is not for men.
Well, I mean, maybe not specifically in that there's less a demand for male sex workers, but certainly we're all beholden to a consumer in that sense.
Yeah, I think that the want for a sex worker, I think at least the want for women to like perform for you consistently is a problem.
The want to perform consistently is a
like
problem.
The want for men or patriarchy to want us as women to perform for them constantly sexually is a problem.
Well, I think men want sex. That is
surely, but so do women. But we don't make men perform in the way that
women are going to invest in it is a little different than for men. Women aren't going to necessarily dig into their wallets and.
But sure they do.
Do you think that that's inherent?
They just don't hand it to the men.
I used to model at bachelorette parties.
They spend it on themselves.
For by women.
Wait, no one asked.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Stay out of this, Charles.
I'm just saying. It's true.
No, I think that
women definitely spend as much money as men do on sex, but they spend it on clothes, they spend it on makeup, they spend it on like their appearance, things like that.
And that's funny because me and Mr. Girl have actually spoken about this, about the male sex drive and how that manifests into the behavior, and it's very much intrinsic in the very powerful male sex drive to make those leaps and bounds that women would not do. That's why that's why there's competition for women in our biology, in our natures. I can't hear you, sorry.
I said that's interesting because I would say oftentimes it's the opposite in which women are competing for men.
No, women do not compete for men when men compete for women because of well, just speaking in broad sense, as far as what a woman has to invest in when they choose a partner, we haven't really separated from the risks and costs inherent to just having to bear a child or exposure to STDs. And so men are the ones who will compete for women. Women get to be more passive in that role. And we see that in how that manifests in just like, for example, sex crimes and such. Men are more often to be the arbiter. There's just women are not as
necessarily
not
true
to say that
either.
women don't have a sex drive, but they're not motivated and enact on it in the same way that men do. And thus don't profit on it in the way that women can.
Sure. I also think that we know that male sexual assault is like vastly underreported.
I think women are super rapey.
Yeah, I think that, I think it probably happens as frequently. We just haven't taught men how to go about it in the same way that we have done so with women. Like how we're sort of like, oh, we have to protect women and children. Like that isn't for men. But I mean, I think every man I've known has had a rapey instance with a female.
Oh yeah.
I mean, well, that being said, though, it's anecdotal. And for what data there is there, and outside of the context of a prison in which, there's rampant sexual assault between men, I would say that women are often on a far greater scale, victim of sexual misconduct.
Sure. I think that some of that might be biological, because it seems like you're saying that like male sexuality is like more aggressive than female sexuality.
In a sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think that
and more
maybe, but
motivating in their behavior and a desire to compete for women ultimately.
Sure, but I also don't think that we're living in like the Stone Ages. So I think that
we're not living in the Stone Ages, but I wouldn't say we're just like 250,000 years of Homo sapien history in which we've been bound to those constraints, and it's impacted our natures. And I don't think only in the last century even have we been able to mitigate the types of constraints that held women back, like risk of pregnancy, like safe sex.
There's a comment in the chat that I would like you to respond to.
Who?
I want to make sure I get the wording right. Women are fucking retarded at jerking off and raping.
We're certainly less effective at raping. We have a little bit of a.
Whoa, you're blowing out.
Sarah, you're raping us.
Super loud.
You're raping us.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is yet another instance of female rape.
Yeah.
Being intellectually raped right now.
Okay, sorry. What were you saying, Sarah?
I was saying that we're certainly outclassed when it comes to carrying out the rape as compared to men. We unfortunately aren't quite strong enough there, even if we wanted to.
Okay.
Go on a rampage.
I know plenty of women who have raped men, but it's in like different ways. But I still think it's like as it's like the same level of violation. But it's like I think that men and women rape differently. But
okay.
I think that they do
redefining rape.
Oh, I want to respond to this comment. If women had something they could thrust inside someone else, they would be raping like crazy.
No, I don't agree with that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
true. I think
there aren't instances of where women have violated men, but by and large, that is.
So
yeah, but you don't have you're not born with a weapon on your body.
Okay, well, say gun crime. Any woman can go out and buy a gun, and they'll be neutral in their ability to affect violence and have an advantage over men. And it's still
but shooting someone doesn't make you come.
A lot of female perpetrated rape is actually done digitally.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel that. It doesn't.
Are we talking about? How are we defining rape now?
No,
you mean digitally? Wait, do you mean
fingers?
Yeah. You mean
okay. So.
But it doesn't feel that good to stick your finger in. So it feels kind of good, but it's not the same. We all know that.
No, but you're saying like if someone had like something that you could stick into to
Well, no,
someone. We know that the most female rape happens like digitally. So
well,
I think
how else would it happen? You don't have.
I like this
anything else
argument.
No,
They're basically
so
saying
I'm
like,
saying,
well,
I'm
if women were
I'm
men,
adding merit
then they would
because
act like men,
I'm adding
right?
merit to the
I think
idea that
that's
if you
what
had a sexual organ that
they're
could feel good
saying.
and you can
Tuna
stick
has
in
a better
someone, then
point.
yeah,
Right.
probably that would.
But
yeah.
they just keep trying to like add
It's the
things to
penis
women to
is
make
what-
them into
women
you
men.
doing
can-
the
you-
shocker on
the
men.
penis,
With the assumption
think it
that
did
their
that
sex
by
penis
drive
can
is the
make it so
same.
you feel good and you make someone else feel bad at the same time. And
Yeah, about
women
what they're
don't
saying.
have a thing like that.
Like
Okay,
what
so
Tuna's saying about what they're saying.
You may have like
But
unintentionally
it's
done it.
not
but I don't
actually
think,
what
like,
they're
he
saying.
meant to or
I think, I think you might be being a little bit too charitable, or you're just
Don't
going off on
sound
your
so
own thing. Because they're
excited,
basically
girl.
just trying to turn women into men with the assumption that the sex drive is the same.
Why are you guarded?
And saying like, is there something special about women to where they could handle
I feel like
being
shit,
men,
Cherry sort of took advantage
but and they
of
would
that
act
moment.
differently?
You know, just
What's
call
your
it
which
question?
is stupid.
No, you asked me why.
was kind of unnecessary.
Ask the question.
Okay. All right. Here's my question. What? I've heard that Dr. K has started to make disclaimers in his videos. Do you feel like? Do you want to take any credit for that? Are you happy that he's implemented that change?
Well, the
in his
disclaimers are
videos?
dishonest, so they only serve to make the therapy patient lower their guard more. So it's actually worse that he's making disclaimers. It's nice that his head's in the right place, except he's not caring about protecting the patient or the streamer or interviewee, clearly patient. He's protecting himself. So I take credit for it, and then I think he's probably responding to increasing criticism, but that's not actually helping anyone.
What should he have to do beyond simply establishing that this is not a doctor-patient therapeutic relationship?
Well, there's a
for
difference
him to
between
be-
saying it's not a therapeutic relationship and it actually not being one. So for me to be satisfied, he would have to have it actually not be one.
Why?
Because it's unethical to do therapy with somebody while telling them that you're not doing therapy, and it's unethical to do therapy with someone who's not your
I'm not
patient.
sure I necessarily agree with that statement. I mean, first
Well, this
off,
is I didn't write the rules, but I agree with them.
well, he certainly has not been. I mean, I know you're on a crusade to break him down for him, and not any like
That's funny.
major proponent of Dr. K. I don't necessarily agree with his philosophies, but
Okay.
as far as being a therapist and interacting with people and espousing his knowledge,
22,
his
you
field,
should probably
how is
put
that
in
even
that 22.
distinct from
32
any
for
other
10-year
doctor
bachelor
show
company.
where they talk to people who are guests and are obviously only there in a very transient manner? I don't think that.
Maybe it's not.
I just
but
don't
I
think
don't.
it really will amount to a real transgression what he's doing, and I don't think it should, because a therapist should be able to expand to a wide audience on YouTube and share their knowledge on
I don't think a
their
therapist
area of
should.
expertise.
I don't think a therapist should be able to ask somebody questions about their childhood trauma and then give them life advice on how to improve their mental health, and have that not be therapy. I think that is therapy, and if a therapist is going to do it, they should have to follow the rules. And the rules say
In
that
what
if you
way
want
can a therapist talk to someone about their childhood traumas and espouse, some feedback without it
Just
being
saying the same thing. They can't.
with it being
not therapy.
in the guidelines. No, in the guidelines.
Oh, and if they're going to do therapy, they would have to do an intake. They'd have to establish the person as their patient. They would have to have a disclaimer.
No. I'm saying, how can they do that with someone who's not their patient?
They can't.
They can't. You can't.
They
If you're a
can't.
therapist.
Well, we see this all the time with therapists talking with people on talk shows about their experiences. And
Like who?
Oh my gosh,
Dr. Phil?
Dr. Phil, the doctors. I've seen other YouTubers.
Dr. Phil gave up his license.
Okay.
For this reason.
He gave up his license for the reason that it would interfere with his ability to
that
give
he's
that
not.
advice.
He's not. Well, not it would
about-
interfere, but that he's not complying with ethics rules. So he
Or
just
what
said, "Fine."
about doctors not in the within therapy, but there's doctors across the throughout medicine who are talking to
I think
people.
they'd have to do it different if it was like, as a friend.
Dr. Drew, the Doctor Show, which has gone off air, with people
I
who've
haven't
had
watched it.
problems, and giving again a kind of
I don't know. I don't think I can.
transient on the spot advice.
I don't think I can make a comparison because I have not watched those shows.
Okay.
But if they're breaking ethics rules, then they shouldn't do that. They should lose their licenses.
If Dr.
Agreed.
K does not receive any kind of reprimand, what would you take from it? Because I know this has been like your prerogative is to make
You
sure.
mean would it change my mind?
Repercussions. Yeah. Well, I'm asking, what would it do? Would it change your mind, or would you let it fall by the wayside?
Those are the same, and I would not do either. I would pursue. I would criticize whoever was letting him off the hook.
Okay, so you would move on to, I guess, an ethics board. Whoever is the, I guess it's going to vary state by state. So, what state is Dr. K licensed in?
Massachusetts.
So I guess you better get those letters ready.
Yeah.
Draft it out.
Hey,
Hi, girl.
One moment.
Good talk. You Lava. I'm sorry, I called you Lava. Lav.
Okay, so
That's my male.
QT
that's my male
on.
name.
QT.
Lava.
That's my dead name.
Thank you very much.
Oh wow.
Best of luck. I'm putting you on the show.
Yeah, it was great talk.
Good talking to you too.
Take care.
Pleasure as always.
As always. Good night.
By the way.
Okay.
Thank you guys for watching this on YouTube through here. Since he's not like generating ad revenue or anything, he's not losing anything.
Okay, so as far as who's going on next, Benny, you're next. Then it's Elder.
Explain it.
Let's go. Sorry.
I could be reading into it.
Oh, you're
I
fine.
could be wrong. But it felt like unnecessarily
Primordial,
sexual at the beginning.
Flip, Kalinda, and Ratslayer.
Then I felt like I was like watching you two.
Watch.
Like,
Benny's gonna fucking go on. He's gonna say this is the last one.
It's like weird. I don't know.
Watching us what, Lav?
He always cuts it off right before me. It's like the most consistent thing in my life is that when I'm about to go on the hotline, he ends the show with the caller before me.
You. Never mind. Well, no. You've got a.
It happened to me 3 weeks in a row. It was maddening. Because I always get the lower priority because I've been on so many times.
Unnecessarily sexual.
Like,
what
I
does
get it.
Unnecessarily mean in that sentence. What's the necessary amount?
I guess if you're comfortable with people flirting with you on stream, that's your deal. It felt weird to be involved in it, but not that weird. But I noticed.
Yeah,
it
he's
for sure.
he's
I
not
noticed
losing
the
any
feeling
revenue.
that I was like, I'm like watching.
Because it's all through Patreon and all that. So
yeah, I was like,
he's just simply helping my YouTube.
I'm watching you guys have sex right now.
Is there gonna be a twit longer?
Yes.
Oh man.
You should stop letting your female fans flirt with you, Max.
All right, I'll practice on this one. Okay. Hello.
What's up? What's up?
Welcome to Mr. Girl Hotline.
I'm here.
What's up?
So, I think, even though it's probably the topic got beaten to death, I think that, okay, so I'll ask you this question. Like, where is the line between friend and streamer for you? And do you believe in, like, having contracts with the people that you stream with?
Guys,
I don't know if
one
there's
moment.
a line
Sorry
between
to
friend
interrupt
and
again.
streamer because I have friends who are streamers.
Primordial.
So I don't know if there's a line.
As above.
In a contract, meaning like
okay. So
an
as above, have you
agreement to
responded? Has
stream
as above
a certain
talked?
amount together or something like? You mean like a literal contract?
Hey Primordial, I know that you haven't talked to Mr. Girl before, right?
We won't talk about these things. When this
so
happens,
what
this
we might do
like
is we might bump you up to go before Benio.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I know that
I think
Flip,
people pretend that
Kalinda,
streaming
and
is like
Ratslayer.
not
I know
a
you
business
guys are also
relationship, like we're all
new
just buddies
callers.
and we're just blah, blah, blah. But like a
if
lot
it
of
looks
money
like
is
time can
changing
allow,
hands,
I'll also see if we can try to
especially
bump
with
you up
somebody
as
like
well.
Steven,
I'm just going off
yeah,
of the
like a
order that
fucking
people have
lot of
been
money
going
is
into the
being
room.
made, and
But Primordial,
as that
what we're gonna do is we'll put you
money
on
comes into
before
play,
Benny.
It makes sense to
So I just want to kind of give you a heads up that you will be next. You are calling on a phone,
it wasn't
correct?
necessarily just
or an
about,
agreement,
like,
or it's not like not literally.
Okay,
money,
so
but something. I have an agreement about how you're.
What we're gonna
engaging
do
with
is
each other. That
give
makes
me
sense.
one moment. I want to confirm that I give
to
you
me,
this
it's not about
special
money. I'm not gonna be on it right
permission
now.
that's
Like,
going to
I
allow
see
you
it
to
as
talk to
there is
Mr.
a
Girl when we
difference
move you into
between
the
being a friend
secret room.
and being good on stream.
So
Because those
just
things
bear
can
with
be
me for one
completely
moment.
separate. And
Yeah.
if you're gonna, and you need an agreement to show like, okay, this is where the line is. We're not gonna bring
Unfortunate.
up this stuff, or if this happens,
Unfortunate.
like let's say like there's some flirting going on, maybe okay, so after the
I get it.
stream we're going to address it for like 2 minutes, just say, hey, is everything all right?
That was
Is that
that was
fine?
the
Like,
thing,
you
though.
know, maybe,
Knew it
or
was
like
coming.
even if it's something as simple
Cool.
as
Okay, so I just
after
gave you the
every stream we're gonna
permission,
have like a 5-minute call to go over what we did wrong and like all that stuff.
and
Like I think that'll save
so
you
yeah,
a lot of
so
headache.
again,
And
what we're gonna do is
with the cherry thing, I think that was the
after
main issue. It was like
QT,
the
we'll
boundaries
put on
weren't clearly set,
Primordial.
and so like some
So I
things
have
were
to say your name
misinterpreted
wrong,
as
and then
this,
we'll
and like you didn't have
there'll be
boundaries set in
Benio,
place for like
Elder,
okay,
and then
if
after that we have Flip,
if this is an actual
Kalinda,
line,
and
you feel
Rat
actually
Slayer. I
uncomfortable,
know the
like
three
say
of you guys
say a
have not
safe
talked
word
to
that
Mr.
we
Girl
agree
yet,
on, and then okay, we'll
but if
talk
it looks
about
like
it after stream.
we can do a bump,
Shit, you know?
we will
I
do
guess,
that.
but if she wanted to
Any
talk
questions
to
from
me after
anyone?
stream, she could have done that. It's not like I refused to talk to her, so I don't know how much of a difference that would have made.
Yes.
I mean, I would say it's more of a
Did
responsibility
you?
as the host to kind of
I didn't
make
screen
sure
you,
that
but would you
make
mind
sure
sharing what you
either
wanted to
reach
talk
out
to Lab
first to
about?
try to make sure
Out of
that like
curiosity.
Yeah, I'll be
have the
sad if
thing
I
in
don't
place
get on
to
here
say,
because I
hey,
really
you
would
can
like
reach
to talk
out to
to
me,
Lav.
even though it's silly. Like you should over communicate. You can always reach out to me if if you feel off about something.
I guess.
I'm not going to
I don't know how
say
I feel about that,
Primordial's
but
name.
it's not a
Sick.
terrible
I'm not
idea.
allowed to.
I have to think about it.
It's not that I never say
Flipazoid,
it.
I gotcha.
were you
And then I
calling in
would say,
specifically
Sometimes
for
I say
Lab?
it.
I guess the only other criticism
I went to a
would
joiner
have is,
concert. I
like,
said it a lot at the concert.
a
'cause
part
I
of
was singing
this
along.
is I feel like a part of the whole friend and streamer thing is like there are some things that
As somebody
need
who
to be
frequently
done
and
for a
incorrectly gets
stream
labeled as white,
that are not
very
what a
liberating.
friend would do, and
Yeah.
people will prioritize being a streamer versus being a friend, and I think that's not. I don't see anything wrong with that. The same way, like if your mom, like okay,
Well,
for example, if like
we'll
I'm
wait
a
and see
landlord
if
and
I
I
get in
try
or not, and
to
if not, then
Okay.
have
I'll
I
say
my
I'm
appreciate
friend as a
everyone
tenant,
kind of
the
being
tenant
work this out.
relationship comes first.
Okay,
So
so
if you're a bad tenant,
again,
I'm
right
kicking
now
you
what we'll
out,
do is
even though you're my friend.
Primordial,
And
you
that's
will
just
be
how it
going on
is. Like I
next,
feel like
then
that's how it
Benny
is.
O,
Like the issue with that
and then
is,
as of
well,
right now will be
if you
Elder.
can't, if you're not able to kick
Asabug
out your
has
friend,
not
then
responded,
maybe you
so
shouldn't
he
have
might
your friend as
be
a roommate, you know, or try
so
to
then
have
it'll
your
be
friend as a
Flip
tenant. So I
afterwards.
feel like that
Kalinda,
needs to that's
and
like
Rat Slayer.
kind of where like
We'll rediscuss once we put the next caller in. Hey, thank you guys.
this separation is. And another analogy I would put is if like you want to bring your mom on stream, you can bring your mom on stream, but if people make fun of your mom, you can't say, don't make fun of my mom, guys, she's very nice, she's a very nice lady. Like they're just going to continue to make fun of your mom, and if you don't like that, then don't bring your mom on stream, you know?
Yeah. You're saying we should have expectations and some kind of plan for what to do when things go wrong or get ugly, so that we don't try to ruin each other's lives.
Pretty much. I mean, I hope it doesn't sound like condescending or anything like that, but it's just it's like it's very like it's very easy to have stuff go left when you have your emotions and, well, I thought you were my friend, so this was supposed to happen because you're my friend. Well, in any relationship with like expectations that are not met, it's like you have to communicate those expectations first, and sometimes
I think people should be allowed to say
over-communicate
WAP,
those expectations.
but I think they should also understand that if they call me one, I'm not going to be happy about it.
Laugh.
I've no opinion or thoughts.
Perfect.
And I would be pretty unhappy about it.
What was I gonna say? Oh, also, one question for Lab is, I'm curious.
Thanks for the great question,
do you
Tune
think
Chip.
having like, even if it's only one stream, where you like dunk on people in debates would help build your reputation up, or you feel like your reputation is not
racial slur
because people think
for
you don't have
Italians.
solid opinions or whatever? Like, do you think like having a debating stream would help?
I think I'm in the place where I'm realizing that I don't want my reputation to be someone who is right all the time.
So there is an
and that's sort of like what I entered
improper
when I
epistemology
went
of
on
it,
stream with
where,
Steven,
without
because
papers,
he's like in Twitch full and you like have to be
which would be like an
right
excuse
to be
for
valid
the
or to be
mistreatment of
smart or to
Italian
be
immigrants.
valued. And I
But
more so think that my
that
position is
connotation's
having
still
like
there.
like hard to have, or what I want my platform to be is having like hard to have discussions.
Jesus Christ.
You know,
Not all who wander are lost.
hard to have discussions, emotional discussions. I don't know. I don't see that. Maybe if I wanted to do well in Twitch poll, sure, I could do. But even then, I debated Kai Clips, and I clearly won. And people still were just like, thank God Destiny found a 13-year-old for lab to debate. So then it becomes like, how big is this person that I dunked on, right? It just becomes like this like movable object. But again, I don't really care. People really think that I think I come off smug because I
sometimes people
project
use it as a
that
sound
because I think
effect.
it's funny.
And be like,
but then
wop, wop, wop.
I'm not
And
realizing that people are then
I do
informing their
flinch
position
when
on
I
me
hear it.
based off of these jokes that I'm making because they don't really know me because I'm just a streamer.
Right.
So then they see me as that way. So then when I have these conversations, they see me as someone who wants to be right. But I just am happy to be in the conversation. I just like having the conversation. I don't attach any value to being the one who is correct.
That's funny to know. That's really good.
Yeah, I mean, the way I saw it, I mean, if you were to enter like the Twitch poll stuff, it would be like being an up and comer
Oh,
of
God.
anything where there's competitive. It's like they're always gonna say you beat you have to. Sometimes you do have to beat people to get ahead in the rankings, and once you're at a certain point, you could kind of be like, well, okay, I'm in the top whatever tier. So I don't necessarily need to beat everybody because everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, and I'm going to be seen. You're going to be seen as somebody with your own, basically with your own pros and cons, and not just somebody in the lower tier that doesn't need to be paid attention to. But if you're saying you just want to be like like in the conversation and just being able to talk
Give me
about
1 minute. I have to go get my
like
medicine. I can't
uncomfortable stuff or stuff that's like
deal with all the
different
tennis
than other
jokes without
people.
my
It would be
properly
it's tough,
Adderall.
but you kind of have to like overemphasize that a lot and overemphasize.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's what Kyla was telling me. Not So Erudite was telling me that I had a conversation with her and Brittany Simon where like I'm just not explicit enough about what my intentions are, and so I think that makes people confused. Thank you. my slave just gave me my meal.
Nice. What are you having?
It's sort of like a bowl, like a chicken bowl.
Like
but
field greens?
No, it's bad for you. It's like rice and like green chili, like chicken. It's yeah. I'll wait to eat that off stream because you don't want to hear me munching probably. But anyway, yeah. So I think that I think I'm realizing is that maybe my space is not like with Steven. As much as I like Steven, me and Steven were also like friends before I decided to become a streamer. So it's not like I don't know. I don't know if his lane is something that I'm like I want to go into. So I might just stop. Maybe I'll just come on when I want to flirt with him, and then get off.
And then do
yeah,
what?
it seems like I think that's the main throw line for what I was saying. It's just like and I think that's in my life too. I feel like I underestimated how many times I had to repeat the same thing over and over for people to get it. Like even with my friends, it's like I have to repeat this. I have to repeat like, hey, I like stuff scheduled out. I can't just do this last
So
stuff.
Primordial,
that
we'll
over
put
and
you
over.
in.
Even
Are
though
you ready, sir?
my friends are supposed to know me, but it's just
Okay, best of luck.
most
Thank you
people
very much.
Underestimate that. So yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Ow.
Kick me off, man.
Later, man. All right, let's do
There we go. That's
more
it.
callers.
2 more callers? That means I'm not in. Fuck.
Right? Or do you want to go? You gotta. Do you want to go? Do you gotta eat?
No. I probably will eat. Do you mind if I eat?
He always.
I won't eat loud.
Always ends the caller right
no,
before
I
me.
don't mind if you eat.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm in for the
Without
long haul.
fail.
Let's
There's
do
like
it.
very
Eat
consistent.
something.
I'm content with it though.
Why don't you eat something?
Yeah.
That's a Jewish love language.
For anybody who doesn't understand. Okay, there's somebody in the call, I think. Hello?
Oh.
One moment, please,
I don't have
everyone.
an icon now, so it's like they're here, but they're not here.
Paper, scissors, talking. I think this guy. Hey,
I don't understand.
Definitely can't say their name.
Flip, one
Oh,
moment,
I
please.
can't even see their name. Is it bad?
Just trying to listen and see if I think Primordial
I'm gonna stretch
isn't able
my
to
back
talk.
in. Lav, you You have the.
He's on the
moment,
phone.
guys. So I know he's on the phone.
You
I
have
gave him
the
permission.
phone.
Primordial? Hello, person?
We're not talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it
He's
happens all the
gone.
time.
Okay,
All the time.
Benny.
Keep it up. You got it.
I know. I really want
I'm
to
gonna
talk to
put you
Lav.
in because
She keeps telling me she's
They're
gonna
not
talk to me.
Immortal. Unfortunately, he's not work. It's not working for him. So I'm gonna put you in right now. Thank you, sir.
Really good. Chat? They're not speaking? Nice.
Lab giving me gas chamber vibes.
Does that mean I'm next?
I'll just read chat, I guess.
Eating
Yes,
power play.
if this
Lab
doesn't
giving
work.
me gas
Sorry,
chamber
one moment.
vibes. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Eating power play? Yes, true.
Okay, one moment. I'm trying to control my
This
volumes.
actually is a mukbang now.
I just want to make sure that Benny is
Food
talking.
is good. I'm not gonna dance.
Sorry, one
for
moment,
you, you
guys.
little sex
Yeah, no
freak.
I might
Show
actually
us
still be
your
next.
food.
That'd be really
Idea
cool.
of eating all of it makes me feel strong.
It's a bowl.
Whoa.
I won't be able to eat all this, but
the bowl
the
is a rice
idea
bowl.
of eating all of it
He's
makes
in
me
it.
feel strong.
Hey, Primordial. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. Go ahead and talk. I just want to make sure
The bowl,
you're coming
it's
through.
a rice bowl. It's chicken, rice, tomato.
Okay. Damn. So
I think corn.
I gave you the
How
I
are
gave you permission, so it should have worked. But it sounds like you weren't coming in through. You weren't coming in on. Your audio wasn't coming through at all. It's likely going to be because you're calling on a phone. Is your Discord
Well, I'll give
app
you a lot of
up
background
to
that you
date?
can ask for.
Do you want to make sure it's up to date?
My sexuality, like my female sexuality, feels very spiritual to me, very sacred. And so I've made it a sort of like I don't really believe in like religion.
Darn.
But I
Okay,
do believe
so
in, like myself and like power through femininity.
we can try it once more.
So
But man, the thing is
a lot
because
of
it
it
didn't
is
go.
just like
You're a vagina witch.
I don't know if it was your volume or if
I
it's just like
am,
it's just
I'm
not
like
working
I
because you're on a
really
phone.
Really love that about myself. I find it's very sacred to me and it feels very spiritual. And there's a bunch
There
of
is a
women
known
who I'm
issue
friends
with
who
using the
also feel
phone
same way.
on
So
these
we
calls.
get together like on new moons, full
Yeah,
moons, take like moon
sometimes
baths
the
together.
permission that we give fixes it, but you
set
might be
intentions,
out of luck.
validate each other,
It
give
seems
each other
like.
It's
affirmation.
unfortunate. Yeah, I've heard it a lot. And
In
not
a very like
just here, like in
honest,
other
very
people's streams as
feminine
well.
way in which we're passing the Bechdel test. We're like not talking about men. We're just like females experiencing femininity together. So that's the coven stuff. It's not like that woo woo. It's mostly just like
really?
self-empowerment sort of stuff.
I want to fucking ruin it. I want to show up and ruin that.
If that's the
I
case,
hate it. I hate it. I hate that.
you can try it once more. Then after that, Elder. If it doesn't work, we'll put Elder on another way. So
I was gonna let you have it.
queued up.
Once he starts saying that he hates it, now I'm gonna.
Are you fine if we try it
I want to
once
say
more,
it's dumb. I
Primordial?
just hate it. I want to ruin it.
I didn't say that you said it was dumb.
Why do you
I said
hate it?
I
Okay,
said it was
so
dumb.
we'll try it once
You said
more.
you hate it.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. I
If
just don't
not,
like it
either
when-
way,
I don't like people
Elder will go on
excluding each other.
next.
This is why I joined the Black Student Alliance in college.
And then after that, so
Well,
what
it's not
you said
So
that
I'm
you were
like, I care
mainly
about this
calling in
shit.
to
I'm
want to
here
talk to
too.
Max.
But
I know
did
that
you have to be
Kalinda
black? And they were like,
had a
no. And I was
question
like, great.
more
I'm
towards
gonna do
love.
it. And then I was
Would
like,
you
I'd like to be an officer.
be fine if
And they were like,
she went on before you? And if you don't get on
I
today,
guess you
I'll definitely make
can.
a
And I was
note
like,
and to
great.
make sure that you do get on like next week.
And I was like, I'm
I
an
mean,
ally.
we've never.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that.
we've
Kalinda, can you
never,
hear me?
Like, if a man wanted to be part of it,
Hey,
I don't think we'd
I just
have a
wanted to
big
check.
problem
Are you
about it.
calling
It's
on a
a safe
phone
place
or
to honor
computer?
your body and stuff like
Okay.
that. It just didn't
Well,
turn out that way
Okay,
because
cool.
we're a bunch
And your
of
micro sound
female
sounds
friends.
great. So
Yeah.
we might be able to
I
get
think
you
it'd be
on
weird
as
if
well
somebody died.
today.
That weren't
So,
your dad that would join.
like I said,
And
so
I would take a
we're gonna
move
try
with everybody.
Primordial. Primordial. After Primordial, we'll
I
put
think
Elder.
I think that makes it more
Let me actually
special
fix my list. So Primordial.
to
Well,
have
I
that
think-
familial
Elder.
bond.
Yeah, that's true.
And
But
then-
I
I
think
hope this
I think
is an
certain
enjoyable way to watch the
boundaries
So
hotline.
you might
with
be the
have to
last
be in
caller
place
today,
for this,
depending on
this
how
to make sense.
how
And-
these other ones,
Like, not
how
seeing
long
you
these other
naked?
ones go.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I think that's already.
And then-
I was a
I'm
fan
sorry, who
before I
spoke?
was a.
Rat Slayer.
Yeah, but there's a difference. There's a
colleague.
difference between seeing me in my art. I mean,
Sorry,
like if
who
I have
just spoke?
children,
I did.
It wouldn't
Are
be
you saying that I might
sexual.
be the last one?
if I
Yeah,
have
that
Oh,
sounds
sorry,
like,
no.
sounds like an artistic.
So then it's going to be
No.
Primordial
Yeah, it wouldn't.
I don't
It
think
after
so.
wouldn't
Benny,
be. I wouldn't
no,
be
I
sexual.
think you're
You,
no, you're a
Elder,
bunch of pervs.
and then
let's be honest.
Kalinda. And then if
I'm
more time
attracted
is
to women, I
allowed,
don't
we'll get
sexualize them while we're
Rat
naked.
Slayer. Did you have a question specifically for
I
Lav,
have
or was it with
children,
Mr.
they will
Girl?
probably see me naked,
Yeah.
in my work, but that doesn't mean that I want to have boundaries with them in person. I think it's going to be really tricky.
Are you not going to be
navigate.
naked in front of your kids?
I think I will in certain situations.
I think so.
If they're bad.
You're so.
If they don't do their homework, then maybe.
I turned him up on purpose because I needed to hear just about who's going next. But I have everybody muted in there.
When she's bad, she has
except
to see
for
the
paper scissors because he tells us who's coming on next.
Yeah,
that's right.
No, I think.
So unfortunately,
I take the Britney Simon approach. I don't think it's inherently.
I just have to
sexual.
do that because I'm going on. But normally, like when I stream like this
it's
for the
sexually
hotline, it won't be like that.
But not
You'll just be getting my
sexually
commentary.
gratifying.
It's sexual.
Sure.
He's on mrgirl.tv.
I think
you can watch it live there, or you can watch it live here. It's a guilt-free experience to watch it here, though, because the stream isn't like monetized there. It's just his own platform.
mrgirl showering with his son. Put that image in your head. Yeah, I would shower with my kids. And
if you watch it here, you just get to be a part of this community, and you get to hear what I think about things. I
don't know. It might depend on them, or
I wasn't muted in there.
How we're interacting, but definitely like at least 3. Or
get this experience
4?
instead of
Something
just
like
that
that
experience. It's just like something a little extra.
I don't know because you don't want to.
You're not taking away from mrgirl by doing it.
But you don't want to. You want to have boundaries, but you want.
I know I'm muted. My bad.
You want to show your kids they should be proud of their naked bodies. I don't know. I think I'm more. What'd you say?
Or at least neutral about them.
Yeah, no problem.
No, proud.
But I still say sign up for an account over there. It's great. I'm only gonna like
proud, but
probably watch the hotlines on
to
here.
Me, it's more important that they be naked, or they be allowed to be naked.
I also like the idea that it gets the hotline onto YouTube. I think that's good.
Be fiercely proud of your body.
I think so.
I don't think.
I think so. That's what I want. I want my kids to be proud of their bodies, and if they want to be naked, then I think they. I don't know if I'd ever.
And thank you.
Remove all ability for my children to be naked. Like if they want to swim naked or sleep naked or whatever. I don't think there's a point where I would be like, you have to put on clothes. Like if you want to, sure, at the dinner table or guests are coming over, or if we're just watching a movie or hang. Like there are situations, but like if they're in their rooms, maybe I'm like I feel like I want to be as little body shaming as possible.
That's a good point.
That's fair.
One of my exes was like that. She used to walk around the house naked a lot, even around her kid and shit.
I had a question for you.
She didn't want him to feel weird about human bodies.
I have an answer.
You don't know if you do. You don't know what question I have.
I guess that's true.
I didn't complain.
How did you feel when Steve? Is mrgirl talking right now?
No.
Oh, okay. How did you feel
I think I just breathed on my mic.
When Steve called you a dumb bitch.
Oh wait, Benny's ahead of me. Benny got the co-host after Cherry.
Immediately, I felt hurt. Because it was out of anger.
I still might have been on more, but.
And it was said with like such like a guttural vitriol that it kind of took me back a little bit. And then I felt shame because I was like, okay, maybe what he's saying is right. Maybe I am a stupid bitch. And then I felt anger because he was doing it to me in a public setting, so it was like a public witch burning. And then I felt neutral about it. That's where I'm now.
Okay. I want to tell you that I don't think you're a stupid bitch.
Thank you.
But I do hate you.
Thanks,
the reason why is because I feel like I'm gonna psychoanalyze you. Psychoanalyze you here, which is kind of cringe. Bear with it. I feel like
you have my consent.
I feel like you were doing your OnlyFans thing, right? And then you had some sort of experience that was traumatic, and you kind of built an entire philosophy off of that. And as time has gone on, you've been further removed from that original experience. Your thoughts and your feelings have begun to change, and I think it's unfortunate that people aren't giving you the room to be able to change your thoughts and feelings. But at the same time, I think you should understand that if people see you like not constantly, but switching your position around, they're gonna just think that you're a liar or a grifter or dumb.
I don't think I've switched any position.
You don't think you've switched any position?
I think that I don't think I've switched back and forth. I think I've, all the criticisms I've had of sex work, I've said this like 60 times now. All the criticisms I've had of sex work, are still completely applicable. I've just, it's my personal decision to re-engage is the only thing that has changed, and even then, I'm doing so very cautiously. And I've never told anyone to, like, stop doing it completely. I've just said you need to know what you're going into.
I have
so I don't even
no idea what
necessarily
Lab's
think that
actual
that's a
position on
flip-flop.
this is.
I think that I made my initial videos out of a very emotional place, and also, I've said this before, I think I was like very inclined on making every problem in my life about sex work when I just had more problems in my life, but I just like scapegoated sex work. And sex work definitely added to the hurt, right? Like, I don't think that mentally ill people should go into a profession that is like so mentally taxing. The same reason I don't think that mentally ill people should go into streaming.
True. Sick. True.
But yeah, I don't think that my position has changed that much. And also, I resent that you use the word hate because you don't know me.
You can hate somebody that you don't know.
True, Benny. True, Benny.
Maybe if they've done something like explicitly evil, like Hitler, but I don't think I've done anything to any people that would elicit.
I think
hatred.
they're both
I think
right.
That you can dislike me.
I'm just kidding.
Or find me annoying.
What if I thought that you did?
What did I do?
I didn't say that you did. I said, what if I thought that you did?
Well, then there would have to be merit to it. Like, did I actually do anything that could be...
There doesn't have to be merit for...
Alright, I'll tell you the honest truth. I don't hate you. I just said it because it was hyperbolic and I thought it would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
I kind of dislike you in certain ways, but in other ways I like you a lot. So, it was like a term of endearment, motherfucker.
When I'm done the joke, it's not very endearing. Then it just feels like you're denigrating me, and it's like a power dynamic.
Yeah.
We haven't established the trust necessary for my audience or
somebody
people in general
to
this
girl's
to
chat
tell
said at least Hitler
Lab
cared
to
about
hate her
Germany or something.
affectionately.
Sure.
Thereby making the argument the Lab
But
is worse than
I
Hitler.
still wanted to get my joke off, and that doesn't change that fact.
So you raped me. You joke raped me.
Jesus
You
Christ.
think of it that way? I'm not gonna go to jail, so there's no skin off my bones.
You're going to joke jail.
Oh, comedy, please.
You're in joke jail right now. You're in lav jail right now.
Appreciate you telling me that, though. That it was more endearing. Even if you hated me, I think that'd be fine. If you had a reason to.
I don't. I also wanted to say that I wanted to get your thoughts on this. I think that Maxwell needs to
Jesus
he needs
Christ.
to
You people and your
stop.
fucking opinions. Oh my god.
He needs
What do
to
I-
stop. Like, he's too considerate of other people. Well, maybe not. It's good to be considerate of people, but like, there's like a part of me, and I saw it in the stream in the Max trial. I see that there's also a part of you that really wants to like take somebody's face and really shove their nose in it when they were fucking wrong. And I feel like Maximilian doesn't have enough of that in him.
I think he has a lot of it in him. Have you seen his whole Dr. K thing?
I think that comes from a place of wanting to help. Well, maybe not.
I think a lot of it is very egoic. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of Max that I think wants to help the world, but I think also a lot of that is personal. I think that Max is definitely someone who rubs people's face in their shit. He did it with me.
Did he? How so?
He socially ostracized me and ruined my life.
Full dramatic.
Nobody did ostracize me. for misgivings that he knew my intention wasn't, but that could be seen that way. He's very quick to rub my face in my shit.
How do you feel about that now, Max?
Lots of people in chat are saying egoic.
Then, as I do now, I would have not done that. I might have still banned her. I don't know. I probably would have banned her for a set period of time.
I see.
And I would have been, I would have talked to her about it more. But we also have a different relationship now. You know, the FBI called me. That's terrifying. I was terrified, and I was terrified in general because of streaming. So like, the way I feel is just so different from how I felt then. I felt very threatened, and like I needed to protect myself, and like Lav was gonna hurt me. And I didn't feel any. I didn't feel any responsibility for Lav.
I see. You were too worried about yourself.
Yeah, and like I didn't have much of a relationship with her. Also, well, I mean a little bit, but not. Feels different now.
The thing about Lav
do you
is
think,
I think she should have been banned because
Max, do you
there were many
think
reasons,
that
but
you
Mr.
feel
Girl
this
basically
way
tried
with
to
Brittany?
find a reason to ban her as opposed to just having one, and then just validates her victimhood.
That she's gonna hurt me?
Maybe.
Yeah, not in the sense where she's gonna like take away your.
I have to think about it.
Freedom, like literally
yeah.
put me in jail.
Yeah, not in that way. But do you think you go into the same like protecting yourself thing when you talk to Brittany?
I don't know. I haven't banned her, and I haven't ostracized her. And our last real interaction was I asked her if she wanted a free Demon's Gonna Demon shirt, and she said no. And then on stream, she's really mean to me and says really mean things about me.
I think she hates you.
I think she hates me too. I never sensed. She does or doesn't?
She does not.
Oh, I think she. I don't believe that. I think she does hate me.
I had a whole conversation. I had a whole conversation with her about this on stream. No.
Well, no, she's too proud. She's not going to say she hates me, but I
shirt for my wife. As well
she's doing the same thing that you're doing. She doesn't want you to
Shaylin art
burst
t-shirt.
her bubble, so to speak. She doesn't want you to hurt her, so she
has.
Oh,
you're saying I'm Lav.
Actually.
No, I think that you guys are both.
Hey, do you want to get your shirt?
Well, I don't feel threatened by. I don't feel threatened by her. I think she feels threatened.
I'll
by
show
me.
it on stream.
Interesting.
Yeah, no,
I the Demon's Gonna Demon one.
Yeah, she probably just lied because she doesn't want to.
And I got her the custom-made one.
I feel like.
She had criticisms.
Pretty obvious.
She had criticisms, but I think you guys should talk again. I think that you need more. Now that a couple of female streamer friends are on the outs, I think you need to follow. You need to get more in. Me and Brittany, replacing Stardust and Jerry.
I don't think that really works or makes sense, but
you have to have a number of female friends, or you get called.
I didn't realize I had paper scissors.
Yeah.
For optics reasons.
I will continue to work with women because I value their participation in these discussions. That's very important to me. And because I want women in my community, and that's important to me too.
T-shirt quality is amazing too.
But Brittany Simon, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't see that.
Really,
the shirt
really mutually beneficial,
for my wife.
Like friendship, honestly.
And she's wearing a Save Shaylin shirt.
But I think both you guys are like both.
I'm against.
Her birthday gift.
I'm against a lot of her messaging, and I'm.
The green screen effect might mess with it a little bit.
Horrified by things she does and says. So. And the lack of accountability when called out on those things. So
my wife basically said at one point that she was gonna have a shirt like this made.
I don't know
for herself, and I was like, you know what?
Right now,
I'm just gonna get it made.
Feel like a great idea.
By Shaylin. Yeah, she's holding up our dog. That's
Max, I
our
have
dog.
some advice for you.
Okay.
Not this dog.
There's only one way.
Sorry, you guys can't see him, but there's a dog over here.
Discord war that's going on right now.
Subreddit.
No, not Discord. Subreddit. Yeah, subreddit war. You have to put together a manifesto-esque video showing exactly how everybody is always wrong, including Destiny, showing it happening in the Stardust conversation, in the Cherry conversation, like literally, like I said this, and they didn't understand it, and then show them just saying something that had like, that's the only way, because like the way that everybody feels about you is just like you're this crazy, mentally ill, projecting, weirdo, liar, manipulator, and
yeah, these people. What you say,
liar, manipulator, creep, weirdo.
Yeah, I get it.
Shaylin his little
I think that
input as
people,
possible.
people can't follow a
Just the basic idea, 'cause
conversation.
I
It's
don't like
crazy,
to,
and so afterward, everybody's free to just tell them whatever
giving artists
happened,
this
and
little
they just believe it. It's insane.
Produces the best art.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that. I mean, you know, I've said this to you before, that you are actually a weirdo, so they're biased against you naturally.
Right. So you're saying I should break down every debate with everybody and show everybody that they're all stupid.
I think you only really need a few. I think you need the one with Cherry and Stardust, because that's the most recent one, and I think you need the one with the 3 separate debates that you had with Destiny about yeah, because that one that was it was egregious. I couldn't even believe that people were arguing that it would like you would literally like say like you can use your own definition. You'd say I don't know what definition you want. Like it was insane.
Yeah, I found him to be very evasive in those debates, and but I don't understand. I mean, I guess maybe I get to control the pacing if I'm the only person talking. But like, I explained what was happening in the conversation. I didn't really let anything slide. So I don't know.
I don't know. No, it's not true.
I don't know. Also, there's something
debate,
kind of petty about all of it. Going back and being like,
first or second.
It's the same thing I'm
debate,
accusing Steven of doing to me, right? Of like going over it afterward and changing and trying to change people's minds about the debate afterwards. If I feel truly cornered, maybe I would do something like that. But basically, I want to. I do want to follow the golden rule. I don't want him to do that to me. I don't want him to going over our conversations and telling everybody that I was wrong when I can't explain my point.
Hey, Primordial.
You know.
Or Primordial.
This is the last thing I have to say.
Okay.
Hello,
I'm gonna
sir.
say
So this
how I
call
feel
is
about
wrapping
sex
up,
work, and I wanna
and
get
so
you guys' feedback
what we're
on
gonna do is we'll try you in once more. Hopefully, if it's something maybe Max can fix on his end.
I feel like
if that doesn't work, Elderazi will be slipping you in afterwards. Or
does that apply to you as well, Lav?
Elderazi, are you there, sir?
I am here.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
So you're aware of the plan. So if Primordial doesn't work out, we'll slip you in quickly afterwards.
I feel like
so. Yeah. Thank you both.
Contemporarily.
And then we'll reconvene as far as who goes on next afterwards.
It's very.
I am readied up. Thank you very much.
What's it called? Predatory on the consumer base. And I feel like
So when I go in, if I go in,
I feel like the end goal.
I'm gonna
of
throw
all
this
like OnlyFans stuff
view
is
out,
to like,
and then I'm just gonna pull down Discord and ask him to turn on my turn on his camera for me.
It's weird. It's weird, and I don't like it, and I feel like it's destroying the relationships between men and women, and it's what's causing kind of like this new uptick of red pill people like Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like women are the ones who are like in control of it, but they just don't care to not be opportunistic. That's it.
I think a couple of the things that you said are right. Like I think that this dynamic does ruin relationships potentially, and I think it can be potentially pretty predatory. But I don't think that the goal is to make men cucks.
It might not be the goal, but I feel like that's what it's leading to.
It's incentivized.
Yeah.
By the economics of OnlyFans.
Make men cucks? Like in what way?
Well, you don't want women to have to be single, and you don't like the idea that it's normal for your girlfriend to be a sex worker. That it's normal and desirable. I think obviously it benefits OnlyFans if that is a norm.
My wife's shirt
to
was
be more
in response
normal.
to the doll review.
I think 10 years
Her
ago,
and
if you were like, my
I fought about the
girlfriend
Dollar Feud
sells
for a long
nudes
time.
online, you'd get a little cooler of
Better,
a
rather.
reception than if you said it now.
Sure. I also just think that that's the way society is going in general. Like, the bimbofication of women and selling, like, feminine sexuality as, like, empowerment, because it's very powerful, but also, yeah, I think it's just toxic femininity. I think that toxic femininity and toxic masculinity are responses to each other. I don't necessarily think that it's like a one-sided thing. Yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. But I think it's less acceptable nowadays to be toxically masculine.
She was spared
And the
Certainly.
idea of
with a
even
lot of the
being
parts. Yeah,
toxic
it's the
feminine,
Shaylin part.
It almost
Yeah.
doesn't even really exist.
And
but a
it's,
lot
I
of
mean,
sections of that.
it's celebrated.
And it took a long time for me to get my point across.
I think this
It
is
is
all going to
celebrated.
be
clear in a way that she
I
could
think it's going to
agree
be kind of upended by AI pretty soon.
So,
I think there will be an AI porn app that is like TikTok.
is like that.
And I scroll through and it just shows me little procedurally, personally tailored, generated images and videos of exactly what I want, and learns via how I react to them exactly what I want more of. And this AI little virus, micro nanobots crawling through my brain, figuring out exactly what I want, showing me exactly what I want whenever I want it. And I think that all of this is probably going to take OnlyFans and just like, you know, it'll cost $1 a month, or it'll be free with just ads.
I think so.
And the ads will show me. You know what? There won't even be ads because the AI will just put the shit they're advertising in the pictures.
On the body. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be on the body. It'll be in the background. You won't even notice. It'll be what brand of whatever she's, when she's getting stuck in the washing machine and her uncle is railing her or whatever. The brand of deodorant or detergent will be like whatever. Yeah, everything will be sponsored. You won't even know what's happening to you, and it'll just feel so good. And I can't wait.
I think that that's true. I think there will be some fall off of OnlyFans once that happens, but I also think that the very like personal relationship that a lot of men, I think that a lot of men like
abusive.
the power of
He's being a little bit of an ass.
giving
That's
a
about
woman, like a real life woman, money for doing
yeah.
what he says to do is
Yeah,
like
there'll
too
be-
powerful of a king.
The next video I
True.
upload
There'll be real verified as human
will be
accounts
my
that
conversation
you can do that with.
somebody whose job it is to talk
I
about
can
consent,
say
give
as a
consent
man that
presentations,
there's no
and
power in
assist in
giving a woman
the
money.
prevention
Like, unless
There
you're
is.
like
care
There
of
is.
abusing
No,
There
child.
surely is.
No,
There
you have to be
surely
There is.
delusional because you know you're not the only person giving her money. It's like, oh wow, I'm one of
You
10,000.
don't need to be the only
and she-
person to have
Absolutely.
power.
No, but you-
over
So
a
what
woman.
power am I giving her? That's like if I go to Walmart and I buy a TV. Oh, the power of buying a TV at Walmart.
I mean, what power do people get when they do a super chat and I read it out loud? It's a
They don't
drop
get any
in.
power. They just want to be acknowledged by you.
Okay, well then that's another way of framing it. But it is power. You are exerting power over the stream, over me, and I react, and then you get a little, good feeling.
I think that's a weird way of defining power. Because to me, power
Control.
implies that you're in control. Yeah, but like if
For a
have no
moment, you
control-
are.
Not really, because the streamer doesn't even have to really read the message, and then you just feel completely
implicit
like shit.
it's the implicit understanding that they will.
Right.
You don't have to.
They don't have to, but they do,
sure.
and they will. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't. Yeah, if your boss tells you to like take the trash out, you don't have to either. But you're
You don't
going
have to. You don't have to pay a woman for nudes. You don't have to pay a woman for sex, but you do.
You do.
Okay,
have to.
Primordial.
Yeah.
You, are
You do
gonna
have
be
to do that.
You have to do. That.
shortly. So once Benny,
All right, Benny. Any final words?
one moment.
Just make sure you get another person in here.
What
Sorry,
after this?
Benny might
You're
be
the last
caller.
I said two more.
Mr.
didn't I?
Girl just said.
Oh.
Yeah, but the last guy, he didn't really.
One moment.
And then there were. I feel bad because last week I was on here for so long.
Well, it's not you.
Let's do this
you
all
and-
night, Max.
No, I can't. I gotta go. Neither you nor I control who gets on the show, Benny.
Hey, sorry, Primordial.
So no guilt.
Benny's the
necessary.
last call. So that's
still there.
it for tonight, folks.
Yeah, that's true.
If there's anyone
I
here
understand.
who
But no,
plans
this
to come
is the
on
last
next
call.
week,
I'm gonna wrap up with Lav,
just
then,
let me know. You're welcome to send me a DM, and I can
we'll say goodnight, and we'll do it
basically
again.
ensure that
Do it
you
again
will
next
get
time.
on next week to talk.
And Lav, you
Yeah.
can come back on the show. It's been great having you co-host. I really appreciate it. And
Yeah, appreciate that.
Wait, this was the last call?
I'd love to be here.
Nice.
Okay, thank you guys.
All right.
You have
See
a
you later,
wonderful
buddy.
night.
See ya.
Sorry about that, Kalinda.
All right. M4A now is super chatted $5.
Hey,
I
yeah,
think Lav
actually,
got murdered by
here's the
Cherry
thing.
in
Yeah,
the sex work debate.
so next time
Cherry
Lav is
murdered
on,
herself by letting
if she's
Mr. Girl
on,
fuck her head and lashing
feel
out with a
free to
harassment
call
claim.
me out
Now
and say
Lav
like,
is
hey,
here
I
to
was
dance,
here
to dance
before.
on
Can I get
Cherry's
on?
grave.
I'll make sure
Was
you're
this
bumped
collab
in.
planned
Definitely.
before Cherry's implosion?
No worries. Lav's supposed to talk to me anyway. She just
Me and Cherry have a sex work
says
debate?
yes and then never sets up a time with me.
I don't remember
It's happened a
having
couple
sex work
times.
debate with Cherry.
It's okay.
Good night.
I will
Yeah,
say
hey, same thing with
that
you,
I
Elder.
was
Obviously,
going to invite
I'll
Lav to
remember
co-host
actually because
the hotline
I recognize you.
before
So,
any of
or
that
you know,
happened,
because you're
but
still
we
not
had
here
not
too.
talked
So,
about
but yeah, next time obviously we'll make sure
Arnold
you get
said,
on
caller
and talk to
feels
Lab.
like a control freak.
Yeah, no worries. I
That's not
appreciate
enough
papers.
That's not control. You won't. That's not enough control for
Hey,
me.
thank you guys
Benny
all.
needs more
Take care.
control.
He's on.
I need total control for me to say I have control. Kayembo has super chatted $100.
Wow.
Power. I think
That is
Lav.
power.
I think Lav is fine. Yeah, $100. I'm reading your super chat. I'm stopping whatever's happening and I'm reading your super chat. Thanks, Kayembo. I appreciate it.
That's it? I think Lav is fine?
Yeah, I think Lav is fine.
That is...
That says
That's all I
power.
asked. That's all I
Power.
asked for.
I think Lav is fine.
I think everyone
don't-
should respect that comment because of how much power he has.
I think so too. That's so much money that I also think Lav is fine now. All right. Do you have any final thoughts or words or musings or anything?
Oh, I think that, you said that I wasn't happy earlier, and then you said that I was self-harming, and then didn't extrapolate.
That's gonna go away.
Elaborate.
Yeah,
I just told you.
I didn't.
No,
So
you said it. You said
extrapolate is the same.
No,
Let's Google that.
you meant elaborate.
Oh,
Extrapolate
Extend
is
the
tough.
application
Mr. Girl gets the money.
to an unknown situation by assuming that existing
I haven't
trends
super
will
chatted in a
continue or
while.
similar methods will
Okay,
be
can
applicable.
you so extrapolate?
Estimate or conclude.
So can I explain? Okay,
Yes, but you are also
so-
wrong. I did use
so-
the right word.
Okay, so here's me, and
Owned.
here is Lav is unhappy. Extrapolate would mean I make more statements going past that, and elaborate would be I fill in how I got to here. Extrapolate is to go extrapolate, is to go beyond the point, to create more points. If we can extrapolate, if you're unhappy, then we can also assume blah blah blah. You're asking me how I got here in the first place.
It's more like elaborate.
Yeah, you're a troubled person, I think. I mean, I don't know.
He called her
everybody is.
troubled.
I would never. If somebody asked, happy would not be in the first 100 words I use to describe you. And I do think you self-harm.
More than you do?
Yeah, and look, man.
I don't know. I don't have a good
journalistic integrity,
sense of
right?
how much I
I gotta do what I
self-harm.
gotta do.
But I
This is your
I went
unconscious
to my
conscious debate
project
thing.
to do.
yeah.
whatever's
Well, I mean, like,
necessary
part of why
to
I
make it
banned you
good,
is
make
because
it right.
I thought you were self-harming. And the first time we talked, I was like, I don't want to do content with you because I think you're self-harming. So.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
not.
Well, you don't think you are, but I think
No,
I don't.
I think I am to some degree, but I think I'm
Okay.
self-harming in the same ways that you do, the exact same ways. And
Well,
I don't. I think that
that doesn't make it like good.
in the same way that Steven does, in the same way that Cherry does, in the same way that
Sure.
every streamer does. This is
That doesn't make it-
extremely. This
that doesn't
job
make it good.
is. No, but this job. Sure, but you're saying that about me as if I'm not the rule, as if I'm like exceptionally more self-harming than someone like you or Steven, and I'm not.
I'm not comparing you to me.
Okay.
I'm comparing you to how I wish you were.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Well, I am very happy.
Yeah, you self-harm more than I wish you did. That's what I mean. Okay. And you're less happy than I wish you were.
Okay. Maybe. I think you're weird, though. And I think with the Steven thing...
Yeah.
Wow, he's not even going to read my super chat. How about that?
I think you would be happiest if you just lived and let live. Lav and let live.
Lav and let live.
Lav
Hey,
and let
half the
live.
community thinks I'm a nut making a doc on
I think that
it is
you...
what it is. You do you, boo boo, don't let others dictate what type of person you is. I don't, ever, never.
Probably vying for a little love and affection, because Steven is like the type that people who vie for end up vying for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you're putting him in like a power position that way, and I think that you should empower yourself by protecting yourself by not engaging with it. But you see that as like giving up.
So much for power.
Or you see that as like
Just
negative
proves
because
himself.
it's like non-confrontational. But I think it's really powerful to not let yourself be hurt by someone over and over, because this is an established pattern now where he hasn't taken your feelings into account. It's not just like a one-off. This is like something that you've spoken to him about, and that he's just like, he's intent on misunderstanding, and he doesn't like care about.
I don't know if he's intent on misunderstanding. I think he may not. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's intent. I think that But
well,
yeah,
you should definitely. I don't know your guys' personal relationships, but I think that a lot of these conversations should probably happen off stream, because I think he's more receptive. He doesn't have an audience, as we all are.
But the problem is happening on stream, so I think I need to.
I also don't have $100.
Sure, but
Donate.
he's less receptive because he's performing.
True. That's. I don't know if that's true. If he's performing, he may pretend to be less receptive, but I via my telepathic link to
Tuna, I don't know what
can
you're
feel
talking
him
about.
thinking about that. I can feel him feeling. I can feel that he can feel that I can feel him thinking about it.
You know that your empathy comes off actually as just codependence. This empathy that you talk about that you have with other people is actually just like textbook codependency.
I think you're not used to somebody caring deeply about your well-being without also needing you.
This girl's right to have
or
the
using you.
stream when it's about this. Yeah, I agree.
No. I think that you thinking that you have the power to change someone is very egoic and narcissistic in nature. And I don't think that that's narcissistic in like a malignant way, as like you're like the perpetrator, but in like a very wounded way.
I don't think I have the power. I don't think I have
Yes, you
the
do.
power.
You absolutely think that you have the power to change Steven. That's why you go in so hard on him. Absolutely.
Everybody's saying
What?
egoic in chat again.
No, that's not
So
true.
you're just talking to a
It's
blank
funny
wall
though,
for
because
no
that is
reason?
a word. She's using it correctly. No, you're good.
I hope he'll change.
I don't mind being
Yeah,
stream.
and you think that you can't change him.
No, I don't.
Come on.
I don't know if I can.
You don't know if you can, but you hope that you can, and you
Sure.
think that you have a chance, or else you wouldn't try.
Well, of course there's a chance. Yeah.
Yes, which is very egoic and narcissistic in nature. You're not so powerful that you can change the way that someone sees you or the framework of their world.
That's
You just
literally
gotta
my
focus on
job,
you.
lad.
By the way, if you
All,
guys
that's
are
all I do
watching
all
and at
day
least
is
one
change
person
the
is who didn't
framework
like
of
the
how
stream,
people
like
see
the
their
stream,
world and
please.
how they see me. And
No,
somebody,
you can plant.
somebody,
You can plant a seed.
I don't know how
You can
it
plant
all
a
works
seed,
and all
but you've
that
done
shit, but
far
like,
more than plant the seed for Steven.
I have it on
It's,
good word
the
that
ball
it's
is in
very
his fucking
helpful
court.
towards the
It's
growth
like
of the
you've
YouTube
been
channel.
watching him from a glass with
And
the
certain
ball
things
in
I
his
have to.
court, and you've just been like, please,
Sure.
please, please shoot now, and he hasn't.
I agree that the ball isn't his court, but I also think you give up on people too easily.
I certainly don't. I do not at all.
And I don't think again, I think you find my empathy to be codependent because you are not used to being
you? I was
think,
you.
I think you're not used to people empathizing with you without using you.
No. No, I was you. I'm in therapy to undo what you're doing to yourself because I did it to myself. And it caused
that
me
makes sense.
great pain.
Oops,
and it
sorry.
made me feel very self-important. And then but it was out of like insecurity.
Somebody says her therapist, Dr. K. That's good.
It was like it's like plaster. It's self-important plaster on a
It's
hole.
weird. There's
in my
almost like
wall.
a little war in the
my
chat
insecurity
about
hole.
like lab
Pay for
fans,
my Patreon to see my
Mr.
insecurity
Girl
hole.
fans, but they're probably both. It's like they're just like sort of picking
no, and
a side.
that's what I see when you say that I self-harm. I think everyone is picking up on when they criticize you for being emotional and throwing a tantrum. They're picking up on you self-harming with Steven. Because that's what it looks like to an outsider. And it's uncomfortable to watch him like repeatedly like not care for you. And then for you to be like, no, but you have to, or I want you to, or I need you to.
I don't need him to.
You say that. But then you declare war on his subreddit.
Yeah, that's not out of neediness. That's out of
It's out of not neediness for him, but neediness for external validation or to be heard or to be understood.
No. I don't need external validation in that. That's not the driving
She's crossing
force.
a
Why
line.
declare war? Then why don't
therapy
you just log off your
against
computer and
Mr.
be like,
Girl's
I did a good
therapy.
job there, and I'm going to bed.
Are you actually asking me? Because I feel like
Yeah.
I keep trying to explain this, but I feel like you don't want to let me get through the answer.
No, go ahead.
Pete has super chatted $5. Elderdrazi has super chatted $5. Lav, when are you good for me to interview you? I keep getting a lot of really positive affirmatives about it, but can never set up a date for it.
Tell him to message me one more time. I've been very busy.
Message Lav 5
I'm
more
planning
times.
a wedding.
Arnold has super chatted $5. Lav is using you to justify her own suffering and self-destruction. Okay, why did I declare war on Steven's subreddit? For a few reasons. One, I'm angry at Steven on a personal level, and
yeah, I know.
And he needs to own what's happening to me on his subreddit, or he needs to say that he doesn't run his own subreddit, which is not true. So, a war. I don't like when people are passive aggressive, and I feel like some of the ways that Steven controls the narrative about me, which is a side effect of him controlling the narrative about himself. Some of the ways he runs these things and runs these conversations feels passive aggressive, and it makes me angry. And sometimes I feel like he's angry at me, but we never talk about it. A war is a way to say, let's rip the Band-Aid off, let's have a conflict. Let's not do the Vosh thing, where we slowly stop speaking to each other, we do mean streams about each other, we drift apart, and then start betraying each other. Let's not do, whatever other falling outs that you or I have, or people have had. Let's just do it. Let's have the fight.
I just messaged on Discord.
Let's have the war.
I did it.
That's one reason. The motivation is that I feel like I'm not being treated fairly, and I either want I want it to be explicit. I want the subreddit to know.
Oh, but also too, I know I said like there was
Max
one
is getting
person who
shit
didn't
on
like it,
because of this conflict.
Thank you for everybody who
and
did like
now
That's
you
really
get
cool.
banned if you're his fan. Now that is true. That is explicitly true. Everybody knows it's true. Steven has said it's true. Forethought says it's true. That's fine. That's much better, because if I get shit on in the subreddit and everybody thinks that we're just friends and everything's going fine and discussion is encouraged, it just happens to be that everybody thinks Max is like a retarded sociopath. That portrays me in such a much worse light than if you see a post with 1,000 upvotes mocking me.
That's awesome.
In like my darkest moments. I want you to know that the reason that has 1,000 upvotes is because Steven has his fucking finger on the scale, tipping people towards thinking I'm a ridiculous lunatic loser.
It is true.
So even when I get shit on now, it has the backdrop of the sub is designed to shit on me, which makes me look way less bad and makes me feel less bad. And so those are, I mean, even if I lose the war, I still get the benefit of those two. And then the third thing is I want to help him and myself. I think it's good for both of us. We're like, I feel like I don't think it's good for him professionally. I don't think it's good for him personally, what he's doing and like the way he treats orbiters, especially if they start growing. I don't think it's good for the subreddit. I don't think it's good for the fans of either of us. And I don't think it's good for like the content. So I feel like I'm trying to do something good. I'm trying to do something benevolent. Like it is me trying to take care of myself, but it's also good for him. I think it's in his best interest to listen to me. So those are all my reasons. And to rescue our friendship.
He said message like 5 more times.
I won't be able to be friends with him if I don't speak up about this. I have to say something, and I have to do it publicly because it's happening in the public sphere. And whether he listens to me or not, if we have a big,
What was his reaction to you earlier? What did he say?
He got really.
Did he say, "Okay, you're right"?
No, he got mad, and he was like, "You're gaslighting." He told me I was gaslighting him. He said I was accusing him of gaslighting, which is me gaslighting, and that I was accusing him of being abusive, which is one of the worst things you can do to somebody.
Jeez Louise.
That's
and he got really mad at me, and I was mad at him. But I said to him like, part of all of this is to rescue our friendship. I would rather be friends with Steven and never stream with him again, and be good friends than I would not have boundaries, betray him, backstab him, or pretend that there are no problems in our friendship so that I can have access to his platform and his money.
Okay, but this is still all like external validation. You were like, no, it's not external validation. Like this is completely external validation.
No,
why can't you just have this conversation in private with him?
No, I'm not friends with Steven because I find it validating.
No, you're friends with Steven because you are putting yourself in a situation where you never stop needing. Which is what
I don't need
it.
I don't need him. I just love him.
Yes, that's why people hang in. Yes, because love feels like to you needing something.
No, I don't.
This is why
no.
Love does not. You do not. What reason has he given you to love him? Has he honored you? Has he given you peace? Has he protected you? What do you love about him? You like his brain. But this is not love. This is not how people who love each other don't treat people.
I like his brain. I like Steven's brain, but I love Steven's heart.
You don't know his heart. You're projecting your heart onto Steven.
You can say that about anybody, but I don't think that's true.
You can say that about anyone, but I think especially with Steven, this is what you're doing.
Okay, sure. You can tell me that I don't feel a connection with him, but I do.
No, you can feel a connection with him, but clearly he is not feeling the same connection, and you're putting yourself in a position where you will never stop needing.
I don't think that's true, and I don't know what you think it is I need from him.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Him to
I mean,
protect
to talk
you,
for a second.
him
I was
to
saying
treat
that
you well.
I don't
him
need
to
him
validate
to
you.
I wasn't
still
gonna
be friends with
put
him.
Runeterra on screen.
I don't need those
I just knew it was gonna open
I
up on
want
that screen.
if he wants me to keep appearing on his stream, and if he wants me to be a character on the Destiny show, then I need those things as part of like a exchange of like.
So you're flip-flopping back and forth of this being a business deal and this a personal friendship. It's like very confusing. You have to pick which one you care about more.
Why?
Well, if I have to choose, I'll choose the personal relationship because I care about that more.
Sure. And so obviously you are both of you guys are putting a big strain on the personal relationship. So you shouldn't be straining arguing about this.
And
if he cannot, if he cannot by himself go to bat for you to his audience, that is not a friendship that you should be.
It's fine if you don't approve of the friendship, but that's different.
It's not that I don't approve.
You're saying a bunch of different stuff, and you're not letting me respond to anything you're saying.
Anymore. Well,
I
understand.
It's
let you respond for 30 minutes. You went on a tangent, and you didn't like what I had to say.
I understand that you care about me a lot, and I understand that you're worried about me, and that you're angry at me because you think I'm self-harming, and because it echoes some ways that you feel that you're self-harming, and you're also angry at Steven. So I know you have a lot of really strong feelings about this.
No, I'm saying this I see you as a third person who is like watching you perform a pattern that everyone can see, but you don't seem to see.
I know.
I'm telling you this as someone. I'm being like a whiteboard for you. I'm showing
I
you
know.
like a video of yourself right now. I'm not doing this because
I
I
know.
care about you, but not so much so that I'm willing to like throw myself in front of a train for you. I'm telling you this because I think that you can handle it.
I know, and I can,
Really
and I
good
hear what you're
against-
saying. I just don't agree with you.
It's either really good against or really
That's fine.
bad against decks. But I played spiders and they got mogged by deep decks. At least on release. Yeah, that was a long time ago. There's a lot of stuff. If you start playing and you want any
And I'm not
assistance,
mad
I
at
can
Steven
definitely
for the
help you get
record.
good decks.
I'm not
I've been
mad at
doing a
him
lot
because I
too.
accept
Well, you
him for
should
who
be.
he
The
is.
fucking
The
way
last
he
two gauntlets
treats
I
you
aced,
is awful.
No,
You should be
I
mad at him,
accept-
and you
I
should not.
accept
You
him.
should not
Another deck
let
always got
somebody
banned, so I won
sucker
the
you
gauntlets
into a
with just the,
codependent relationship where you just
I'm
let
not
them.
in a
Did he
codependent
honor?
relationship with
Does
him.
Steven honor you? Honestly, does Steven honor? See? Yeah, I'm just showing you
I
a
would
video
not
of
call.
yourself.
I would not. I would
I'll,
not.
I'll
I
make
do
a.
not
I'll show you a
describe
fuck.
my
I'll make a
relationship.
fucking video. I'll make
Max,
a fucking
Max,
video
I do
about
not
you, and I'll show you
describe
an
my
actual video of
relationship
yourself.
with Steven. I do not
Yeah.
describe myself with Steven the same way that you do. I am maybe 5 more degrees removed than you are with Steven. I think most of our friendship has been streamed, so it feels less personal. And also, I don't let people
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Steven, who I think have low introspection levels, into my
I was
life
thinking
in
about
the
doing
way
some
that you do,
Runeterra
it
streams
seems.
too, though. I might.
Because I
definitely
know
gonna
that
make
I
a
can't
video
handle it
about,
because I'll just
deck
try
that I
and
made,
take and
'cause
take
it's
and
really
take
good.
and prove and prove and prove that I'm like worthy enough for Steven to like take care of me. So I say live and let live. I accept Steven for having bad intra and interpersonal skills, and I still like him for who he is. But that means that I'm here and he's here. Like he's just
Yeah, I don't-
living in his own world.
I don't see it that
But
way.
you're dipping your toe into his world. You're like, no, take care of me.
I'm not dipping more than just my toe. I don't. No. I don't think I'm asking him to take care of me. I know that's how you're framing it, but I don't agree with that. TMPS, a bunch of stuff, has super chatted $5. Keep up the good work, and then $15. And keep up the fight for free speech against the tech giants. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I think Mr. Girl is just more in his touch with his feelings about Destiny.
Oh my fucking god.
They are fucking
I think
projecting
that
onto each other. Projection fight.
I think in some ways I think we're made of the same stuff. I think we're in different places in our journeys though. I could be on the other. I'm definitely on the avoidant end of attachment style. You're definitely on the more anxious end, I'd say. But I think it's the same. It's the same scale. And I think that you'd be happier if you were a little more avoidant. I think that it is much safer over here to be a little more avoidant. Not all the way. You can't be too avoidant because that obviously starts to hurt you. But I think maybe a little more.
Especially with how much
slightly more fulfilled.
consideration and attention it gets from the developers.
Oh my gosh.
It's
No, that makes sense.
It might actually be the best
I think that
card
you
game.
like the intensity, you like the passion, you love Steven. So it makes sense for you to act the way that you do, but I think that you would be happier if you
consider all factors, I think
did everything I
it's
said
probably as good
because
as a
I'm
card
very
game can
smart.
get.
Yeah, well, I did it with you and I was wrong, so despite your
That's true.
despite your advice, I will be using my anxious attachment style with you from now on, and you will get to reap all the benefits of that.
Hey, I think that a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So you can pick people to do your anxious attachment style on, and sometimes it's gonna stick. Like with Shaylin. It's sticky, right?
Damn.
But with other people like Steven, it's just
definitely
not gonna
said those
stick.
words.
He's not a sticky surface.
We'll see.
Exhaust yourself trying to figure it out, I guess.
Well, I have nothing else to do.
Yep, fair. It's your life. It's your world. We're just living in it.
Yeah, that's right. And it's my job. I'm getting paid to do it. Let's not forget that too.
That's true.
I get paid to love Steven.
Jeez Louise. Sex work.
It's a crazy job, but somebody's got to do it. All right.
True.
Any final words?
Yeah, I really appreciate you for having me on, and This was fun.
I agree. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
All right, see you. Live, laugh, love.
That was pretty good.
All right, guys. Next stream.
I want to say it's the best card game, but it feels.
How do you
a little potentially
self-sacrifice
special
for
considering
Steven? I don't
most
think I'm
TCG
self-sacrificing.
histories, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon,
This
both
is just
really
how I
unbalanced
am in
games.
relationships.
Yeah, I played the most Magic out
Gotta
of
fight
everything.
for the relationship, fight for the work relationship, set your boundaries,
But I
make your
played
demands. The person doesn't meet them, then you can change things, set more
I even have
boundaries,
MetaZone
move
myself.
on, whatever. But
So you can play them all. Well, I never played White Schwartz.
yeah. I don't know.
Dabbled in Dragon Ball Super.
This is
Really,
how I am.
really like the card game that's in Dragon Ball Z.
$10 more
There's like a
from
card game built into that
TMPS.
game.
Mr. Girl for his fight against
Phenomenal.
DGG. Oh yeah, I gotta hire a fucking army of spies.
But I couldn't find
Private
anywhere to get deck lists. It
investigators.
was frustrating.
See what's going on. I
I'd
gotta hire
watch stupid
somebody to
YouTube
read the
videos.
subreddit for me so I don't lose my mind. Okay. 10 out of 10, Max. Thanks for the cake. I hope you enjoyed it. You said you love him and self-sacrifice is the meaning of love. I don't know if I think that's true. Well, I don't intend to self-sacrifice for him. I intend to do what I can and set boundaries where I need them. But I'm definitely not trying to self-sacrifice. Yeah, daily summary of the subreddit. Yeah, like a fucking newspaper, the Reddit report. I am in your army of spies, moron. Well, thank you. Okay. Next stream. I hope you get banned from all of Destiny's platforms. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Okay. Next stream is going to be Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Holly, Lawford,
White Schwartz doesn't
Smith.
have enough audience to justify money. If you aren't in a big
And
city,
we're going to
even
talk about
then,
her book, Gender Critical Feminism,
Vanguard.
and we're going to have a discussion. I asked her, do you want to do an interview
kinda like it, but I
where
guess
we
they
talk about your
completely
ideas,
revamped
or you want to have a
the game, so it's
discussion
something
where we
that
kind of
might
go back
not
and forth?
be,
She chose discussion.
like broken and unbalanced anymore, or not broken and unbalanced.
so
I don't, it's just bad. I don't like
I'm allowed to call her names, and it's going to be great.
Pokemon doesn't have interaction on your opponent's turn. And I
Gender
hate
Critical
that.
Feminism.
Hearthstone
That's
doesn't
the
have a
name of the
lot,
book,
but
the
I
name
play
of the stream.
Scrimmage, so it does.
That's the deal.
Um,
The Dr. K video, I don't know.
It's tough
I'm working
when
on
there's
it. I
no
think within a week,
interaction at all.
but I've been saying that for a week. So
On your
I'm not
opponent's
sure,
turn, it's
but
just
I
really
think
weird
pretty
for
soon.
me.
All right. Goodbye, horses.
Hey, Fauna, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Pokemon is actually rumored to introduce hand traps with the coming Crimson and Scarlet packs. Okay, if that's the case, I'm buying like 4 boxes of them, and I'm gonna hold on to them for like a few months, and they'll be worth a ton of money. Hey, look at that. No, Monday Night Works. So it's looking like lab interview Monday night. Should be good. We are the 2 most well-known Mr. Girl orbiters by the Mr. Girl community. I think maybe Will. Will might be more well-known than me. At least on Twitch, I would say the most well-known is me and Lav. But Will should probably be. He's the best of us. So yeah, so far I got Monday night. Yeah, thank you. Which can be on Twitch, I assume. I don't see any reason why it would have to be on YouTube. I think Twitch changed the thing so I can dual stream now. It's true, but Well, I don't know what metrics to go off of, because if like it's Twitch followers, then like I'm more well known. But if it's like YouTube subscribers, then he's more well known. It's just tough to say. Well, I think Will is better than Lav or I, just like demonstrably. Also, Chud was supposed to talk to me this week about all the mrgirl stuff. He said yeah, and then he sort of hecked off. So now it's going to be out of the cycle. If it's viewers, I'm more well known. That's fair. I've talked to Chud. I did, like, my Chud interview is one of my best, most viewed YouTube videos. Yeah. Lav gets a ton of viewers. Her chatters are fucking animals, though. They're not nice to her. The viewers are super simp. She's also got super haters who will make sure to follow her on everything. Yeah, like everything I see in her chat is like it's overshadowed by all the super haters. They're fucking awful. Like I got there and like the first thing I saw was, have you ever had a brain scan? You look like a cow when you're eating. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Imagine getting that kind of abuse from your own fucking community. Unreal. Like, good God. That can't be good for, that can't be, like, that can't be good for fucking anybody. That's a fucking garbage interaction from people that like are supposed to like you and enjoy the stuff you do. Okay. So, Fauna, if you're here and you still want to talk, it's not too late for you, that's fine. I have a slight caveat to our conversation. My friend would join us just because I promised him that we would play League tonight. And he'll just like be in the call for like him and I doing that, but I'm gonna like talk to you. He'll just be in the call for shout outs. He's going through a weird time. And I'm gonna do everything I can to support him. His woman just went to jail. Okay, cool. Give me 1 second, let me give him a call. And then I'll drag you into the call. League is awesome. I'm not good at League. When I play norms, I'm a god. When I play ranked, I'm bad. It's funny that you'd say that. Fauna is not in the mrgirl community. I think Tuna is. He did just assist me with my tier list of the mrgirl songs off of the Boundaries album. It's like, I mean, he watches mrgirl, and sometimes him and I will talk to each other, and or live viewing mrgirl content. we'll have like our like live reactions back and forth to each other. But I would say that they are independent of me. Fauna is their own deal, and Tuna is his own deal, and Tuna makes fantastic content. Oh yeah, I also shit. So my buddy didn't get a hold of me. I need like 3 minutes. I'm gonna mute myself. I gotta talk to Tuna about just like an independent him and I thing that we're doing, and I told him that I would get a hold of him in between really fast, and I didn't have a lot of time to talk. So I'm just gonna mute myself, but then I'm going to talk to Fauna and then maybe play League with my buddy, which is why I said I did say I never promised that I would never play League on stream, but. Yeah, are you going to bed soon?
No, I'm not tired yet. I just wanted to communicate.
Okay.
Bye now.
Okay. You're in my server. Okay, cool.
I don't work tomorrow, so we can always go get Red Bulls.
Okay, tonight?
Yeah.
Are we out of Red Bulls?
Yeah.
Oh.
You
Hello?
have the last one.
Hello.
Hey. All right, cool, you're here. You're not on my server, are you?
I don't think so.
Do you want to join my server?
Sure. I'm playing Clud right now, so against Urgot was very difficult.
Oh.
I think I'm just going to go back to Urgot next time.
That's what's up. Somebody in my chat actually said that it was cool that I was going to play League. I said that I probably wouldn't play League on stream, but I also said I'm not going to promise that, because like I might, but if I do, I apologize.
Yes.
And I'll give you so join. I'll give you special permissions, and then I'll have you come into the stream only chat.
Sweet. Okay.
Do you want me to just call you Captain? So that's your name on
Yeah.
Discord?
Yeah. Please don't use my fucking real name, please.
You don't want me to use your real name and address and social security number and put a picture of
You
you on
can
stream?
you can use all of that. Just
Man on stream and not call him Butterboy.
I'm not going to do that. Then I'd have to explain and show a picture.
Show him the shirt.
So I'm gonna come into the call. I'm gonna introduce you guys. Then I have to pop off for like 2 minutes to talk to my buddy Tuna Chip.
Tuna Chip?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I told him I would, and then I'll be back, and we'll all.
Oh, I'm done here.
Do thing. Okay, you're done there. You said.
I said I'm dead here.
Oh, okay. Did you accept my invite to the server?
Not yet. No, I will since I'm officially dead though.
Okay.
I constantly had jungler and top in my lane, and our jungler has done literally nothing about the enemy jungler, and they're still losing bottom lane. So.
Well, you're like.
Super fun.
Oh, I see. Sick.
I'm just trying to enjoy my Clud game. That's it. But yeah, I think we just
I
right
see.
there.
I see. That's true. You could look them up though. There is that option. Sick. Okay. Well, once you're in here, I'm gonna give you permissions. Oh, and I gotta give you roles too. That's what I meant. Roles. Stream guest. Eldrazi spawn. Okay. Do you see the stream only voice channel?
Give me a second. We just FF'd, so.
Oh, okay. You're very, very, very dead.
Well, I only died twice. I wasn't me that was doing the bad, but the mid laner was so fed too, so it doesn't matter.
That's really interesting, Sick. Also, Sick, if you
Yeah,
want
see
to
this in the
just
chat.
have like a voice chat with me before we stream, that way we can just kind of like be a little bit more comfortable with each other, just know who the other person is, and let's just like how to flow a conversation. Whatever. I'm fine with that too. It doesn't matter to me either way. But like.
No, I have no preference. I'm fine.
Oh,
I'm going to act the same way.
I was
Oh,
was
wait.
talking to somebody in my chat who I'm supposed to talk to on stream in the future.
That's
why I was saying sick.
I was gonna say like, who you? I didn't know if you were talking to Morgan or someone else.
No.
I was like, no, I definitely don't need to pre-talk to you. We're already doing that anyways, are we?
Yeah, we've met. Okay.
I was gonna say.
You and
I
I know
really
each other.
awkward that you even said that.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. Do you see the stream only chat?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna hop into there. Meet me over there.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, that's cool, sick. That sounds really good to me. Fauna, hi. Haru.
Hi.
Haru, this is
Can you hear me?
my buddy. Yeah. I'm just gonna call him by his Discord name because I'm streaming. So this is Captain, and then Captain. This is Haru.
Hello.
Oh shit. Hi, Captain.
It's me, the captain.
I was thinking you want me to call you by your Discord name. He's like, yeah, call me Captain. So I have to dip for like 2 minutes. I gotta give Tuna a call, real quick, just to talk to him about some stuff that we're working off on the side, and then I'll be like right back in here, okay? And Captain, go ahead and yeah, I'd rather call you by your fucking league name.
You can call me by my league name too. That's totally fine.
Call you Moon Turd.
That's totally fine.
Go ahead and invite me, and I'll be there. All right, and I'll be right back.
Wait, invite you to league?
Yeah.
I already started up another game. I'm sorry.
Are you serious? I was told you I was gonna play with you.
I don't know why. It's like muscle memory. I literally just started up another game.
Q dodge.
Not even kidding. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it would just be a couple minute wait. All right, I'll be right back. Bye. Okay. Muting myself now.
Hey, one sec. I gotta get my headphones on. 1, 2. Hey, what's going? What's poppin'? What's up, you dirty dog? Yeah, probably. Really quick. Are you muted on stream? Your voice? Okay, cool. I was gonna say. Yeah.
and now I'm unmuted on my stream. So I think I was muted when it happened. Hey, how are you?
Doing pretty great.
Hell yeah. So I just wanted to say I'm interviewing Lab on Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yo, face.
Finally. So that worked. Sending the super chat, Mr. Grill's server. Wait, he said I'm muted still? I thought I just unmuted myself. I shouldn't still be muted. That's probably the delay.
Yeah, I hear you on stream.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that seems like it paid off. Moonturd, you can start the game if you want. Did you guys talk while I was gone?
No.
Okay. I didn't know how that would go.
I think Captain might be AFK.
What do you seriously think I'm so stupid? I mean, truly.
Oh, I think he's on the phone.
Oh, I see.
That makes sense. So, refresh my memory. I know that we were supposed to talk. It's been a very busy week for me, and was it about the allegations?
We're not even going to discuss it.
Or was it? I know it was about Mr. Girl. It was Mr. Girl week for me, and I think that what happened was I fell asleep, and when I woke up, Will was talking to me, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I was supposed to watch your video on stream," and I was like, "Well, it's late. I was supposed to do Mr. Girl stuff, but it's like too late. I wasn't gonna start a Mr. Girl stream at like 10:30 or something." And I was wondering for like the last few days too. I was like, when was I supposed to stream with Fauna?
Before we were talking about we were talking about unfalsifiable ideas.
Yes.
God damn.
Oh yeah, and then so what do you think, Mr. Oh, like so the things that Mr. Girl does where it's like about his feelings and stuff, and he puts up like kind of a roadblock in the conversation, or at least you feel like it's a roadblock in the conversation.
I don't like when people I feel like Mr. Girl weaponizes his feelings is my problem. And he does this in a number of different ways. In the Stardust conversation, for instance, in the Stardust conversation, what did he do? Fuck. Sorry, it is a bit late.
It's all good. I'm sorry that it had to happen so late.
Yeah, we're good. Fuck. Okay, in the Stardust conversation, it was around this idea of women testing men. And while there are definitely instances of that, I think that he chose one of the worst ones imaginable, where and got into something that I think is actually dangerous. We should not be giving excuses for why people we should not be giving excuses for people or debate tactics for people to avoid having to show STD tests. That it shouldn't be a why don't you trust me? That is like
Do you think nobody actually feels that way?
What do you mean?
Well, you said that you should. That this is a tactic. I don't think Mr. Girl uses debate tactics ever. I just don't think that's how he operates.
That wasn't what I said.
Okay.
We should not be arming other people with debate tactics. So it, in his case, may be a genuine emotion, in which case that is unfortunate. But we shouldn't be talking to people about how they can reframe this the conversation around sex, where if you ask for someone's STD test results that is that is testing them. A lot less people, I feel, are going to feel comfortable or safe making this ask, and I think that STDs in particular are a public health issue that we cannot afford to make that risk on. It should be the norm. It should be in no way stigmatized to force your every partner to show their STD test results before any sex is had. That should be the norm. We would kill these diseases.
I think that's fine. I think it's totally fine. I also understand the idea that if so like I would just show it. That's fine. It doesn't bother me. However, if I did not think of it or whatever, and I just tossed it, and they were like, "No, I want to see it," and I was just like, do you think I'm like I don't know. I might feel a little bit weirder. I'd probably get in my head about it and maybe not want to pursue that person anymore, which wouldn't be their fault. But I would probably take that more personally than it was meant to be, and it would probably make me think, maybe just not feel like as vulnerable with the person anymore.
I don't think we should make these justifications.
It's not a justification. I'm telling you my honest feelings.
No. Not your honest feelings. I don't think that we should present these in front of other people that can just as things that they might not feel otherwise, but emotions in particular have demonstrated themselves to be capable of becoming thought viruses that infect people. And when we're doing this, we're giving these people an out, and some people will legitimately feel that way, and it's understandable that they'll even describe their feelings as being that way. But there are going to be bad actors who we are presenting with an out, who we can give them a way that they can like try to skirt around having to show those test results for what is a public health issue.
I don't know, maybe. So like I guess it's like I guess it just depends on the situation. So like when it comes to COVID testing, I'm pretty okay with an event requiring people to show their COVID testing. I think part of the issue that arose there is that I think that that one thing that could have made it a little bit better is if the person said, "Hey, I want you to get STD tested so that you can show me the results first." If that was built into it, then the conversation could have been had ahead of time, which is fine. And but to be fair too, he just didn't have sex with her, which is what makes it okay. He didn't say the idea here is that for me it would be bad.
Wait, we have to separate this. It's not. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned with what he did in his personal life.
Well, hang on. I understand what you're saying. It presents a tactic that could be used by people who will then try to manipulate people into doing it. But I very strongly think that somebody who's going to do that is they already had their own book of tricks they were going to use to try to manipulate somebody. Like I just think that it's almost certainly the case that if somebody is going to try to lie to somebody about having an STD and then pass on that STD, they're just not going to sleep with somebody who demands they have a test. That's pretty much what it's going to amount to. I don't think they need an extra tactic or anything. And if they do, they'll just like do any kind of wriggly, shitty, sneaky, manipulative thing to like skirt it no matter what. And I don't think that I guess to me it seems like the obvious logical conclusion would be just be lie about getting tested anyways. You wouldn't even go get tested. You just lie about it and then say, I don't want to show you because like you should trust me.
Fuck.
In Mr. Girl's case, he did get tested.
I so hardcore. I just completely disagree with you on this one. I just don't think you are in the mindset of the kind of people who do this. They are actively looking for any kind of excuse that they can basically weaponize to get people to go along with whatever they want to do. I don't think that everyone is like, I don't think that people just maliciously and with forethought think about all the different ways that they can lie to someone and trick someone into doing a thing. I think that's a very tiny subset of people. I think that more realistically, people learn from these bad examples that we see or techniques that we give. And when you see one person asking for like test results and it makes the other person uncomfortable and she's less comfortable, like and she's like less she's in an uncomfortable spot where she might not be pushing back as hard, like it sends a signal that this is a tactic that works. That it's not about an underlying pre-existing malice that exists in these people's minds. It's just they're looking for any way to get what they want.
Sure. I think I have a really good understanding with your problem with it. But I think that I'm not doing a very good job of explaining my entire ideology behind what I feel. So let me clarify. I think that what you're saying is true, but I also think that what I'm saying is true, that people will lie anyway. So the thing is that what I have to actually consider is that how do I value the idea that people can share really uncomfortable, really odd and awkward real life experiences that they've had that are emotionally true, even though that some people might extrapolate from those things a way to do something bad to somebody else? I would say yeah. Because like otherwise, like no woman should ever be able to talk about how she got raped, because it might inform people on how they can effectively rape somebody.
Gotcha.
And I think that like if we lose one, we're gonna risk losing both of them, and that scares the shit out of me too. Does that make sense? Because what we're concerned about when the woman shares her rape story, we're never going like, well, if you talk about that, then somebody might figure out like use the same way that guy got you and get somebody else. But we care more about the person who's speaking. Go, well, it's really important that you're able to tell this thing that happened to you that made you uncomfortable, like that hurt you, and so that like you can get this out and this is valuable. And I think that it's true in both cases.
So
I am using an extreme so that way I can press my point, and it's not going to just get blown off and say, well, that thing doesn't matter, because to me, both of them really do matter.
Well, I understand that to both of you, those things matter, but like, damn, I think that we are so far off from saying that one can't happen to saying that the other can't happen. It is there is a completely different set of reasons why it is okay to share the rape thing, because like.
But the concern is the same.
Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm playing League of Legends. I'm not going to be okay until this game's over.
Okay. I think that I think that we're making a weird slippery slope, and I don't.
It's not a slippery slope. It's the exact same principle here. If we're concerned about people sharing things because other people can use that information that are malicious to do something terrible to another person, then I would say that it's exactly the same problem like happening.
Well, yeah, you weigh the harms, though, is the problem. People not being able to share rape stories is harmful for other reasons. There are like additional factors that add to making that story okay to share, because like even if we're talking about how
wait, this one person can't talk about it publicly, and then the potential harm that can come out of it is that somebody gets way better at raping people. I think that this is a pretty big like it may not be as simple on its face.
It is simple. People are more comfortable being able to come out about rape stories because of this. And those rape stories are things that we need to be talking more about in society. People need to be more comfortable talking about these like traumatic experiences that because like we need to be having a conversation about rape. We don't need to have to the same degree a conversation around this other thing.
Okay, but is there no concern that like people are just using that people are going to be using these to educate themselves on how to do it and how to get somebody to not talk about it for 10 years like this person didn't because they were so good at doing it? Is this concern just non-existent?
Those concerns do exist, but like we're again weighing the harms. There are just a bunch of additional harms that come with not sharing the rape story, even if, yes, I think we can admit that like sharing stories about how some people are raped could possibly lead to more rape happening.
Well, happening more effectively too, and like how people are getting away with it for a long period of time. That's the thing.
Okay,
I don't think it's gonna encourage new people to rape, but like rapists are getting like the tips and tricks manual now, and that's what I would be afraid of.
Well, I mean, I don't entirely even agree with that much because the fact that the rape story is even getting out kind of implies that although they got the sexual gratification, I do imagine that there's some degree of an actual fear factor as well, where like no fucking rapist is actually going to want it to come out that they raped someone.
Correct. So if this person did a really good job of having it not come out for a really long time, they might be able to, okay, let's see how I can improve upon this model.
Yeah, some rapists are going to learn from rape stories how to rape better, but the problem is the less we talk about rape, the less people are able to feel comfortable coming out about their stories of being raped, which presents another societal harm.
Sure, and with Mr. Girl's story, the purpose of it is that it was about saying no, and the person
there are 100 other stories.
Yeah, but I don't think that people should get to tell other people how they can set their message out like that. He had the reason he told that story was it was part of his other video that I thought was probably the best video about saying no. And Stardust agreed. That's why she did the one stream with him. I think that his video about saying no was incredibly good. This is like the most like universally watchable video he made when he talked about saying no.
I think that there are tons of ways that you can teach people to say no without having to teach people that it is okay to
well, I think you're saying it's not okay to say no if you feel like the person can't trust you in this instance. I said I think. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
So, fuck. We're going before I can like detail things, just to be clear. Like the problem is there are like a dozen reasons that I don't think any of this lines up, and I think that the combination of those reasons is also a factor, because like the plurality of reasons to do this is part of like there is just more harms, I believe, in doing one than doing the other. There are more goods achieved in doing one than doing the other. That is part of the argument for it. But like in this particular case, I don't think that we need to have a conversation on how it's okay to say that you don't want to have sex with someone who asks you to show you your STD results.
But it is okay to say no to sex if that happens.
It is okay. It's okay to say no, and that is a conversation that is worth having. But like, holy fuck, we're getting into such incredibly niche situations when you can tell like a dozen other stories about better times, better messaging on times where you could say no. Like they're just way better stories to be telling to teach this particular parable.
Sure, but like I think it's a little uncomfortable to say which ways are okay and which ways aren't, because
that's
we've said.
Unfortunate, but that's the nature of teaching. Is we've decided as a society that there are some ways that you teach a thing. Like there are many valid ways to teach a lesson, but some ways are better than others.
Yeah, I don't think you always have to do it the optimal way, because like people generally do it the optimal way, and somewhere along the lines, this messaging isn't getting across to everybody. So we also do have to be employing new ways of doing things all the time and seeing what sticks and what doesn't, because otherwise nobody would have to have the conversations at all. We'd have already heard the stories that work for everybody.
Even agree with that.
Huh? Wait, we don't agree or we don't disagree?
I don't think you even... Sorry, I don't... Do you actually agree that we should just try anything? That we should just like literally throw everything against the wall?
No, I said we have to try different things. I don't think there's anything wrong with this story.
Okay, but I'm telling you a good reason why we shouldn't try this, and then you like have to present something to engage or counter that.
Well, you don't like my counter, which is I think that what he said was fine. I don't think that the reason you gave me is. I don't think that the thing that you're saying is a disqualifier.
Why isn't it a disqualifier? I told you why it is a qualifier, so you qualify as a disqualifier. That's how the conversation should go. You can't just say I don't think that's accurate. You have to give a reason why that disqualifies what I said is a valid criteria.
Well, for one, I don't think that what he said is bad at all. I think that it's okay to say that he didn't want to have sex with somebody because they demanded to see his results. I understand why some people might not like that, but I guess even you saying that freaks me out, and that I feel like people are going to take from that it's not okay to not have sex with somebody if they demand to see it and you don't want to. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, that they don't trust you, then you should just have sex with them anyways. Because like even to me, when you said that, that's what it felt like you were saying to me, and you had to tell me, no, that's not what I'm saying. And like I know you, and I was like, that's a weird thing to hear Fauna say. So like, I feel like other people will hear that and feel the same way that I did.
Other people will hear that. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. What I am saying, like I've qualified this a dozen times over, but I'll say it. Okay, stream, clip this, share this around. It is okay to withdraw consent for sex at any point. Ideally, not when you're really close to completing the act, but otherwise.
That's fair. That's fair. That may be physically a big ask for some people.
Yeah.
Brain states are not. I don't know how much control people would have in that moment. I've never had it withdrawn them, but that'd be a rough one. The brain get mushy and shit.
Yeah. So it is okay. It is okay for the reason that he said to withdraw your consent for sex. It is okay that maybe some people are going to perceive this as like some kind of toxic form of testing.
It can be seen as a really manipulative move too. Just like you're trying to make them feel bad, and like maybe you didn't even get tested, and maybe you're just trying to manipulate them into just letting you have sex with them regardless.
I think the danger is that we're using language. I think that the way that we're using language presents a bit of a danger here, because we don't making a woman out as manipulative for demanding to see those test results, that is not okay.
Oh,
it is
I didn't get
okay.
that. It's not manipulative. She needed that, and he needed to not have to do that. I think they both had different boundaries. I wouldn't say that she was being manipulative at all. I didn't get that from the story. You got from the story... You think he was trying to say that she was trying to manipulate him into giving the results? Because if that's how you took it, then I would understand your... the thing you don't like a lot better.
I don't like the word testing. It implies manipulation is the problem. Like that that word is like the most insanely loaded fucking word, and like I don't like this game where like we like fuck, as much as I hate this, you do have to engage when you're streaming in some form of like in some forms of threat modeling, and when you're talking about the word testing in this context, that is just a horrible way to be using that word. Because like it makes women out, it plays into this stereotype of women just being manipulative as well. That is a terrible.
Sometimes they are, but sometimes men are too.
Okay. I'm gonna repeat this.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, like, where do we draw the line?
Well, we shouldn't be deliberately playing into these stereotypes about women or men. Yeah. Easy clap. It's just as much true for women as men.
Do you think that's what he was doing? Do you think that was the intentionality?
I think that he's what. I don't care about intentionality.
But I care about what you think. It matters to me if you think that or not.
Okay, I don't think that. Fuck.
I'm not using it to build a point against you. I'm talking to my friend, and I want to know what my friend thinks about this situation.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fair.
Because I like Mr. Girl a lot, and if I'm supporting this position, and you're over here thinking like, well, he's like actually trying to like fuck over women and make them look like this or that, like that would matter to me and how I'm talking to you about it.
Yeah, that I definitely don't think. I think that he is irresponsibly bombastic. How about that? I think that's a fair. Yeah, that.
So I obviously have a position of having a lot of privileges in that, like, it's very unlikely that I'll be raped or that I'm going to be physically overcome. However, I do also have the position up to where I have been like manipulated into having sex when I didn't want to, or participating in a sex acts when I didn't want to, by women, making me feel bad or one way or another. So I have weird biases on both sides.
I just want to be very clear. I would change everything about this criticism if he had used a less loaded word than test. Test is the specific word I have a problem with. Everything else is fine, but the problem is that word is pretty fucking loaded, especially in this context. Now, I don't think that fuck. I want to be very careful about wording this too. I think that he's intentionally bombastic, but like sure. I don't think that he's trying to say that like that he's trying to play into this women are incredibly manipulative stereotype. I think that he just uses a lot of these words because they're bombastic. They feel good to use those words. It feels good to like. I think to some extent even. It feels a little bit good to be like condemnatory and shit like that.
So let's just clarify. When he used the word test, he was talking about what Stardust does to people that she's dating. And I think the frustrating thing for people like me and people in Mr. Girl's audience, when they hear Stardust push back and say, no, it's not a test, we understand that it feels loaded to her. We also understand that Mr. Girl feels like she should know him enough to know that he's not doing that. And we also understand that, like, literally by definition, that's what testing is.
You think?
So to take it and say that it's not that at all over and over again, it makes it really, really hard. If he said, but it's okay. It's an okay way to do that. If that's what you need, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not a bad thing. I think he's doing all the work necessary so that way nobody isn't going to hear what he says and go like, well, if he were to say it's not a test, I think he loses credibility to his audience.
I disagree. I think that
I would probably call him the hotline and call him on it myself.
Okay, I absolutely disagree that the responsibility in this case is on Stardust when men are so
responsibility.
Well, no, you give me, please.
Okay. I just wanted to.
I don't
make
think
sure
that,
you didn't think that I did.
Okay. If you wanna correct me after I've stated all of this and I'm misunderstanding your point, feel free. I think that to some extent we're saying that Stardust should be assuming that he doesn't, that he means better when on this particular subject, that he should be giving her, that she should be giving him more charity. But my problem is, sex and the concept of saying no is an incredibly sensitive subject. You even say as much. So the problem is, we should assume that most women are scared to say no. I know plenty of people who are afraid to assert boundaries, and sex is a very vulnerable moment where it is exceptionally hard to place boundaries. The more you listen to any sexual assault victim, any stealthing victim, and any person who knew it was coming but absolutely froze up in the moment, it is a sensitive subject, and we need to be aware that, like, when we're talking to the person, to like women who already struggle to assert boundaries on this subject, we do have to treat them, even if they're our friend and we feel like they should trust us, like maybe they don't. Maybe they don't have that feeling. Maybe it's not so intimate just because of a few friendly conversations and a back and forth that, like, she's ready to trust on that particular kind of issue. And that's understandable.
Okay. So I do think that's probably... Oh, sorry, were you done?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's probably fair, and I do think that if you're going to use a word like that, which is definitionally correct, which is how Mr. Girl always talks about things, he doesn't... okay. Sure.
I think I just want to be absolutely clear. I care more about... I think we need to care more about what is contextually correct. There are a lot of words that technically mean the thing that we're trying to say, but we have to be aware that certain words take on different meanings in different contexts.
Okay, so the next sentence I was about to say was going to address that. Yeah. That's what I was like, okay. So yeah, I think that Mr. Girl very explicitly has always had the position that when he says something, unless it's like abundantly clear on his part, that when he says a word, he's saying, like, he's gonna use like the dictionary definition, or like what the word would mean in any other context. If he's using a word that might mean something to some people in a certain context, that's not how he's using it. Like there was a part where he was arguing with Destiny about the Nick Fuentes thing, and they were getting like crazy over the word Nazi, and he just started touching his heart, and like I have like a screenshot of it. He was like so stressed out, and he's like, it's me, Steven, it's me. And he's just trying to express, like, I'm not doing the thing, like, you're getting worked up, like I'm trying to do this thing to you that other people do, and I don't do that to people. I don't do that. Part of what he does is he uses words directly, and he doesn't add extra stuff to them. He doesn't try to catch people. He doesn't try to ensnare people into like a trap to where he can like get them. He never does that ever. And if you misspeak, or if you say something that like means something that you didn't mean it to mean, he lets you walk it back. He is an extremely easy person to talk to if you understand these things. And his entire body of work has presented. So when I say Stardust should know, I mean that throughout all of his work, he has never done this thing where he's trying to hold people to some weird standard that he like tricks them into agreeing to. He's never trying to like fuck somebody over in a conversation so that they'll say the thing he wants them to say, so that way he can like win the conversation. That's never ever the goal. And anybody who watches his stuff like knows that. So I think it feels weird to the audience, and it feels weird to
Wait, we're setting up the worst kind of double standard.
I'm not. Hang on. I'm just telling you. From any member of Mr. Girl's audience, I think that this is what we see. And this is why people are like not on Stardust's side for this. And this is why people say that Stardust looked bad in that conversation. This is what we see. We see like what we view as to be probably the most honest person online, speaking and using direct words. And what he's telling her this too, he's also saying that this is how the other person feels. He's like, I understand that to you, it might not feel like that, but to the other person, it is going to feel like you're testing them. This is the truth of the situation, and it's fine. But if you're gonna say like that's not like what's happening from their perspective, like you're just wrong. You need to understand that like this is how people are going to react, and some people might have really negative reactions to this too. And I think that that's worth discussing when we're talking about how it's hard to say no and how men react to being told no. It might be worth saying that like when you do this thing, men might react a certain way when this happens too. And I'm not saying that it's right for them to do so, but we can understand that this will have this will have this kind of implication. This is why defining the bounds of words is important, because Mr. Girl just wants to expand a word to its dictionary definition as opposed to using it in a colloquial context. I'm on Stardust side for everything except for the allegation against Mr. Girl. Okay, sick, noted. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Oh god, this is gonna be a lot. Okay, first of all,
did you take notes?
No, I should have. First of all, and this is the big one, then Mr. Girl doesn't care about empathy. So let's throw out the entire body of his content, because
hang on, pause real quick. I am gonna take notes. I don't wanna get caught up on something you say and feel emotional about it and then forget about this empathy thing.
Good. Okay.
I'm gonna have to quote the Mr. Girl playbook for this one, because I hear this one. I think he gets this one a lot, and I know the rebuttal like almost by heart at this point. So Mr. Girl doesn't care about empathy. Go ahead.
I'm super excited to hear that, but wait, are you up?
Huh?
Are you sure you're ready?
Yeah. There's a delay on stream.
Okay. Oh, I see. You're getting the notepad. I thought you were.
I have a physical notepad. Yeah. I mostly use them during panels, but this feels important here too. By the way, Captain, you good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can call a shout out if you got to. Go ahead.
Okay, that he doesn't care about empathy is what I'm gonna say, because in this particular case, if you care about empathy, what you should be doing is being excessively aware of like how other people are going to be viewing what is an incredibly vulnerable subject. In this particular case, there was no empathy for how someone would feel being told that she's testing her partners. That is a thing that the average person is going to struggle intensely to grasp. So I will definitely have a lot of questions about how he applies empathy, because if she is truly his friend, he has to understand, if he is going to be an empathetic person, if he's going to talk about listening to other people's feelings, he has to acknowledge that this was an incredibly loaded term to use. It plays into, even if he did not mean it this way, misogynistic stereotypes that a lot of women are going to feel raw to. There is, to some extent, I'm not going to say it's like some kind of full-blown trauma, but when we're hearing these words be applied to us, it does feel like we're being called a manipulator. Like that stereotype is being invoked. And you could say that, well, she's seen his content, she should know better. Well, I would
say it's not gendered.
I was just living with someone who repeatedly slams doors. I am in the house right now of someone who used to abuse me right before I would get beaten really badly. I would always hear the sound of that door slamming loudly, then the rushing of footsteps, I'm not gonna say the rest for anyone who might be hurt by that, but other things happened after that. I told this well, actually, that's not even relevant. Any time where that happened, where she did that by accident, do you think that I was in after having had a traumatic experience, or after having something similar where my mind is in an altered state? I was not ready to engage in these levels of empathy, because something that has been weaponized against me in the past, as this term gets weaponized against women very frequently, as an excuse to get us to revoke or let down our walls, or lower our boundaries and shit. That's what that feels like. And if he's going to talk about being empathetic, if he's going to say shit like he would tell each and every Jew that the Nazi who was like, fuck, I don't even remember
they're
the
a
quote,
person.
that they're a person, then he has to apply this standard. He has to recognize that people are engaging with what he says, are going to be unable in some cases to miss that meaning that is being said every other time. It is very hard in our animal brains for us to disengage from how a word has been used against us or people like us. That's why slurs are such a bad thing. That's why a lot of language is something that we very deliberately try to avoid or stigmatize. And you can have a lot of opinions on if that is correct or not correct, but the effect of it is very well studied. There is no excuse for him to not understand this. And this was an instance where I feel that he absolutely did not live up to the empathy. And in general, he can't, quote unquote, tell it like it is and say that he's being empathetic, because to some extent, maybe we do need honesty from other people, but we don't need the most brutal forms of honesty 24/7 like that. We don't need them when we're already letting down our guard and letting friends of ours get close to us. We don't need those conversations to have that brutal honesty, to fuck us in that way.
Okay.
So I think that he has to, if he's going to call himself empathetic, better the way that he engages in some of these conversations. Because I don't think that's empathetic. Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess we'll just start off with the whole empathy thing. I don't think maybe you can tell me what you think empathy is. Because I don't think that being empathetic necessarily entails at all that you're going to tell somebody something that is comfortable or good for them, like that they want to hear. That's being nice. That's being appeasing. These are different things that are not empathetic. Empathetic means that you can understand what somebody's feeling, and if you can choose to say or do something that they don't like, and that can be very empathetic.
I'm using this very specifically in the same context that he would have said to each of those Jewish people that the Nazis are still human. Well, why the fuck is he not explaining that her reaction is the result of blah 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 blah? Why isn't he explaining the psychology then to his audience?
Well, he doesn't.
Make sure
she just said it's just something that she needs. He doesn't have the exact story as to why. And he did tell her too that it's okay for her to want this. There's nothing wrong with her wanting this, and if she needs it, that's fine. He did very much empathize with that. He said explicitly that it's okay for her to want that. It's okay for her to need that. And he can still talk about the other side. Just because he says something also that she doesn't like doesn't mean he's not being empathetic to her. In fact, sometimes saying something that somebody doesn't want to hear or that might make them uncomfortable is the most empathetic thing that you can do.
I don't think it's empathetic to select for the most bombastic word because it sounds good.
I don't think that that's why he chose that word. I think he chose that word because that was what best described what he was trying to say. And I think that when he's talking about how the other person is going to feel when that happens, it does feel like a test.
Okay, hypothetically,
and definitionally, it is a test.
What if I started having this? Do you understand Spanish?
Poquito.
Okay. What if I started having? What if I started having this conversation in German? Because I feel like German words are better able to describe a bunch of concepts that I'm about to get into. Do you think that that might make the conversation less accessible then?
I think that it would be appropriate for you to do it if you explain to me what you mean. Because I actually really like that. I have a German friend who does do that sometimes. I think Welderschmerz is a word that I learned because of that, and it was right. It was the right word to use, and I really like it. So, but like I'm also like obsessed with words.
Just purely speaking in German, I think that there actually is a lot of utility to specifically using words that are more likely to get point across than just whatever feels like the right word.
Yeah, sure. Again, I think that maybe you're thinking that like his point that he was trying to get across was something different than it was. His point was trying to explain why that the people that she's interacting with might feel this way, and they feel like they're being tested is accurate. Do you disagree with that? That when she makes people wait X amount of days, that she is, and they're going to interpret it as her testing them, which I think is totally valid and fine, and she has every right to do, and she should do. She should be taking care of herself first and having more concern about how she feels than how the other person feels. But I think it's important to acknowledge like how what you're doing is going to be perceived by the other people, because otherwise, if you don't understand that, then you might be leaving yourself open to people that are going to be like responding in a way that you don't expect them to, and if you're unprepared for that, it can be very dangerous for you. Well, if you think like, well, everybody's fine with this is totally cool, nobody would ever take this in a way that's negative, I need to do this, and like everybody gets it, then you may not have any of your safeguards up that you should probably have if you're doing that, because sometimes men feel like they are being tested, and sometimes men get really fucking crazy when they feel like they're being tested. And then maybe they just don't take no for an answer anymore. Like, well, fuck her. She's just testing me. Then I'm just going to do what I want. Like, she wants to anyways, but it's just like right now she just wants to test me. Then I guess it's okay for me to do whatever I want. Like that might be something that goes through the head of somebody. And if you're unaware that people might think that, then that the language that we're using here is better for that person to hear, because now they're going to be in less danger knowing that this might be the kind of thing that happens, and maybe you need to have your guard up while you're doing that, because sometimes men are fucking psychotic when they get told no.
I'd have to think about it. I still just completely disagree that this was the right choice of words. And
let me ask you this. If you knew for a fact, if tomorrow you know that Mr. Girl didn't watch my stream or hear anything that we said, he just decided to come out and explain exactly what I just said in the exact same way that's what he meant, would that change what you thought at all about how empathetic it was?
No, it would have to pretty extremely be in the moment. You should be doing that in the moment and during the conversation. Like, you shouldn't just be
I think he did.
I would have to rewatch that entire conversation.
Because, well, you have to understand the context was from the video that he made. Did you see the video he made about consent, which is like so good about how to actually firmly say no?
No.
Okay, he made a video about how women give soft no's, and he was trying to encourage women to say no. He said, say if you don't want to have sex with somebody, say no the same way you would if they asked if they could have sex with your cat. Don't leave it open to question or anything like that, because men might not interpret it that way, and this is how we end up seeing women get harmed, because men don't always interpret it. It's so like the idea here is that men are just supposed to understand all these ways that women like say no, and that it just means no when they say it like this way or that way. But like obviously this has not been proven to be effective over time. Like we can like if that was the case, then like we would see a different results, and we're not seeing currently. So like I think that this is coming from a place of caring. And like I said, Stardust agreed. Like nobody's ever said anything bad about this video. So he just gave a bunch of examples and scenarios throughout the video, and said that just said basically firmly saying no. There might be one joke that was peppered in there that some people that are like, if you're super sensitive, you might not like the joke. But I thought it was a good joke. It was a nice way to lighten it, and then they moved along. He moved along through it, but it was really good way of just affirming your ability to say no. And just how much better for you it is, and then why these soft no's, what they're going to be interpreted as by other people, by men when you say no in this way. Because it's an unfortunate fact that there are a lot of guys who will hear soft no's, like not right now. I mean, okay, that means we will later. There's definitely people that think like that. And they shouldn't necessarily. But the problem is that it's not right now sometimes does mean yeah later. And so that like having a good solid no, knowing how to have your voice to say no to sex is going to be the thing that really really helps women, and not the soft no's that they're used to giving, so that they're like more considerate of the men's feelings.
We're talking about a different conversation.
This is the video that led to them having that conversation.
No, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
I'm aware that she mentioned that.
And that's what, and then it led into that conversation. So what he's trying to say is that, so it's like the same thing with his video when he said, like, when you say, not right now, or I have a headache, it means like, okay, cool, later. He's saying that when she says, I am interested in you, but I need, like some amount of time, before, I'm ready to do this, what they're hearing then is, oh, I'm being tested. And she was cool with him explaining what all these other soft no's meant to the other person, which is what that whole video was about, and like why you need to be aware that this is what's happening when you say it. She was okay. She thought that those were great, but when it was about the way that she's saying no, that isn't a direct no, she didn't like hearing that. And so, like, it's fine. She can be uncomfortable with it and all that, but it falls in line with the exact same behavior that she said was really good and helpful towards women. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I do understand. I'm not saying that they're like all of his I don't think that all of his bombastic statements are like inherently some bad thing. I just think that he has some particularly bad ones. I think this is a particularly bad one.
It makes people listen to you.
I think that we show empathy pretty disproportionately from to one side or the other at times.
What are the sides here? Is it like men and women, or is it like Mr.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I think that
But
depending
I would
on the context,
also
people are
I would
gonna be
acknowledge
more
that like we don't show men enough sympathy. Like if that's going to be the argument.
Oh, thank you, Tuna. Give me 1 second. Test. Is that better, Tuna? Or do I sound better? Captain and Fauna, do I sound a little bit better after I just made that adjustment?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sounds fine to me either way.
Okay, maybe it's just a stream thing.
Oh, your video title didn't change. I don't know if that's supposed to.
Oh, I forgot to edit it over because I didn't like change my video, or I didn't stop streaming.
Yeah. It's fuck. Like I do agree that him presenting the way that women need to say no is important. There are a lot of things that women need to be more responsible for. I don't like the way that I don't like the choice of the word test here. I think that sure it is definitely how some people are going to feel. My problem though is you have to absolutely understand how it's going to be received when you're using words like test to someone who is a member of a group of people who is demonized through that idea. Sure, it is descriptive of how some people feel.
Sure. Which is why
like
I said it warranted some additional explanation, but he did. And he worked really hard to press that too. But it seemed like she was just too angry with him at that point to have that conversation, which is fine as well. But like I think then it's okay to just not want to have that conversation anymore at that time, or at all ever. That's okay too. But I've also heard, I don't know if it's your position that then he should have like just stopped talking about it rather than her saying, I don't want to talk about this. If that's what you think, then I would say that's like a disagreement that I couldn't like come back from. That's like, I'm not saying like it would fuck with our friendship or anything. I'm just saying like, I think that's like I understand why you might feel that way, but I would never ever say that somebody else should like enforce and hold your like detect and hold your boundary for you rather than you doing it. Because like, even if I think that you might have a boundary, I couldn't enforce it for you. That would be me infantilizing the fuck out of you. And it's also not my place. Your boundaries are yours.
No, I mean, honestly, there are a lot of boundaries that I don't even assert. Recently, I had a player who was... Yeah, I should, obviously. Easiest take in the world. Unfortunately, I don't do it well. I had a player, and this isn't even anything sexual. I just had a player who was incredibly toxic during so many of our sessions, and all it took was her failing a roll because she rolled pretty low. Not because the DC was high. It was just her roll on a D20 was like a 3 or a 4. And she just got into the worst, most self-loathing vitriol. And whenever I tried to say that I was uncomfortable listening to this, or whenever I tried to like be positive and just espouse positivity to like kill the negative energy in the air, she was incredibly shitty towards that too. And I just dealt with it for fucking weeks, and it was incredibly upsetting to me that upon recognizing that I was really struggling with all of this, and being completely shot down regardless of what I tried to say, no one around me, none of the other players fucking said anything.
Well, I'm sorry that happened.
Like, yeah, but the problem is you can't always, like, ideally everyone asserts their boundaries.
Yeah.
But you have to be in tune.
You did. I'll just give you that. You did assert your boundary. Well, you established your boundary, you didn't enforce it.
I should say I didn't enforce it hard enough. I didn't actually kick her from the campaign like I should have. That's what I should have done. That would have been an appropriate level of enforcement after everything else had failed.
Or you can say, like, you were the DM, right?
Yeah.
Or you could have said, this session's over.
Yeah, that is also...
If you wanted to be a little bit lighter and not have to, like, make it as big of a, like, targeted thing, because that makes you uncomfortable, I would have said, like, okay, well, the session's over for today. Hopefully this isn't still an issue next time, or... I might have to do something different to make sure that it doesn't happen. But that's just how it's going to be. However, I wanted you to know, too, I understand this is obviously something that was difficult for you. But when I said that you should enforce your boundary, I wasn't like trying to give, like you said, like easiest take ever. I was just trying to say that like I guess I was just trying to my way like give you support. I was just trying to say like I more or less like I hope that you know you can or whatever. I was just trying to get it in there, just let you know like I'm on your side in that, because like it sounded like you were saying something tough, and then like I hope you could. I didn't want you to think I was like trying to like take a quip at you or anything while you're telling that. Does that make sense? Or did I just sound like a crazy person?
Hey, I'll be right back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna do something really stupid. I'm kidding. Don't worry about me.
Fuck. Are you gonna do something really stupid?
I'll DM it to you.
Okay. Well, be safe, and I'll talk to you in a few minutes. Oh, God.
Yeah, I see that. I'm on my way over, but you're dead.
Just run.
Okay.
It's the two most broken people on their team.
Didn't really see that. Okay.
Yeah. They said, I'm pretty sure Yi sucks. Our team has been very close to me, and I pinged a bunch, and they don't do anything. It's so weird. They think the jungler should solve all of their problems, and they should be no part in making sure that the jungle can be successful at all. It's very weird to me.
Who's bot? Oh, they're all fighting whatever that is.
They're like, you are responsible for how good I do. I am not responsible for how good you do. That's how this works. That's what they say. That's how they think.
Yeah.
Hopefully that fixed it, Tuna. Let me know. What did you think about the conversation?
It was interesting.
That probably sounds super on brand for me, huh?
Yes. Also been tired and distracted whilst playing League, so half a brain.
I just imagine you thinking like, oh, this just sounds like something he would say, like go through all by himself at me.
Yeah. Certainly not far off.
Yeah. I'd be like, hey, do you think that? And then just explain both sides of an argument.
Yeah.
This is what it's like when there's somebody else there.
Pretty much the same spiel.
Yeah.
Very scared to go anywhere because of board work.
Yeah, Warwick is surprisingly strong. That's the most annoying thing about Warwick. It doesn't take shit for him to just be like effective. His fear is really good.
Yeah, and Spirit, well, he's so difficult to combat too because he can instantly just get all of his health back if he wants it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's my wife made a Warwick. You probably never noticed what it was before, but there's a humongous framed official Riot poster of Project Warwick in my kitchen. I got it for my wife for Christmas.
Also, I'm coming to you, but I don't.
I'm dead.
Think that this is gonna go well. Yeah.
Jesus
okay, I'm
Christ.
just gonna back them.
Yeah, I'm kind of half checked out in this game now.
I kind of noticed that.
After they refused to leash. Yeah, oh yeah, they're the ones who said that I sucked too, and they refused to leash me because I didn't want to fucking fight in River. Like, look, this is Norms, and I'm playing with low elo people. Like, I don't want to fight in the fucking. I don't want to invade.
Yeah.
Everybody sucks at invading. If they're on my team, if it's the enemy team, they do it perfect every time. My team can't invade ever. It's the rules. I didn't make the rules. God did, and he decided that my team doesn't get to invade right. And so I don't want to do it, and I don't participate in an attempt to dissuade people. And they said, okay, our jungler isn't here. We're going to do it anyway, and we're going to fail and then blame him. Okay. And then we're also going to make the game harder for our jungler and then bitch that he's bad.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, though, honestly.
You're well on your way to being an empathetic Mr. Girl supporter.
Apparently. I'm so close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ooh, I shouldn't have gone mid.
Oh, I'm not coming. Why are they going? Okay, I guess we're gonna come die with you. It has been decided that we will come and also die. See, like you're dead.
Away for you.
And they're like,
They're like, let's go advance on this now that these guys have one of your teammates down. Let's go take full advantage now. I mean, granted, you did get him.
Yeah,
so
this is
it's
true.
pretty good.
But
Misfortune
we
is
did,
pretty good, actually.
We got another teammate on our side by then. By the time that I had started bitching about it.
Misfortune is still doing very well considering how bad you think she is, though. So.
In all fairness, I was a big part of her quadrikill.
Okay. Gotta take it where you can get it, right? Let's see. Yeah, I will be getting off after this. I'm quite tired. I'd like to take a shower before bed. Oh, process lane.
Oh man, I'm so close to getting my Ginsu's Rage Blade.
Uh-oh. Mid doesn't look fun.
By the way, you were allowed to like say things in between that, like while we were talking.
No, I know that. I don't know what I can add to the conversation considering.
Oh, I meant to like about League or something too.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I've been doing pretty well up top, I think, for what I've been playing against. I haven't really needed you too much.
Yeah, well, I know, like, just like you're new, so I didn't know if you wanted to say something and you felt like you couldn't say anything.
No.
You're new and I'm bad, but to the people that we're playing against, I'm basically a god because most of these people don't even know like what they should be doing at any given point of the game. So
No, this Misfortune seems to be doing quite well, like I said.
You can do very well in a game and be fucking clueless. Let's be clear. Damn it.
No!
I was...
And he killed us.
Bamboozled.
Wow, this is all your fault, brother.
Brother. My brother in Christ. In fact...
How could you possibly want to surrender to that? Don't worry, Misfortune will carry us to victory, so it doesn't matter whether you're here or not.
You and Blitz have to fucking peel for her hard, though. Their Trundle is insane. He has 16 kills, and not the worst CS for this elo. He has a lot of armor and shit. He can probably survive her ultimate, and if he gets to her and kills her, they wipe.
I don't really care.
Yeah, I don't care either. I'm just informing you of how, like, if you want her to carry, you and Blitz have to peel for her bad.
Okay, yeah. I don't care enough to actually do any of that, luckily, so. But I appreciate you telling me still. It's kind of you.
Yeah, no problem.
Like I said, I'm not going to apply that. I'm not going to peel from anyone. I'm just going to walk around with my crab legs wherever I goddamn well please.
I wonder what they sound like on the grassy parts. It's like
probably like a shovel coming or like digging into the ground. I don't know why they're pinging.
It feels like, I don't know, if I could count on our teammates to not be retarded, we should go mid. Wham! Get him.
That's a warlock. I thought you said to get him. Oh no! Don't get this! Don't get this! Don't get this! Oh wait.
There's nothing I can do. Yeah, they came out. Well, it was.
They did ping it.
Yeah, but maybe now we'll just die. I really gotta go to the bathroom, but I don't wanna. I can't up and leave in the middle of this game. And
did you get your Pampers?
My papers?
Your Pampers.
Oh, actually, Chris Speaks and I kind of crafted the gamer diaper. We drafted out the first idea for it, and then he finalized it the next day on stream, and I wasn't there.
I'm not surprised that you did something like that.
But you see, the thing is that the gamer diaper, Razer gamer diaper, has
an RGB.
Obviously, are you kidding me?
Well,
it has loadable packs, so you get 3 poops per pack. and then you can just hot swap them out while you're still playing.
Hot swap ability.
Yeah.
Holy
You just
smokes. Very cool.
You undo the latch and you remove the cache, and then you swap in the new fresh, clean cache with you can do this with one hand. However, the real money is with the subscription package, where you have the premium subscription package is that depending on your preference, a cat girl or femboy will nurse will change your cartridges for you. Also sponsored by Razer.
Taking somewhat of like a BMW route. Monetizing features that should be in a regular diaper.
Yeah, just without the W.
I see. It's obviously very comfortable, like a BMW too, I assume.
Yeah. You should when you're in the middle of a game of Valorant and you're about to fucking clutch that ace, the last thing you need is to get the fucking sweat dripping down into your eye because you can't take a shit right now.
I have never played Valorant, not one time.
That's weird because you play a lot of Overwatch. Well, historically.
Yeah, I certainly don't play that anymore.
Why not? I heard Valorant 2 or Overwatch 2 was so good. Like, how could you not play it? Yeah, this Warwick is cracked.
I'm just gonna run away from him. Oh, wait, no, I'm not.
Their whole team's working together, and ours is doing none of that. Yeah.
Did you notice that we had two people in top with us, and then they immediately left us?
Yes.
It's pretty cool. We would have had 4v3 there, but that's okay.
Well, to be for them, they also didn't ping or anything when they were leaving, so.
So what you're saying is these are all pro plays.
Yeah. Like, we're doing bad. You and I are too, but like,
they're not.
At least we don't care.
Oh man, I didn't realize I was going to brother.
You are what?
I didn't realize I'm going 2 and 6.
Yeah, I'm 0, 10, and 7.
Brother. Jesus. It's definitely a brother moment right there. I think it is the 3 people in your Discord that are actually watching you on YouTube at this moment as well.
You're not watching me, are you?
Yes.
Oh, did you watch the stream earlier too?
No.
Oh.
I was busy.
I'm not watching me. I just have like my feet up.
Oh. This game, I want it to be over very badly. Oh, they're gonna steal this for sure. This is gonna be embarrassing.
I can't be slowed. We'll see. Bam! Did I get it? Oh, Misfortune got it. Okay.
And Warwick's dead. Let's go after this fag. Oops, I can't say that.
You can't. It's YouTube. Maybe you can.
I said...
People just like me less for having you as a friend.
That's okay.
Yeah. I'll just say I don't have a lot of options. Fuck.
He makes me feel a lot better about myself because of how ugly he is in real life.
Yeah, we're working.
I keep him. At least you're honest. Shows that you really care about yourself.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just gonna follow Misfortune. Dude, I didn't realize that they had a skin too. What the fuck? That's crazy. I don't know what they're waiting for, what we're doing here. I guess that's what we're waiting for.
Oh. You play any Resident Evil games at all?
No.
Never? You never played Res 4?
I've played Resident Evil 4 and I've seen the remastered version is out.
Oh, it's not out.
or it's coming out.
Yeah, we got a trailer. It's coming out in March. I'm geeked. It's gonna be a really good one.
They're gonna try to steal this, buddy.
Yeah, probably. They kind of retarded for them not to try to steal it. Another one I know I can say on YouTube and not Twitch. Sometimes I still say retarded on Twitch, though.
Okay, good.
Wow. So we can just run it down mid then. Having Elder Dragon really helps, though.
Pretty sure the only reason why we did so well there was because of me anyways, but it's just like a feeling.
I think that's a given, but you should probably just let Misfortune feel like it was her.
I really don't like to do that. I don't think that's fair.
We all have sacrifices to make.
I'll die on this hill. It was not Misfortune, it was me.
Captain, don't say that. You have to think of your crew.
I'm sorry, I'm not being such a cool team player right now. That's wrong of me.
Oh shit, I thought we already won and I typed GG easy.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, for them. So I'm just going to try to backdoor them. When I come back, my ult will be up. I can just jet in there when they're pushing up against us, like in our area there. If they just hold, if you guys just hold, I'll backdoor the shit out of them. If I touch their fucking Nexus, there's no way they can stop me from killing it. I'll have Ghost up and I'll have my ult up, so I'll have 44.
Okay.
I'll have 99% extra move speed.
Holy shit! I said a lot.
Good. How did it feel?
Felt good.
Good.
I think
unironically proud of you.
You know, I said a lot of shit, but you know, I'm in a good place right now after saying everything because you know I was afraid of what I was gonna say. What is that?
What is what?
You don't hear that from the mic?
Oh, no. I thought it was something from your end, but now I realize, is it the guy?
What?
Is the guy doing the stuff?
No.
Oh.
Not at all.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, you know,
Fuck, it didn't work.
I just let loose a ton of emotions, but you know what? I think I'm in a good place because, in all honesty, I didn't think that the last words that I said in that entire event were going to be, we're going to be, how to put this without saying too much.
I was gonna say just say the words that you said, but yeah, okay. If you want to hold back something, go ahead.
The last bit of what I said, I don't know where anything I just said leaves us, but I genuinely do mean this when I say it. I hope you get better because you need help. You need to actually be saved. You need to develop an understanding that none of this is okay. We did a lot of fucked up things, and I'm making no excuses for any of that. No matter how much, there's some times where some incredibly fucked up situations that we went through, I don't hate you. I just don't trust you. I want to trust you. But the fact that all of this was so hard to say is very clear evidence that I don't. But I hope that even if you have other takeaways from everything that I just said to you, that you recognize that you need help and not a help that we can give, nor will we try. And I think that that's a good note to end on because holy shit, of all the nasty things that I've fantasized responding with, that is not one of them. So, yeah. I think that's way better than half the things that I wanted to say. And I'm actually proud of myself.
Oh yeah, I did
I
say
feel
it
like I
off there
wasn't.
too. Yeah, I'm proud of you.
I feel like I wasn't my worst self in that conversation, no matter how much I wanted to be, and I like that.
Yeah. Holding boundaries is good and important. And,
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, so I guess I'll give you and Mr. Girl credit on that at least. So.
See, we could all use a little Mr. Girl in our life.
I do. I just kept thinking about it. So like I'd heard some of his video about how you say no to people before.
Mhm.
I'd heard like the clips of it and thought, well, yeah, these are some pretty base shit. This is pretty base shit you should be telling other people.
Mhm.
But there's something that just hearing it again this time made me like, you know what? I know that in some ways, everything has already happened. Everything is already played out. And to some extent, like the time for his like past. But it was a good thing to say.
Yeah.
I've come to the Aussie band on YouTube.
Face.
What was just said?
I've come to help Drazi get banned on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm here.
Honestly, the publicity would probably be pretty good for me.
I'm gonna get you banned on YouTube, and then we're gonna get you banned on Twitch, and then and then we're gonna have you at Destiny, and then you're gonna complain about why you were banned.
This is a fantastic impersonation of Dan, I must admit. That's the Danest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I like it.
But to really sell at home, I'll have to get the Groypers to do it. So I'll hit up Big Tech, and we'll deal with it from there.
Who is speaking right now?
Our queen, the queen of politics. Jesus fuck.
Oh, I wasn't in my Discord. I thought I recognized the voice. Hey, Queen Alexa,
Yeah.
how are you?
Hello.
Shit. What a pleasant surprise. What made you stop by?
I was bored.
That's fair enough.
I was watching a movie, and then I was like, let's see what's going on Discord, and nothing was going on. And then I was like, Eldrazi's live. I can get him banned.
You can't get me banned. You're a trans person, and I will just say that if anybody says anything about what you say, they're just contributing to a system of oppression.
That's true. I also saw my favorite furry in here, so I have to.
Yeah.
Because as you know, Captain here is my favorite furry.
What the fuck? What the fuck? She's doing me dirty.
The secret's out, Captain.
Yeah, I thought it happened for a while, but
I may have accidentally leaked your post picture. I don't have a poster of it.
I didn't even ever give you my DeviantArt, though. How did you find it?
You used to leave it open on your work laptop all the time.
My biggest mistake.
I definitely thought it was intentional for a very long time.
It was for Al's benefit.
But yeah, I definitely don't want any of the takeaway from this to be that I think that Mr. Girl's content is overly bad. I think he has some serious fucking codependency issues that he needs to check, but I don't think that he's like a bad person. I don't think that his content is bad. I don't think that his content is like corrupting people or some shit like that.
Ooh.
So I hope that like I think that I don't think that like the greater body of his content is corrupting people. I think that he says some things that might a little bit be doing that though. But I don't think that like
10 people who watch Mr. Girl become a pedophile. This is actually a statistical fact that 9 out of 10 people who watch Mr. Girl become a pedophile.
Well, fuck. the science
And
is
the
so,
and the
like,
other
I'm
10% were already pedophiles to begin with, right?
Yeah, for the most part, they were either
Exactly.
pedophiles or they were about to be pedophiles.
They were about to
shit.
be. Interesting.
They were like groomers, you know. They were like grooming, and then they were about to do the pedophilia.
Damn.
Oh, shit. So
Well, the stats don't lie.
Oh, okay. So when you say pedophile, you actually mean offending.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So they were
Yeah.
always all pedophiles. Just 9 out of 10 of them offended. But the other 10% had previously already offended.
Because usually when like you watch Mr. Girl, you're like, oh man, I just got done with that 12-year-old.
That seems a little unfair. 12's a pretty high number. There's a chance that puberty could have already happened.
Max is about to DM you going, you're no longer my mod.
There's no way that would happen. I think that if Mr. Girl couldn't take pedophile jokes, his career would have ended a long time ago. I think it'd just be nice to know that they're in good fun.
Before I say this, I'm not like interrupting a long card because I have actually a take on Mr. Girl from what he thought about today, but I don't want to be interrupting.
I'd be interested to hear it.
We're in lull for sure.
Okay, so like, I watched. So when I was going to the store, I was watching Mr. Girl Taught the Destiny today, and he was bitching, or I'll be nicer, complaining about how he was banned from Destiny's subreddit.
Yeah.
And the way that he came about it, as how I'm perceiving it, looked optically really fucking terrible. And I think that the recent public things that Mr. Girl has done is not helping him at all. I think it's actively hurting him. And I think when he does things like this, it makes a lot of people lose, I think, respect for him and even more. And I think that what he's doing right now is not doing good for him.
So I didn't even
Okay,
know
hang
that
on
was
a
happening.
sec. Wait. I want to respond to this.
I missed it.
I'm gonna be the Mr. Girl defender.
All right, 1 second. I'm gonna keep my headphones on. I really have to use the restroom. I'm gonna hear you guys, and then I'll come back. And if you're done talking, I'll say something. But I'll be right back. But continue, please.
All right. I think that's good. I think that part of his brand has become a bit of honesty with his audience, where he is. Now, I don't agree with this approach. I don't agree with this tactic. I think it's kind of stupid. But I think that people should stick to their brand, and his brand is honesty. And for better or worse, he is engaging honestly as he feels. Maybe he does need a fucking therapist, but it is good that you can like.
Go ahead.
One last sentence, yeah.
Do you remember Hans of Akir?
Sorry, one sentence though. I think that overall it is a good thing that like that regardless of anything else, what you see is what you get. I think the Destiny has very much the same appeal. I think that's probably why Destiny likes Mr. Girl. What you see is what you get. That is a standard that we should strive for more in online politics.
Okay. Do you remember a guy named Hans of Hakir?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember how his career ended? Do you remember like how it kind of
ended?
I do. Okay.
Yeah.
The way that Mr. Girl is going seems to be going the exact same way it was going for Hans of Hakir, which was, okay, I have this fan base and I have this structure of people who like me, and I have this certain thing that people like about me. Now I'm going to do none of that. I'm going to do nothing but complain that I am no longer getting the same attention anymore, and I'm going to go down such a road to where I'm going to burn all the bridges around me that's involved with it. And I'm looking at Mr. Girl and I'm going, holy fuck, she's doing the same thing. Where it's,
that's his brand.
I don't, not necessarily, because
his brand his brand is viscerality.
I think there's more to that. I don't disagree, but there's more. I think that the big selling point of Mr. Girl was when he came on the platform, he debated Vosh and Destiny, and he wanted to talk about the things that no one else wanted to talk about, right? That was his whole thing. That he says the thing that no one else will say out loud. That was like the whole thing he ran off of when he first came to Twitch politics. Well, it's like he had the songs, he had like talking about pedophilia, talking about fucking rape and rape culture and all these different things, right? His trans takes, so on and so forth. He said the thing you're not supposed to say out loud. I think that was the biggest thing for Mr. Girl. And when you talk to people that are Mr. Girl fans or the Orders Mr. Girl, that was the thing that originally drew them. Now, I think what you said came later, but I think the main thing that he runs off of, that he is the person that says what no one else will say, at least in their mind, right? And I think what he is doing now doesn't fit that, and he's trying to. I don't actually don't know if he's trying to make a new character. I think he's having a hard time adapting to the change that he is having to go through and the change of online politics, and he's not handling it very well. That's how I'm perceiving it, is that he's like, I don't know how to deal with this change, and the way he's handling it is going really poorly.
If I may, if I might speak for the Mr. Girl fan base, I feel like I might have some authority to do so. The thing that we love about Mr. Girl is that he's honest. It is that he says the thing that even if you don't think it, you know that other people do think it. He says it out loud. But I think that the real thing that Mr. Girl has that almost every other streamer lacks, is that there is and it is parasocial, there is a sense that we actually understand who this person is. And right now, his fans are seeing him go through a very difficult thing where he and his fans, and I think even people who don't like him, can understand that is extremely shitty, and despite all the things he's done to make people upset with him, really isn't his fault. And I think we've all been there. And while some people might not get it, I think the overwhelming part of the community understands that. And it's some of it's hard to watch because you're like, oh no, don't do that. That's going to be bad for you. But I've done things that were bad for me when I was really upset too. So it's hard to not see that part of yourself when you see these things. And I'm not saying it's all bad either, but I think that's what like a lot of the fans are thinking about, and that's what we're seeing. Does that make sense?
Wait. I don't want. I also disagree with this assertion that Mr. Girl says what he says just to be edgy. Like, it's definitely a core part of what he's doing, but I think that I think
he just is edgy.
I think that the big appeal is that, like, he does mean what he says, that he is being real with you. He's saying what other people are afraid to. Do I agree that he's always right? No. But I think that he is on brand.
I really like seeing the subtle corruption of you.
I don't think what he's doing right now is on brand, because we're saying that, like, he's being honest, right? I don't think that he's always honest. I think that, and this goes for everyone in the space, I think that there is some theatrics and some theater that goes into certain things, and Mr. Girl definitely plays up certain things. Like, there's no denying that. I think that he's generally honest. I think the problem right now kind of touches on what Elder Drazik said, is that he is having a hard time dealing with what has happened, and that is understandable. But when you have an audience, and a fairly large one with a lot of eyes on you, I think that he's being irresponsible with how he is dealing with said thing. And I think that the actions that he is taking, not saying it will, but I think it's very possible that it will hurt him in the near future. And I think that what he is saying, how he is acting, looks really bad on him. And I think that his fan base may start to really call that out soon. I could be wrong, but that's how I think it could go.
Yeah, I mean, every big time there's something, every time something really big happens, he bleeds some fans, but he gets some new ones too.
Well, to be fair as well, something you have to realize is that he's bleeding fans because a lot of these fans, a lot of the people in his audience are inevitably attracted to like the edgier parts of his audience. I think that I think all three of us in various ways do agree on that, but that's the people that he's bleeding. The people, this is nothing new as far as like A, brutal honesty, and B, willing to be like dumb levels of emotional. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be more polite about that. I think that he is like dumb levels of emotional, absolutely. But like that's what he wants people to be more attracted to, and if he is bleeding followers, it is not the people it is not people suddenly reconsidering, because he's still been consistently giving you that. He's losing the people who just thought it was like an edgy meme, and like to some extent purging your audience of those people is actually valuable as a content creator, like when Destiny purged the tankies.
Yeah.
I think it can be, but I think at the same time that he is burning bridges with certain people who give him critical help in making that fan base. And I think if at the rate that he is going, if he burns the bridge with Destiny, which I have a feeling is on the rise, I think that that would be something that he wouldn't recover from very well. Yeah, I think from then on he would kind of fade away into obscurity, because I don't think that he would be able to deal with that. Because as he said today, that his fan base is Destiny's fan base. So he is already accepting that if Destiny said, fuck you, we're done, he's fucked. And he knows that. So he's accepting this to be his reality. So if he loses Destiny, that reality then creeps in to a scary idea. And I don't think that how he's handled all of this so far, if mrgirl dropped him, I think that he would actually lose his fucking shit.
Just for the record, I think the best way that you can say this, and I think that like an absolutely valid criticism to make, mrgirl needs therapy. He needs to take a month off streaming, probably more than a month off, but like that's never happening.
He can't afford to.
Okay.
Financially.
But I don't think he's an emotionally healthy enough person to take like a good 2 months off of streaming. But if I'm wrong about that, great. I think that he needs to go talk to a therapist. Maybe Dr. K will help. I'm sorry.
That's rude. That's out of line.
That's pretty good.
I was already uncomfortable with the big speculations about talking about somebody else's mental health, but I was like, no, not that one.
No, fuck no. This is absolutely okay. He's being so fucking deranged.
I meant for me.
Okay. But like, I think that he just needs to take some time off and see a therapist. Because like if the justification is he should be encouraging his audience to engage with situations, not by like ramming their head against a wall over and over again. He should be telling his audience, if he truly cares about them in the way that he keeps posturing himself to, listen, when bad things like this happen to you, when relationships are being fucked up, go see a therapist. Maybe even invite Destiny along to that therapist.
I
don't know, but like that's what you should suggest.
I would agree that I think like it would be good for most streamers, to be fair, to take time off, like generally. But since that's not going to happen, and there's not like I think that's fair to say, but I don't really think it matters. You know what I mean? Because like that's just gonna people averagely just aren't gonna do that. So like for me, I have to hold him to accountable of like, okay, he's not getting therapy, so now I have to critique him
We
and
don't
look
even know
at him
that.
for what he is doing.
No, no,
And
I don't. I think that goes a bit too far. I think that you should just say that person seems mentally compromised enough that they should be getting therapy.
no,
You
I
can't
agree that he
expect someone
should.
like him you can't expect someone like him to realistically do much else.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing that he should, but I'm saying is that I don't think he will, so I'm not going to make that argument because I don't think it would be a point to. Because like me saying this isn't gonna make Mr. Earl go, man, damn, I should go to therapy, right? So like I'm not gonna make that argument.
Why do you
So
guys
like
think he's not in
I'm gonna
therapy?
do what?
No, wait. I don't think that be clear.
Uh-huh.
My claim isn't that he's not in therapy. He probably is for a number of different reasons. I do assume that he is in some form of therapy.
I'd lean towards therapy considering his advocacy for it.
But I don't think that he is specifically speaking to a therapist or listening to his therapist about this. I don't think that any therapist that should be kept would recommend any of these particular actions. So when I say go get therapy, what I'm trying to say tacitly, and perhaps I should be more vocal about it, is go talk to your therapist about what is going on in this particular issue because you're dealing with it suboptimally and a professional might be able to help you tackle this problem better.
Well, so I see a therapist, and when sometimes my therapist will tell me to do something or they'll have a suggestion for me, I'll agree. But actually doing those things is very difficult a lot of the times. Did you ever experience that?
I'm gonna be real. No.
Okay.
To be clear, but then again, I'm a weird person. I'm very
yeah. The way people deal with therapy is it ranges really dramatically. So the way that I would deal with therapy is going to be different. The way Mr. Girl would be different. The way you will Elder would be different than she will. So it doesn't really matter, right? Because the way that people talk about their emotions or their emotional compromise ranges dramatically person to person. So like that's kind of my point is that like I'm not going to make the argument that like you need to get therapy, even though I think that would probably be a good move. I'm not going to make that argument because I'm not in a place to do that. So I'm going to make the arguments on what he is putting out publicly and why I think these things are a problem. Because that's something I can do, and I have more of authority to do so. Because he's put something out there publicly, and it's open to be critiqued and criticized.
Mr. Girl, the streamer puts out streamed content of Mr. Girl, the character. You can absolutely critique the character, even if sometimes the character is not a perfect reflection of the person.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I even think that you can critique him as a person alone by putting that content out. I think that when we partake in content like what we are doing right now, right? So if someone was to watch this in a few days, right, and they go, that Queen Alexa person, they sound fucking deranged for what they just said there. That's a fair critique because I'm saying something, so me doing this puts it into a certain way that people can critique that, whether I agree with it or not. Yeah.
I thought I don't think you are. I just thought you were gonna say that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's just the point, right? It like so. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. So
like,
I
just want to say I think it's very funny that we're calling someone who has a Luna profile picture deranged. Why would you ever associate those two things?
Yeah, I know, right? That would be nuts. But like,
are you trying to say that Alexa is loony?
Oh my fucking god! Please stay cool. Okay.
I let Alexa speak for themselves. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my fucking! I'm gonna hurt both of you now. Okay, so back to the fucking Mr. Girl, you dumb cunts. All right.
Just know it's not gendered if I call you daddy when it happens. It's not gendered at all.
Ugh. Well, that one.
God.
But like,
Good.
but
Be
continuing
uncomfortable.
is that when I see things that like what he did today, and then I see the stuff between him and Stardust and stuff like that, I look at it and go, wow, like, what the fuck you doing, Max? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Jesus fuck. Like you're coming off as a crazy person when you do this stuff. And like it's a shame because people like me and then the people I saw, because me and Mr. Girl run a lot of the same circles as far as content creators. And I'm not going to name drop, but other streamers that I have talked to, we've all kind of had the same feeling that it's like we kind of lost respect in Max and certain things that he's went about this because we think that he's came about these things really poorly and very childlike in some ways.
Wait. So the response to that, though, would just be Max is very deliberately posturing himself as, even if this isn't true to his success, the man of the people. He doesn't care about displeasing streamers. You have to.
But this is true.
Demonstrate a way that he fails his audience.
I don't think that's true. I think that he does care about the opinions of not all streamers.
Well, no,
but very
I'm talking about the character.
Wait.
Okay.
To be clear, I don't agree. So this is the extent to which and if you asked me 4 days ago, I would have said that there's no more of a character to Mr. Girl separated from Max than there is from me when I go to work and when I come home. We all play different versions of ourselves depending on the situation we're in. Everybody does this. Nobody's exactly the same as they are at like home, work, school. We have different versions. But Can
I just clarify one thing about that?
Sure.
I only see Mr. Girl, the character, very specifically because I can't know what goes on inside his head. So I'm trying to like distance myself from making statements about him as the person and just trying to engage in him as the character, even if those two people are the same.
Okay, it's a common talking point.
Okay.
If he's playing a character, but I've realized recently that there is I think that there is an act at play, but it's not what people think it is. I think he acts like things don't make him that don't hurt his feelings as much as they do. Even when he shows that something's hurting his feelings, I think that he's showing less of what's actually there. I can't remember when it occurred to me, but as somebody who has spent a lot of time like looking at this person while they interact with people, I think that's true. I think he is doing a lot of hiding how much some of the shitty things that people say and do to him affect him.
Probably most people do that.
Yeah, I don't think he's immune to that. And I think he is aware of it, and I think that bothers him too. I think it bothers him that he does it because he doesn't want to. And his whole brand is being honest and all that. But I just think it's one of those things that most people can't help.
All the more, don't you think that he has a responsibility to act, given the knowledge of this situation, that he has a greater degree of responsibility to be talking to a therapist, seeking and following their advice, and doing whatever it takes, even if like he has to give his stream key or whatever the equivalent is to someone else.
I'm legitimately not comfortable talking about whether or not somebody is or isn't in therapy and like taking the advice because I don't know. And it feels icky to for me to assume that I would know or something like that. I'm not saying that you can't do it or whatever. I just can't do that.
I think that if his therapist has suggested that he do majority of this, he needs a new therapist.
I think that it can be observable to be like, okay, I see this person do a stream and I think they're fucking crazy. So I think they should get there. So I think it's an observable thing, right? Like I think that looking at Mr. Girl now compared to Mr. Girl last year, it's probably a fair thing to assess because there's been a really dramatic change of attitude and presence that Mr. Girl's put off that would lead people to believe it's like maybe there's something deeper here, and there's like Mr. Girl's having problems and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that he's having problems. I think that he's pretty upfront about what the problem is. The problem is that he got banned off of YouTube, even though he didn't break the rules, and like he's paying a really high cost for something that like he didn't do. Have you ever been blamed for something that you didn't do and it fucked you over big time?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
I
the worst feeling.
Yeah, like I understand that it pisses him off, right? Like I do.
It's really funny that we would ask Alexis.
Yeah. Duh, obviously. Yeah, and you know when you get that feeling too that like there's probably people that know that it's not the case and they don't, and it won't change their behavior towards me at all. It's devastating. It's not just pissing off. Like I think it makes you sad.
It's sad. It's frustrating. So yeah, I understand. And I think it's fair for him to be upset about it, right? I would never say it's not. But my butt with this one, and this is kind of a silly Mr. Earl thing, is that he has...
Tell us about your butt.
He has the ability and the accessibility to continue to have a large audience and a large amount of eyes, even without Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah.
Because of his connections with other people. And I think the problem is he's putting that at risk, and then he's doing that, and now certain bridges are being burned. And he's like, why are my bridges being burned? And it's like, well, you're acting kind of like a jackass. And I think that's kind of what I'm critiquing, is that like he's aware and acknowledging that he has a golden goose pooping out golden eggs for him. And he's like, no, stop pooping those out. We're done. And I think that's insane. This.
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, it's the combination. It's not just like what he did today is definitely a telling thing to me. But I think it's everything as a whole. This stuff between him, Stars, and Cherry, the conversation with Destiny today.
Wait, you're not blaming him for what happened with Stardust and Cherry, right?
Some of it, yeah. I'll give you my take on it. I'll make it kind of short, but like, because I thought that's a lot. So I think that the original thing between Mr. Girl and Stardust, I do not think that he was intentionally trying to gaslight her or push boundaries in his mind.
Oh, you're not talking about the flashing thing.
No.
Okay. I was like Queen Alexa.
Yeah.
I'm about to get like kind of vicious here. Okay. Like.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Okay. We're good.
That was dumb on their part. Yeah, that was on their part.
Because I was like, you're too smart. Why are you going to lie to me?
No, that was stupid. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to get a little rowdy. Continue.
Yeah. And I think that like in the first video is that when Stardust had said, hey, we as a couple cannot do anything sexual before the 10th date is my boundaries, right? She was explaining what she looks for in a relationship and what she requires. And he goes, so it's a test, right? And then Stardust didn't like the way that he was framing this so-called what he was saying was a test. And Mr. Girl did the Mr. Girl thing and got really autistic about it being a test, right? And that was kind of dumb. I don't think it was malicious. I don't think it was like evil. I just think it was dumb. And I think that it made the conversation go in a direction it didn't have to go. And I generally think that it was just a really bad conversation on both ends because both people were no longer communicating, and that's both their fault. I think the issue that comes and what the issue that would follow is in the second time, the one that was involved with Chud Logic, I think Mr. Girl was intentionally trying to push at her buttons and boundaries to get a vitriolic reaction out of Stardust, because at that point he had already determined in his mind that the friendship was over. So he wanted to push on her and get a really big reaction out of her because he no longer cared if it hurt her.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I can even warrant this more. So look at like certain comments that he would make in the one where Chud Logic was moderating compared to their first conversation or any other conversation. He talks very dramatically different, and the way that he goes about talking to Star is also much different. He makes jabs and comments about her appearance, her relationship status, her boundaries, and stuff like that, in very how would I put it? Very jab like ways. He'd make jabs at her. He did that quite a bit, and he did that intentionally. Like there's no way you can convince me he did. He did that intentionally, right? And I think that was shitty on his
It was
part.
kind of
I think
intentional.
it was very intentional.
I can qualify, but I want to let you finish.
Yeah, and I think that like he did that was really bad. But I think that what followed with Stardust and Cherry, with how they reacted to that, was inappropriate and was irresponsible. I think it was irresponsible what they did. And I'm almost done here, I promise.
True.
I think his response to that was also irresponsible. Where he was, you flash me, right? To someone like Mr. Girl, that's nothing, right? That's if it was someone else, it would be different. But to him, it's not. Because the guy who has an aura of like, I'm a pedophile, I'm a this, I'm a that, blah 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 blah, right? Saying that you flash someone isn't going to do anything.
No,
but
it is a big deal.
It's not a big deal to him because
It
he's built
is.
an aura. He's built an aura around himself.
Just for a second. Okay. Just to bridge this a bit, it's not a big deal to him, the brand, but it is a big deal to him, the person.
It's both. The brand isn't that I am a pedophile. The brand isn't that I am a. The brand is that I'm willing to talk about these things.
Right. But what she is trying to say is they're edgy members of his audience, or she thinks that probably more of his audience is edgy enough that they're not going to be dissuaded specifically because of this. And I'm saying that what you're probably trying to say is that it matters to him as a person, and he feels that his audience is not what she thinks it is.
I would, myself and a lot of members of the community that I know would have an enormous problem if he deliberately flashed them on stream.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there would be a problem with it, right? It would be wrong. But
we'd have a problem with him, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would be wrong.
Okay.
But I'm saying when we talk about what would do damage to his presence on social media and what would do damage to like hurt him and viewer wise, this was not it, right? That's not the thing that would do it. Because that for most people, that when this was said, if you look at the comments on the tweet and how people reacted, they were just like, it's Mr. Girl, right? And that was before the evidence brought forward that he didn't actually flash them. So before it was showed, it would literally, people were just like, whatever, that's Mr. Girl. Because that's the aura and the presence that he's built, that he can do certain things. And this goes for other content creators, that once you kind of sustain this idea, or you've painted something in people's mind of what you are, you can get away with quite a bit, depending on what you're building around. And how he's went about building his aura and building his structure into people's mind of how he is, something like that isn't going to do substantial damage to his credibility or his audience. Now, it may hurt him personally, but that's not really my argument. And I think that his response to that, when he goes, you're trying to cancel me, you're trying to deplatform me, you're just as bad as Nick Fuentes, or stuff like that does damage, because when you go after Stars and Cherry, they don't have that. So when you say things like that, that does damage. That does serious damage. And it has done damage. It has done damage to Stardust. Not so much Cherry. She doesn't really care.
I mean, I think it's okay that it does damage to... if you accuse somebody of something like that without talking to them, without looking at, like, the things that are going on, like, they personally complain about these things. Like, that's what happens when you do that. Like, I don't want any of the bad stuff to happen to them. In fact, I think it's a tragedy that every time they've tried to share their story, they've had a gun to their head the entire time, and they can't just, like, I will never know what either of them think about what happened. And that bothers me, because the entire time somebody's always trying to get them to say one way or another and all that, and they have never just been able to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for them. I'm friends with both of these people. I'm very close with Cherry. I'm not going to speak for it. I know how they feel, but it would be wrong for me to like. Well, they think this.
When I say we, I mean the publicly. We can't know because it's always been under, like, they've been under pressure the entire time to say, like, one way or another, this or that, and it's, and from somebody who, just to sort of, to take it into like a different context, is somebody who's sort of like the lore keeper of mrgirl. To me, I fully acknowledge, like, this is just lost to us. We will never be able to concretely say, this is how this happened in this way, and this is what they thought. This part of the story is just always going to be muddied by, how Twitch reacted to it and how, like, people pulled them on to talk about it. Nobody actually wants to know what they think or feel. They just want to, they just want this story, and they want it to be juicy. Yeah. They want it to be good, and that
they want
fucking
the drama.
sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a counter argument to it, right? I don't think that his response is I think it's understandable, but I don't think it's justifiable. I don't think it's justified, right? I think there's a big difference there. I don't think that both of these wrongs are making a right. I think that his reaction is understandable, but I think his action and his reaction to it is still wrong.
Wait, what did he do that was really bad in response?
He made statements, and he made statements of Stardust.
Bitch, y'all need to be playing fucking Insurgents, not this dumb fuck card game. Jesus, go ahead.
Yeah, he made statements and compared Stardust, mostly Stardust. Cherry was somewhat, but it was predominantly Stardust, to Nick Fuentes, and said that she and Cherry was trying to actively deplatform him and trying to get him completely kicked off the internet. I think that's a very brash statement. I think that's a very bold statement as well. That two people who have made it abundantly clear and have built the whole thing about talking to people that they don't even like and allowing that platform, that is all a lie, is a very bold claim. And, like, again, I understand why he said it. I think how he said it was still wrong.
I understand what you're saying and how you feel about it, but, like, it does seem weird that, like, I guess it almost feels like you're dismissing a little bit on one hand, like, what they did, because I don't think you have to agree that it was, like,
it's bad.
Like, it's really bad. Yeah.
It's optically atrocious.
Right? Well, not just optically, like on a human to human level. This is like
it's bad.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing. I already stated that, right? And I'll go into even why I think what they did is bad, and why, like, I can even give you detail. I'm not being like, and I could be, right? I could be biased here because I'm more friends with these two people than I am with Max. But I feel like I'm being fair by saying both of these things are bad. I think that both of them are bad, and I think that what Star and Cherry did was optically atrocious and just atrocious in general. And I think that mrgirl's response was understandable, but not justifiable.
Okay, but what, by just saying, like, to him, they are like Nick Fuentes when they're doing something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but, like, if you were...
He's like, you're coming for me. You're coming for my career for something that I didn't even do. It's like it's happening to me all over again. All I did was stand up and stretch, which he's been doing for months. All I did was stand up and stretch, and now these people are trying to label me as a sexual predator. Like, I didn't even do a thing, and they want to hurt me for it. And they did the thing, they can hurt me for it. That's exactly what happened with Nick Fuentes. And then you could even relate it further and go like, and it's all because I was just talking. I was literally just doing my job, and they didn't like what I said. And after I did something that they didn't like, which I never tried to make them be a part of. They could have left. Instead, they tried to hurt me. So like to him, I think it's like almost identical.
Maybe in his mind, but I think that.
Well, yeah, that's what he has to speak from.
Sure, I understand that, but like again, like we were saying originally, is that like he's put something out there to be critiqued, and I think that what he has said isn't it doesn't represent how the reality of it, right? So I'm critiquing him on I don't think that this is the actual reality of what happened.
Now it may very well not be, but I think having an emotional expression of it is like inevitable.
That's not again.
Yeah, I know. You said it's understandable. You said it's understandable. I'll give you that. I guess I'm just I'm having strong emotions from thinking about this. It's very hard for me to not be like to not get like the second hit. What is that? You know, like when you watch a movie and you see somebody doing something bad or like embarrassing, and you like look away because you're feeling it. I'm just like getting like weird secondhand empathy from like thinking about this. So I'm fumbling a little bit and just trying to form it because it's I'm like mentally choked up a bit. Does that make sense?
You're fine. Yeah, you're okay. Yeah, and like again, I could be just being biased here, and I'm gonna be aware of it, right? Because these people are my friends, and I don't want to see bad. I don't want to see even bad things happen to Max. But like at the same time, I'm like I feel like I'm looking at it trying to be unbiased, and I feel like this is kind of like I feel like this is the most honest take I can give being unbiased.
Sure. Maybe it's just that to me it sounds like you're more upset with Max than you are with them.
Well, we're mainly talking
which
about
may be understandable too, because they're your friends and he's not.
Yeah, specifically about the flashing thing, I would be more upset with Stars Cherry, of course. But I think as a whole, as the whole situation, I have more critiques of Max than I do them.
Okay. Would I have more critique? I think well, I guess to me the thing that like ends up in mrgirl's favor is that after the Stardust conversation, he said to I'm supposed to be the empathetic one, and my empathy failed me here. And that's like that's the thing that like he leans on the most. That's the thing that he goes for the most is his empathy. And he said what he did was wrong. And the biggest problem that I've had with Stardust and Cherry through the whole thing is that they'll say it was bad or it was wrong or whatever, and then like walk it back in the same like interview or whatever in one way or another, whether it be directly or indirectly. That's why I say like I don't really know what they think, because like they'll say it was wrong, and then they'll say like then they'll give like a justification for it like right afterwards, and it was confusing. And I hope both of you know me enough to know that like I'm being honest. I genuinely when I reached out to talk to both of them, it was just I wanted to give them an unchallenged space to say what they thought. Like I don't want any. I don't dislike either of them. I've had my talk with Stardust was a little awkward because it was right after their first conversation, and I didn't really fully understand the implications of it yet. But Cherry and I were on really good terms, and so like I like both of them just fine. This is the first thing that I've ever seen from either of them. I was like, oh, I don't like that at all. So like I'm not like trying to go after them. I hope you guys know that.
Yeah, I understand, and I don't think
and if I was, I'd say it.
Yeah, I don't think you are. Yeah, I think it's kind of like it also this whole thing could just be we're all biased because like we all kind of have reasons to defend said individual, right?
If there was a side to pick, our sides are abundantly known to all parties involved. If we were going to take a side here, yeah. Apologies.
Yeah, right that would be true. Yes. That's kind of it. This all could just be one big bias, and it's just like I'm I'm going through this lens thinking I'm unbiased. In reality, I was being really biased, and so on so.
Yeah. I'll even add too, when I seen Stardust's thread, because when I asked to interview her, she sent me her thread, and in her thread, she said nobody even asked why this was such a big deal to me, and I was like, that was like the first thing I want to ask you, is why is this important to you? Because it's obviously worth like what is going to be a bunch of pushback and all that. There are clear implications to saying this, like, so why say it? That is important. I think that it, and I still don't think that I know fully, and that means other people don't know, and it bothers me a lot. For their sake, and like also selfishly for the lore's sake. But I do care about them and all that. I'm not trying to dismiss that I care about them.
Yeah, what's great about being me is I do now. So
gotcha.
I had to rub it. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what makes me special. Fuckface. No.
I'm like the crypt keeper of like all drama. It's like I always know the real nitty gritties of all the drama, and I just put the books away. And anytime someone's like, I don't know what's going on, I'm like, all right, let me grab the book.
I'm that for Mr. Girl. I know.
The Mr. Girl whisperer.
I have deep lore that some things I don't even get to say to people. Just because of the conversations that I've had with certain people. Well, just because it's not like something Mr. Girl has told me or anything like that. Some of it is lore that that I have like a hand in that I've chosen not to say to people. It's just that not everything about all these people needs to be public all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama that like if I went out and started talking publicly, I'd get fucking like. I would be canceled to hell.
It'd be like that, yeah.
Oh, okay, just knowing it, because makes me feel like I have, makes me feel better.
You got the scoop.
Yeah, I just always, I know the knowledge that others don't, so everyone get fucked.
People say the scoop when it comes to Twitch politics, but I'm pretty sure that the scoop is a pooper scooper for the things that it manages to pick up.
That's literally true. Yes, it's literally
I knew
a
you're
pile
going
of shit.
Poop with it. I knew it.
And then sometimes in that pile of shit, there's like a somewhat shiny rock, and you're like,
Are you taking shots at me for liking shiny rocks, bro? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
All right. I am now officially declaring war on Queen Alexa's subreddit. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No. First you need to get all of the all of your elder entities, let's say.
The Eldrazi Titans.
Yeah. No, elder entities is so much better. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
My name is based off of a Magic the Gathering thing, and that's the lore.
Fuck off. I've rewritten this. You're Cthulhu. Fuck off. Fuck off.
They are Lovecraftian horrors, yeah.
Okay, good. So then my thing matters more than you, because I, as one of your audience members, gets to dictate how my streamer should act.
You guys are all Eldrazi spawn.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's really funny. There's been a lot of people that were like, I'm gonna wage war against fucking Alexa, and weird, it never went well for them. I wonder why.
Because war is bad, Alexa. Let's be real.
For them.
Well, yeah, it does seem like it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm fine.
It's true. But there was a time where maybe you weren't. From according to the interview I had with you, the jury was out for a minute.
Ooh.
The jury was out for a minute, and then I came back as a fucking, and now I'm a god, unkillable.
Your story was really cool. I liked it a lot.
Appreciate it, yeah. I wonder how Andrew Wilson's doing.
Well, let me put it this way. After the last time he talked to Stardust, he hopped off and was immediately willing to talk to me when he hadn't heard of me. So, probably not great.
Well, the other furry in here, was in a call when I'm not gonna say the server, but she knows what I'm talking about. I hopped in the call with Andrew, and he didn't react very well.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
I think he's a confused and afraid person.
He's a retard.
Andrew is fantastic.
I'm actually uncomfortable with you guys humanizing him that much. I just refer to him as Big Papa Fascist at all times.
Don't you worry. I'll dehumanize him. He's a waste of fucking human air. Like that, he breathes the same air as me is a fucking disgrace. There you go.
Oh, all right. Okay, yeah. If we're using clan taglines, it makes me feel a lot more comfortable. This is very on brand for him.
I'm sorry, but every time that he moves houses, there's just this unilateral sensation, a chill up all the spines of anyone who lives in the same neighborhood as he's about to be in, and they just slowly, quietly to themselves whisper. No one else can hear but those who are in the neighborhood. Well, there goes the neighborhood.
I think he was the first person that I ever saw on Twitch who I thought like, oh, I think this is actually a bad person.
Oh, sure. Don't worry. He's like the 109th person that I've seen on Twitch that I'm like, this is a bad person. That says nothing bad about Twitch.
Well, I mean, there's something like, like I would suspect or whatever, but I was just like really confident. I was like, oh, he's actually terrible. Because like I've seen other people before. Like I think that Sargon of Akkad is insane. I think Andrew's not insane. I just think that he's evil. And like no bullshit. Obviously, he's too stupid to be evil. He's just a dumb guy. He's the reason why I don't think you should need to be physically disabled to get welfare. Because there's no jobs for somebody that dumb. But Big Papa Fascist is an evil guy. He's very smart.
Savage.
He uses it for evil.
Well, he got beat by a tranny. You're only on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. Yeah. My buddy who was playing League with, he said a word that you can't say on Twitch too. And I was like, well, I'm on YouTube. It's okay. And brilliantly,
just be clear, we're both trans. You have the T-Slur pass. Okay, just don't be mean, YouTube.
I told my wife earlier today that I have the N-word pass because I'm Italian. I said we are too.
Hey, I should actually get the N-word pass because I have Irish ancestry, and we got that thrown at us.
No, you have it wrong. Okay, Samantha taught me the ways of this, is that black people and trans people get the N-word pass, and the reason that trans people get the N-word pass is that we're the second most suppressed group of people in America outside of black people, meaning we're the only ones else that are eligible to say any other slur. Meaning we should be able to say the N-word, so on and so forth. Yeah.
Well,
fucking based.
Well, I think that
God, Samantha's based.
I think that if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, white straight man.
Well, hey, hold on a minute here. You're proving my point. Italians aren't even allowed to suggest that Italians might not be white without getting gaslit to fuck about their entire history by every white person with an earshot. Okay. So nobody even knows how oppressed Italian Americans are because they literally won't let them speak about it.
Yeah, well, good, because you know what? Italians are less than fucking human and deserve the wall.
Jesus fucking Christ. And my point
prevails. Oh no.
What's that?
You can't condemn all Italians. Luca's one of those, allegedly.
Yeah. I'm Italian.
Wall.
Oh. I'm sorry that you're getting caught up in this.
It's like literally a meme in the mrgirl community to ask me if Italians are white because I'm so upset about it.
Are Italians white? Wait. Are Italians white?
No, but white
they're not even
people
human.
have decided to gift them. White people have decided to gift us whiteness, and it is such a slight against the pride of white Americans
all
to
you fucking
reject the
Italians
gift.
are a bunch of mafia members and gangbangers. That's all you fucking are.
This is this is a very common sentiment.
God, I love YouTube TOS. It's just like just
I feel like
with
I'm...
Twitch you have to dance as a line.
I mean, I can call you a saltine.
Yeah, you can call him a cracker.
I have no idea what you mean. I would never say that. I also don't ever participate in slur towers.
I just said the other day, or tonight, I went to the Joyner concert and it was super cool because I was out in public and I yelled the N-word like a bunch of times because I was singing along to the songs and nobody gave a shit.
Yo, base inclusivity.
So I have a have I ever talked about my daily N-word routine? Or my morning N-word to be so every morning I wake up, and when I wake up I stretch my arms out as far as I can and I scream the N-word at the top of my lungs, and that's how I know I'm awake.
Because everybody knows you can't say slurs in dreams.
Well, I do.
Dreams are moderated by the same people as Twitch.
No, well, mine's moderated by fucking by Cozy TV because I was going around screaming the N-word at black people.
My dreams are specifically moderated
real
by
life?
the Deerkin woman who moderates Twitch.
Jeez.
Oh fuck!
Wait, we don't claim her. I'm
why
sorry,
would
but
you-
as
You don't claim her,
why
but we still blame you for her.
as the representative
You mean
of the otherkin as the representative of the otherkin community, we don't claim her.
I don't mean it. I don't participate in xenogenders when I'm not on Twitch.
Yeah, hey, I'm sorry.
Thank
I think you mean
God.
I think you mean it. Fucking, or you mean it?
Look,
Do they really prefer you have it? Is
Yeah.
that their preferred pronoun? Okay,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
fucking get that. Like there's two politically correct things that I think are insane because they're counter to what they want. It's when somebody wants to be called it. That's literally an insult for anybody to be called it. And the other one is little people. That makes no fucking sense. Midget is not stigmatized. People are just mad about it for no reason. And say I'm a little person, you're literally negating your personhood status and replacing it with something that describes the fucking handicap. Are you fucking kidding me? They have the worst PR in the whole world.
Hang on. Wait, I promise you, if you mute the VOD for a minute, I will give you my most nuclear take. I
muted my mic and I almost said go ahead, and then I realized I was like, oh no, wait, that's just me. You can test it, see if you can hear, because you should be able to hear me and not you. All right, let's get ready to racism. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. Well, I won't sec. I have a bad faith question to ask you, and I'm gonna mute myself for it. Okay, I unmuted myself only. Oh, then you're bigoted. Well, your nuclear takes have been censored, but by you, the appropriate censoring. But yeah, okay, that's I agree with that take 100%. Sorry, stream. Some things are just too spicy for TV. Okay, if you're
so
unmute, you want me unmuted?
Yeah, unmute
Okay.
yourself from a hottest take. That way you get banned on YouTube.
Yeah, oh, I am. I've been. Well, for like the last 30 seconds.
Okay, so I think that the skull shape of certain.
Cut the command.
I assuming we were ending there, yes.
Oh yeah, so I think the skull shape of black people is. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna go any farther.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I too often think about the shapes of skulls of many things, and I never come to any conclusions, and I usually go to bed.
That is a good time to just go to bed.
You just see like beads of sweat forming on my forehead. I'm noticeably labored in my breathing. Good God. This got a lot more wild than I expected.
Oh, I joined the call. That's how it works.
Well, welcome to us being drunk. If you want more nuclear takes, just buy us alcohol.
Yeah, okay. For the people that are watching, if you donate me $10, I'll play you back the fucking uncensored VOD. I'm just kidding.
Oh shit.
You'd have to watch it in my Discord, so that way you can't record it. It's a full 20 to get the actual file.
Oh shit. Well, you know what? I appreciate the capitalist grind set.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, $20 for the file.
Oh, here I'll make it worth their. I'll make it worth their
trying
money.
to make
so
a
mute
good joke
the stream, and then I'll really start saying some racist things.
Oh my God, you're muted. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sign language interpret it. You're sober? Oh. Am I still to be muted? Okay.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I stopped smoking weed like 3 years ago. It kind of happened on its own. Smoking weed for some reason all of a sudden gave me like bad panic attacks, and I smoked weed for like 14 years before that. So I'd have to like drink before I smoked just so I could smoke without feeling awful. And I also was.
That's fucked.
I was getting worse at playing video games when I was high too, so I just stopped. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to smoke right now because I want to play like ranked, and I don't want to like fucking up. And then just like it'd been like 3 weeks, I was like, oh, I guess I'm just done smoking weed now. Okay, I get it. And I can't drink because I have heartburn and like GERD so bad that I had to get scoped about it. Even since being vegan, it's still bad. Well, it's a combination of GERD and post-nasal drip.
Damn, that was a lot of words.
Yeah, it sucks. Basically, if I eat anything too acidic, I can't swallow my own spit.
Listen, I'm gonna quote the great Reverend Mr. Torg. That sentence had too many syllables. Apologize. Yeah, the great Reverend Mr. Torg.
Okay. Lay it on me.
No, I did. That sentence had too many syllables. Apologize. That's the quote.
I gotcha. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the body of work.
Well, you need to. His name is Mr. Torg High Five Flexington.
You made all of that up.
No, his name is Mr. Torg High Five Flexington.
I don't know why you're going to repeat the same thing and not expect me to repeat the same thing.
I did not make that up. He is real and he lives on in our.
He lives where?
He lives on in our hearts.
Oh, okay. You'll have to forgive Fauna. I have consumed too many alcohols and have experienced actual autism.
Okay. But he gives you a one of those things with the
AIDS?
Fuck, what was it?
I have no point of reference to help you with this.
Okay, he's real. He gives you the sword explosion. It's a shotgun that shoots swords that split into other swords. The sword explosion.
Now I want him to be real, but I'm still entirely convinced to the contrary.
Wait, have you never played Borderlands?
I didn't play a lot of Borderlands. When I got Borderlands, I was like, oh, this is just WoW with guns. And I'd pretty much like had my fill of MMOs. It's just like a single player MMO.
But you play it with friends.
Which is fine. I played MMOs with friends. I once in a while I'll dick around with like Borderlands 2 or something with my friends, but like, eh.
Wait, then you should know who Mr. Torg is. He's one of the gun manufacturers. All the guns that explode. They shoot explosive ammo.
I just don't remember that well. Like it just wasn't a game that had a big impact on me.
Well, Torg guns would have a big impact on you because their bullets explode.
You like the worst jokes. You know, it always it's even worse too because it always reminds me of my wife and I dated this chick who was like she was like 24, but she had the sense of humor of like a fucking 70-year-old woman, and I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like she'll get excited to tell me a joke and I'll like forget momentarily. My brain would shut off and it's as though I'm not about to hear the most cringy awful joke I've ever heard, and you trick me the same way. And like a half a second before you get to the punchline, the alarm goes off instead. And that's very frustrating. That would you that I lack the ability to anticipate it.
Would you say that I've given you hypervigilance? Are you traumatized?
Would you say I've given you hypervigilance? No, I don't get that one. Queen Alexa, help me out.
It's a trauma joke.
Oh, I do get that.
It isn't that deep.
I was gonna say that one's actually kind of funny though, because it's actually the punchline is like actually like, oh, I did say something edgy, kind of. You're making light of trauma. I approve of that. That's a good joke. Okay. I think I didn't understand because it wasn't like a dumb pun or something.
Leave it to the Mr. Girl fan to be a fan of downplaying.
Things that are funny to me are things where I go, oh, I can't say that out loud. Sometimes there'll be a really serious situation and I'll bust out laughing, and it's because I'll have thought of the worst possible thing I could say in that moment.
Same.
I'm not gonna say it, but like that's good comedy to me. Somebody just said to me the other day, like, well, regular people don't make jokes about like grooming or like hurting kids or something. That's like, you don't know my fucking friends, okay? All right. When on Christmas, when my roommate gave my kid their birthday present, it was like a Robux. It was like $50 in Robux, and he was like, they were like, wow, thanks very much, and they gave him a hug. He's like, all right, looks like the grooming plan's working just fine. I thought it was hilarious.
That's weird. Yeah, like I have a pretty fucked sense of humor. I will say, the grooming thing, grew very old for me because I hear it all the fucking time. Because on this platform, when you get accused of something, you'll never hear the end of it, and that's one joke I hear every day, and I'm just like, man, these are no longer ever going to be funny again. And thanks, guys.
Well, that sucks. Yeah, that's true. I understand that. But for me, I never had no bad shit happen, so
I'll you know what? I'll help you with that, and then you can experience.
You know what?
You're gonna accuse me of grooming somebody.
Well, I'm 22,
You know what?
so yeah.
All right. I'll give you the nuclear meme. I know that I'm never going to get swatted, so I'll just wish that everyone else gets swatted because it's never gonna happen to me.
The fuel's already there. I sat on Mr. Girl's hotline, or Advice and Confessions, and on something else too, that I started dating my wife when she was 16. And like one person, a Mike from PA fan, after I went after Mike, as I do once every 3 months or so, because it makes him mad inexplicably, considering his audience size and all that he'd get mad at me pointing out that he's a fucking grifting hack.
I mean, wait. To be fair, he is completely justified for going after you. His name is redacted from redacted, and you should get it right.
No, it was one of his. Oh, okay, yeah, one of his fans went after me. And they're like the only person that ever said called me a groomer or anything like that. But it's funny. Both Mr. Girl and my therapist said the same thing when I told them the story, and they're like, "Oh no, it sounds like she groomed you. If anybody was groomed."
No. Oh no.
But I don't think it was like that. But so like, if you can pull it off, Queen Alexa, it'd be impressive.
Listen, you just went in for a hair appointment. That's all. That it's completely normal. You go into the barber for a hair appointment. They groom you.
Oh, god damn. I was trying to like predict the end of the joke as though it was good. See, you get me every time. And I was like, you going for a hair appointment? I was like, is this like a joke? Like is there like some obscure reference to pubic hair or something that I'm not catching? Like, what is that? Fuck you. I don't know how you convince me that like you're funny before you prove that you're not. But like I think it's just that like I like and respect you. So when you go to tell me a joke, I'm just like in the mode of like, okay, joke is coming. But like, fuck you. The joke's never coming. The joke is that I fucking believe you.
Yeah, you were the joke. It's the meta conversation. You're the joke. That's why it's not funny.
You're in a punchline.
That sounds about right. Yeah, that I can accept that.
Yeah, you're the punchline, not the audience.
Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Why do I have heartburn? I didn't even fucking like eat anything today. Oh, never mind. I ate spicy fake chicken patties.
Think about saying the N-word.
Huh? Wait, what?
I'll allow it.
Oh, I've been thinking about saying the N-word.
Oh, okay. Nicaragua.
Oh, okay. I said earlier today or yesterday that I was afraid to read off the country of Niger when I was in school because I thought the teacher was trying to trick me into saying the N-word so she could get me in trouble. I'm actually illiterate, and it's extremely inconsiderate for you to point that out on stream. I'm just saying.
Oh, well,
damn! Wait. Oh shit! Is Queen Alexa ableist? Oh
yes,
shit!
Obviously.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
I wouldn't have thought so, but the truth has been revealed.
Fucking retard.
On this stream tonight. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
and here I'll clarify. I'm calling you that specifically because you told me that you have a disability. I'll even clarify.
I didn't call them a retard in the colloquial sense. I'm making fun of them for being mentally challenged. Okay.
Yeah,
So there's no
you have a
confusion.
disability. Yeah, just to make clear, you have a disability. I'm making fun of you for that disability.
Just to be clear, your brain doesn't work right. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
And you should feel bad.
Yeah. Fucking retard.
True. I mean, he's a Mr. Girl sim, so obviously.
I mean, say what you will, but horses are strong.
Say what you will, but it's goddamn true.
God damn. I should have said, but us horses are really stable. And I could have made a fauna joke, but my time has passed, and now I just,
it's harder than
I think I just take a whole bottle of Tylenol to cope from that.
It's harder than it looks to be me.
I believe that. You know, it's so weird. There was, I had this experience recently. So I asked if anybody wanted to talk to me about like Mr. Girl stuff, and I got this one random person, and she's like, "I'll talk to you," and I was like, "Okay." And the entire time I talked to them, like they kind of like blew that off, and they just like argued with me a lot, and were like really really crazy at me a bunch. And it's the first time I've ever talked to somebody like they're like, "I don't have a mic," and it was all text, and I realized that despite the fact that they had sent me a picture of them, like once every like 2 weeks or something, they'd send me a random picture of them. I always thought of them as their profile picture. I always envision the two of you as your profile picture.
Thank you.
Well, to be more specific, whatever I interpret internally as seeing the little tiny version of it, because like I can't actually make them out most of the time, so that's what I see most of the time, and that's what you guys are in my head to me. And I never really understood that I do that until it was with this batshit crazy Mr. Girl fan person. It was really similar to having a stalker do, because I blocked them because they got extra crazy with me one day, and then they like made another account and started messaging me. It was really wild. I think I'm finally rid of them for good, but it was fucked up.
I have a few stalkers. My favorite stalker is a guy called Bruce. I'm not actually kidding.
My favorite stalker.
Yeah, I have more than one. So his name is Bruce. Bruce started well, as far as when it came to my knowledge, he's been stalking me for about 1.5 years, roughly. Pretty much if I'm in the stream for too long, and if I'm more affiliated with someone, he will consistently like stalk their stream. And then when I show up, he'll make like 3 or 4 different alt accounts and talk. And how you know it's Bruce is Bruce only talks in cap locks. Everything's in fucking caps. From what I understand about Bruce is in his late 50s.
Oh.
He's kind of a boomer, and he doesn't really have much of a life, and that's kind of what he does. And he became really obsessed with me about the middle of last year. And yeah, he'll come in and he'll usually, not always, he'll usually start really, really nice, and then he gets really, really mean, and then gets really transphobic, and then gets really racist.
What a cool guy.
Yeah, that's that's generally how he does it. So he's interesting. He made a server like 6 months ago called the Queen Auditorium, and it was filled with screenshots of panels I was on, people I was friends with, people who had said they were friends with me, places I moderated, chats I moderated, who was VIPing me, stuff like that. So, and he pretty much had just been like for months and months and months and months and months was documenting every little thing I did. And he still does that. It's really interesting. And pretty much anytime I say something, he knows it. So yeah.
How does that make you feel? Wanted?
Interested. It's interesting. I'll put it that way.
That's pretty fucked.
Yeah, he's my favorite. My least favorite stalker is his name is Johnny RL. That's his name.
Like Johnny
and
Real
pretty
Life?
much, yeah, that's what we got saying it stands for. It could mean something else. But pretty much, he is like this hyper right winger who from what he said, I debated him on an old server I used to moderate for, and I was really mean to him. And then pretty much since then, he has made it like his mission to dox me. And he'll usually come in the chat and go at me like a million times and call me slurs and stuff like that. He's not resorted to making other accounts, and stuff like that. He's kind of a pathetic one. He's not even funny. Like, he'll usually make a alt account every few weeks and join my server. Like inward, 41% stuff, and he's really boring.
That's the
and he does the same
percentage.
thing on like, yeah, he pretty much does the same thing on like repeat.
Yeah.
I have a few others, but they're like those prevalent ones.
That's pretty interesting. I really like the how casually you speak about your stalkers. I had one IRL stalker, and me being the completely mentally stable person that I am, dated her for like 6 months. But like the way I looked at it is like, at least then I know what she's up to.
If I had a real life stalker, they probably wouldn't be breathing air anymore. So yeah.
You never had a real life stalker?
Not yet, no, because I don't show my face and I don't give out information that is that could possibly lead to me getting doxxed. I'm pretty aware of what I say.
It's a different vibe.
Way it has to be.
What?
I said it's the way it has to be.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my wife used to make fun of me a lot for having dated my stalker. That's how she introduced herself to me. She said, "I'm your stalker," and I was like, "Sick.
Nice.
Want a fuck?" No, that's not how that happened.
She was like, "No," it's like I wasn't asking. Bend over.
The tables have turned, stalker.
Tables have turned.
Yeah, it was weird. She introduced herself as her stalker, and then like a week later came over, made her boyfriend drive her to my house, sat by me and was like really weird towards me, and then like smoked a bunch of weed with me, and then they left, and then they broke up, and I dated her. I was not in a good place at that point in my life, obviously.
That's why you got married.
I was with my wife for fucking 7 years before we got married. But I was mostly holding out because I didn't want to have a bullshit courthouse wedding. I wanted to give her a nice one. It's weird. I think that a lot of people online and in Twitch and stuff are really weird, and then and sometimes it feels like I feel like I'm more normal, but then I reflect on shit like I just said, I'm like, I'm not really all that normal. My shit be goofy too. A lot of I don't know how you would you say you're like what 24?
I'm 22.
22? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you've had way too many weird life experiences for that point in your life. That are like
I never had a childhood, so this is all kind of like whatever.
Well, at least insofar as I feel like I've had a lot of weird stuff in my life, probably by that age, but not that have any kind of implications for the rest of my life. Like your shit's fucking that shit's gonna be hanging around. This is nuts.
Not too worried about it.
I guess you're at least separated from it due to anonymity.
Yeah, because I can just turn it off, right?
Yeah, that's
I can just
true.
step away. If it creeps in my real life, I can just shoot them.
Jesus Christ.
The response is a 45.
Not wrong, but whoa.
I've said this openly. You come to my property, I'll fucking shoot you.
Spoken like a true Tennessee native.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Yeah, I was raised in the South. I believe in property, and I believe in my property rights, and you're intruding on it. Now you pass away.
Now you pass away.
Nice opinion, but for these reasons, you'll be passing away.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people in Twitch and stuff, I think they feel like they could probably do something like that and then debate you about where your property line actually is. I lived in northern Michigan. There's no talking.
Yeah, so in Tennessee, we have a thing called the Purple Tree Law. Not joking, that's what it's called. And pretty much if you have a driveway that's over so many yards, you have to paint a tree purple. And so we have a purple tree, and once you cross that, if you're not allowed to be on there, well, better hope that you're faster than my bullet.
Do people get killed a lot because of the Purple Tree Law? For those reasons?
I think that most.
Wait,
explain
that. I'm so confused.
The purple tree, yeah. So I don't remember the exact amount of yards, but if you have a driveway that's so long, you have to take a tree that is visible from the road, and you have to put a giant purple square on it. And pretty much if you cross that and stuff like that, you cross that visible purple tree, then and you're not allowed to be there, the people who own that property are allowed to shoot you.
They're allowed to murder you, yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, what is wrong with you people?
Yeah,
love the
do you
state.
think people take advantage of that? They're just like, boy, I sure hope somebody crossed that tree so I can murder them.
I would assume yes, but I don't know.
Do you know anybody that's gotten murdered for that?
No. Not that I know of. I assume yeah, but it's not something I look up.
Jesus Christ.
It would be a really hard thing actually to find out, you know what I mean? It's like because when you're looking up someone's death, they're not gonna go, death was purple tree not seen.
Well, no, I mean you could just go to a bar and find out. Like, yep, got one yesterday. Dumbass was trying to turn around, couldn't figure out where to fucking turn around at. That's why I dug out the fucking edges of my driveway so they couldn't. Once you're in, you're stuck.
Back in, Rob Roy Bowie showed up. Never knew it happened.
Fucking have a lever for your fucking tree so that it's hidden until they get past it. Flip it back up. Hey, got him. Quick, blow out his tires.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's I think what it is like you have to have a sign that says like "Do not trespass," "Do not enter," so on and so forth. Then it's purple tree after so many yards.
Madness.
It's been around for like 3 years now, so I would imagine there's been quite a few people where I got fucking tapped because of it.
I think that the issue that I have is that they're so like I guess it just feels like it's ripe for abuse because I'm all for if somebody comes into my house, I'm going to try to kill and not wound them probably, because I ain't fucking around. I'm not trying to figure out what your intentions are. There's other people whose lives matter more than mine to me, and yours is the least on that list. But
Fuck around and find out, bitch.
They're in my house at that point, you know. The whole being like if somebody's in my yard, that'd feel really weird to shoot them. Just be like, hey, can you fucking?
So I
Can
can
you
give a real
go?
life story. So there used to be this crackhead that used to come on our property. I'm not joking.
Well, it's the used to be part that gets me.
Yeah, and they would come on, and so what she would do is she would come and she would ask if she could use your phone, and what she was doing was she would come in and she would scout what was in your home to rob it at some point.
Damn.
And she would show them about every 7 months, roughly. Well, after so many times, we get kind of tired of telling her to fuck off, right? So there was one time that she showed up, and I just grabbed the gun, and just to make it more clear to fuck off, and she went running off, right? And I'm a lot nicer person than my father.
Because you would have just killed her, I'm assuming you're saying?
Yeah, well, there was time after that. This would be the last time that my father was here, and I was in my room.
Y'all fucking
Well,
people
my father,
with Texas energy.
my father was not so nice on asking. He gave an ultimatum, and it was 4 seconds or I shoot you. And pretty much I heard a countdown, and then I heard 2 gunshots ring. And pretty much what he did was he shot next to her feet. He wanted to make it very clear that, like, if she didn't leave, she was gonna, this would be her final, resting place. And so he he shot off 2 rounds, both next to her, and we never saw her again, weirdly enough.
That makes sense.
For some reason, she never came back.
Maybe I don't like it because where I live, people were like so very comfortable around guns that they were comfortable enough to like fuck around. Like my buddy, I'm not gonna protect his name, Pat. He pulled a shotgun and like he pointed it at me to like ha ha ha, and I was just like, oh okay. So I grabbed the barrel and I put it up to my head because like one, I'd much rather have you shoot me in the head than my fucking like gut. And I was just like, either you're not gonna do it or I'm not gonna know the difference. And then he put the gun away and he didn't do it anymore. But I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Even if it's accidental, like shoot me in the fucking head. Don't shoot me in the chest or something. I wanna fucking choke to death in my own blood. So I just think about those people that I lived around. I think that if we had those laws up there that they would shoot people because they wanted to.
Did you ever see the video? It didn't really gain as traction as the Kyle Rittenhouse one, but around that time of Kyle Rittenhouse, the video, it came out of Illinois, and pretty much what it was is these this guy, I guess his son, it was they were having like a custody dispute or something, and from what I remember, it was something like the father wasn't allowed to see their kid, and he wanted to see his kid. And the stepfather was telling him to leave. And was like, hey, you can't be here. And pretty much turned this altercation to where the stepfather was like, okay, well, if you don't leave, I'm going to, like, we're going to have a problem. So he grabs his shotgun, right? And the father starts approaching him and gets in the guy's face who has the shotgun. and the guy with the shotgun, the stepfather, pushed him back. The father grabbed the barrel of the shotgun to get a fucking buckshot to the fucking chest.
That's stupid.
And it's the most wild video. It's so insane. And it was like, and there was like a full like fucking thing in that state. Well, how do we know the stepdad was justified? And it was like, bro, like, what do you mean? Like, what are you fucking talking about?
I think if somebody pulls a gun out on you and you don't leave, it is your fault because you knew you were going to get shot. You made a decision. I don't care if it's right or wrong to shoot you. You consented to being shot.
It's actual psycho shit. Like, who just like? And the thing was, he got in his face with the guy when he had the gun. He didn't do it before he had the gun. He did it while he had the gun. It's like, dude, like when the gun gets up, like we'll discuss this in court. I'm not discussing. Like, there's no discussion. Like, jeez.
I mean, it's probably identical to the thing that I was saying about Kyle Rittenhouse. You can't take somebody's gun from them. You can't.
Yeah, I've said this before. If I carry, right? You grab my gun, I'm shooting you. It's simple as that. There's no compromise here.
Well, there's no reason why you'd want to take my gun.
Yeah, exactly.
That I will accept, other than that you want to kill me with my gun.
Yeah. If you grab my gun from me and I did not give you permission to do so, I'm filling you with lead. There's no compromise here.
It's like not optional. You're literally fighting for your life all of a sudden.
Yep. Simple as that. I've had to pull the gun. I've had to pull it out twice. Never had to shoot anyone with it. I had to pull it out twice. One time, so I've said before, I run a small little video game business.
Yeah.
And pretty much this guy, and we were closing. And we were closing the booth, and I said, hey, I was pretty done for today. It was a long day, right? And the guy was like, oh, I'm sorry, we just closed. We won't come back tomorrow and stuff. And he got really aggressive, and he started demanding to come in. And he ran at me, and then I shoved him back. And then when he reached, right, he came back and reached from where the side where my gun was. So I pushed him back and I pulled it out. And then I said, run at me again. It's the last time you walk. Because he's attempted to grab the gun. So I'm now assuming that this guy has way more malicious intent than I'm willing to be, comfortable with.
Yeah.
So that was, and then the other time was this fucking homeless dude who had a knife. It was in Knoxville, and this homeless dude had a knife, and he was begging for money, and he followed us, and then he pulled out the knife, and then that's when I pulled out the gun, and I was like, all right, we're done playing here.
Yeah, I mean, I full disclosure, I don't own a gun, but I've been thinking about it. Main reason why I don't own a gun is because sometimes I get very sad.
I'm so, as far as this is great, it's get up for Tennessee here. What am I about to say? So I'm diagnosed with clinical depression and stuff like that, and you can still buy a gun.
Oh no
legally.
That's it's the reason why I have not chosen to buy a gun, is because sometimes I get very sad, and I think that I know that there's been times in my life where if I had one, we wouldn't be talking and somebody else would own that gun. And I don't like the idea of other people having my stuff. No.
Yeah, it's definitely understandable.
Yeah, so it's like, I think I'm probably okay now too, but I don't know, I might get pretty bummed out tomorrow. It's something I really wanted to get one after somebody ran up on my wife while she was walking my dog. And it wasn't until my dog turned around and started barking that they ran off. And I was just like, I kind of want a gun now. And when COVID first hit, too. There's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, we live in...
And there's food shortages.
We live in very uncertain times, right? And that's how I It's like... I brought this up actually kind of recently on a stream. Is that very depressed person. I don't... Nothing to hide with it. I've got bad depression problems.
Sure.
And there's probably a pretty high chance probably, at some point my life will end prematurely, right? It's a very high chance, and that'll come when it comes. But like at the same time, that'll end by my hands, not by someone else's. Like that's the way I look at it. Is that like if I'm gonna go on my own terms.
I think I would prefer to go on my own terms than somebody else's, but probably just prefer to go without there being terms. Although I'll be real, I'd rather die doing something cool. That's basically what it is. I want to do something cool.
This is how I look at it, right? Is like I don't have anything to hide here. I'm pretty this is like I like my life. I feel like it has a certain time span because I have certain health issues that like make things pretty hard for me.
Sure, same.
And
I get that.
And at some point, it's just gonna get to a point where it's just like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna, finish it here, right? And I think like at some point, that's kind of the reality for me.
I'm sorry, but I don't. It's not as though I do not understand the sentiment, but I hope you talk to somebody before you do that, so you're not having like a misconception about the situation. But
yeah, I mean, yeah, I've came pretty to terms with it. Like, it's not something I'm not gonna say it doesn't bother me, but it's something that like I've definitely came to more terms with than before. I'll even go into
Was it because of what you got stabbed? Is that what made you come to terms with it?
So,
Okay.
so I'm 6'8", and
Jesus
I have
Christ, you're a monster.
I have a development problem in my bones, in my leg specifically.
Oh.
So pretty much, I think growth started at a really young age, so for that my bones did not fully develop in the same way, right? So the bones in my legs are more fragile than to normal people. Now, it's not like you kick my legs and they're going to shatter, but I have what you call there are bone fragments in my leg that are missing and stuff.
Christ.
So if you were to take a finger and you were to go from the base of my foot up to my knee, you're going to feel all these indents on my leg. This causes me excruciating pain, just like immense amounts of pain. And at some point, my legs are going to go, or one of them will, at least. And I've talked to doctors about it. Surgery there's a really high chance it would paralyze me from the waist down. So pretty much at some point with the profession that I have, there's a chance that like one of my legs or both of them go, or will be so damaged that I'm not going to be able to use them.
Fuck. Okay. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, I also have a super fucking rare skin condition. So I have a form of shingles. So I've never had chickenpox, but I have a rare form of shingles that only like 13,000 people in the world have. Like I think it's like estimated. And pretty much, if I get too hot, I break out in this like really fucking bad skin rash that like crawls all over my body and stuff, and it lasts for like 3 to 4 weeks, and sometimes into months. And it's like fire ants under your skin.
Ah.
Yeah. So
everything you've said in the last 5 minutes has been awful. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, it's not great. So yeah, so to like get an understanding of like where I kind of come from, where it's like at some point, right, that like I'm, life for me probably ends a little bit shorter because, at some point life ain't worth living, right? And like if I can't get around stuff like that, that's just no. If I'm 35 and can't walk around, I'm just fucking no fucking way.
Just no.
Yeah, absolutely not. And like, and I'm not gonna be, I'm not gonna be my fucking. I'm not gonna be in my 30s or 40s and be in a nursing home or being some kind of fucking like therapy thing every day. Fuck that. Christ. So that's the way I look at it. That's the way that I look at it, and I'm pretty to terms with it. That like this is kind of my reality.
Yeah, I guess I get it. It's not like it doesn't make sense, but I guess like it's a bummer. I feel bad for you.
Yeah, it's just how it is. You know, I born this way, so can't do much about it. So I just try to live life until until I can't live it no more. That's how I look at it. Is I just do what I can.
Well, I hope that like, there's got to be something. There's got to be something they can do eventually, man. Sorry.
Maybe we'll find out when we get there,
right? Yeah. But like, fuck, man. It's just shit. Fuck. I guess it sounds so I guess it is. It is miserable. So of course it sounds miserable. Just
yeah. The pain is kind of the worst part. Is like so sometimes the pain in my legs gets to such a point where I literally can't get around. Like it's just like it feels like someone is taking a chisel, right? And they're just in your bones. Like it doesn't feel like it's on your skin. It feels like it's in you, right? And someone's just with a hammer, just a chisel in your bone. And it's fucking excruciating.
Yeah, it sounds like a real bummer. Fuck.
Yeah, it's not fun. And also nothing helps either. Doesn't matter what painkillers you take or nothing. Doesn't help.
So what do you do about it? Like, how do you cope on your day to day?
Over time, the pain does subside to a degree. If you that like I can get around, so like I don't even have to pay attention to it, right? Like I can feel it hurting and stuff like that, but I've learned to be able just to turn it off. But if it gets to a certain degree, like there, so you can actually find like some VODs about it here and there. There have been a few streams where I'll go, hey, I have to dip out because it gets to a certain point where I feel sick. Like I hurt so much I feel ill, even. And when it gets to that point, I just have to fucking lay here and suffer. And it could stop in 4 hours. It could last for 4 weeks. You never know. That's kind of the whole thing. Is that like I've had this kind of pain that lasts for like 3 weeks straight, and I had to go to get therapy because I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat stuff like that. And I went to a therapist for a really long time, and then was going to doctors and stuff like that. And everyone was like, well, can't help you. The therapist would just be like, well, you're stable-minded, but like you have these problems, but the problems are that it's these things that you can't help. So it's like, thanks. Here's your $1,000, dick.
You pay for medical stuff out of pocket, and you do wrestling.
I have insurance.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Yeah, they don't cover therapy though.
Are you religious?
So therapy is out of I'm not in therapy at the moment. But like I was for about 3 years.
Like physical therapy or like emotional?
No, it was all psychiatric therapy.
Sure. Are you a religious person?
I am not. Not
That's
at all.
gotta be weird, huh? I assumed you weren't. But you live in Tennessee.
Yeah, no.
So...
I'm actually very anti-religion. I think so I have a history degree, so I went to college for history and math, and so I have a 4-year in history and a 2-year in math. And I actually know quite a bit about religion, and I know so much that it made me a complete atheist.
I know a lot about religion too. I wanted to be a theologian, but I found out that you can't make any money off of that. Like, I basically have to be a priest.
you go to a store. So what's your culture? Oh, it's this. What? The fuck is that?
Yeah, I'd either have to become a priest or like a college professor or just write a bunch of books and hope that people are interested in like this obscure opinion I have about like an interpretation of like the Quran's like a book from the Quran or some shit like that. You know, like, there's just no money in it. Like it is, it's more useless than what's the one that like liberal arts degree. Like, I can do nothing with it.
Yep.
But I do genuinely think that I would have made a really, really good and successful evangelical priest. I definitely have the energy for that. Like, I could definitely put on a good bullshit show. I think I could do it really good. I just, I have a condition called being honest, which is a really big hindrance in my life.
Yeah, you need to stop doing that.
Yeah, the integrity's killing me, man.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty anti-religion because I think that I think that most religion causes a lot of it causes distrust in society and stuff like that. And I think there's aspects of religion that like are good, right? I think
Yes.
there are community aspects that are good, but I think the problem is that it's completely outshined by like how reformed religion has become and the ideas of what people are allowed to do under the schemes of this is what I believe, right? We have wars, genocides, diseases, indoctrination, grooming, pedophilia, and it's all under like this moniker of, well, it's my faith, right? And like that's one of my big problems, right? I have really big problems with like Christians and Catholics and stuff like that because they do everything under this moniker of, well, you can't say this is wrong. It's my religion, right? Why is the Christian and Catholic Church have such a high rate of like pedophilia and grooming kids and you know sleeping with children? Oh well, it's a belief, right? And then we'll just relocate them to a different church, but we can't say that we do this because that would be bad. But we do this at the exponential rate, and it's covered up because our religion, right? And
All right,
like
I muted for about 20 minutes. How many stars did I miss?
About 30.
Yeah, we were getting into it.
Damn, I was hoping for at least 40.
We're in.
Right.
We're on to religion now.
Yeah. So like, I think that like that's like the big issue, right? And then we got like bigotry and transphobia. Look at like most of the bills that are passed that are like really bigoted and stuff like that. Look who is funding the bills or the advertisement to fund these bills or get them passed. It's obviously either Catholic or Christian or both churches. And like, it's like these are like the functional problems with like having such a religious society. And I think generally, the more that we move away from the indoctrination of the church within our society would be generally better. Like, I think it's fine for people to have beliefs, but I think that at the level of how we believe things is actually dangerous. And then, like, that can be quantifiable by the actions people have taken under the moniker of this is my faith.
Yeah, I think it's really it's such a like a multi-tiered and like complicated problem because first of all, people don't understand their religions, like full stop. Nobody even understands what they think they believe, and then they use this misguided idea of what their religion is to inform them about how they should behave, which is fucking insane. And then they use that misguided bullshit to justify basically anything that they want to do under the guise of it being faith, but it's really just their own selfishness masquerading as like some greater like purpose or idea. It's madness.
Yep.
It freaks me out.
Also, you missed it. I was telling fucking Eldrazi here why I should probably commit suicide. You missed all of that. Fun time.
Well, why they will inevitably commit suicide? Not anytime
More
soon.
likely.
And I did say that I hope that they speak to somebody before they do that. YouTube, you heard it. I genuinely do believe that. I know I was like making light there as a joke or whatever, but I genuinely do hope that you have somebody you can talk to who will talk you out of it, or at least that like you're like old enough to where it's an acceptable idea that like Kevorkian style, because I'm all about that.
Yeah, right. Well, it's well, like I said, it pretty much it'll like probably come to fruition when it's like I can no longer walk, and then when that comes to the point, then it's like, all right, peace, world.
Oh, two things. One, I stayed a night in the cabin where Dr. Kevorkian committed his first assisted suicide for 2 nights. I didn't know. My dad didn't tell me till afterwards, and I was really mad at him because I wanted to know. I would have wanted to know while I was there. He thought I'd get freaked out, and I'm like, no, you're an asshole for not telling me so I could enjoy it. Like this would have been cool, and I could have asked questions and learned more about it and stuff while I was there, and I'd have better stories to tell instead of telling people like I just did it. But also, oh fuck, oh. I interviewed my good buddy Kiev Weird, who's like my first. I did like an interview with somebody. She does like sexy magic posts on Twitter, and I interviewed her first, and that was like my first time interviewing anybody. And then I was like, I want to do more. So I interviewed my buddy Kiev Weird, and he was telling me about this. He's like, when I was a kid, I had this complicated suicide plan, like this edgy teenage one, and I was like, oh, I feel like you're really gonna resonate with me. He gave me my exact very complicated suicide plan that I had when I was a teenager, and I feel like it's got to be apparent because I had a very, very strong reaction when he said it. Like I think about it all the time. I think I'm gonna think about it to the day that I die. That like if he could have, instead of telling me his plan, if he would have just told me, if he would have said like this was your plan when you were like 15, I would have fully believed that he could read my mind. It's like the most paranormal thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life was him telling me his plan and having it perfectly match mine, which was I thought of cliff, he thought of building. That's the only difference. To jump off of a tall thing with a grenade in your mouth, pull the pin, and shoot yourself in the head. That way, it was just like one and done. We ain't fucking around. I don't want to miss with the gun, and like I feel like if the grenade doesn't do it, the gun will do it, and none of that does it. I have the fall. I'm not coming back from this. It's just going to be done and over with. And like I was so freaked. I started looking up like, did we see the same movie? What the fuck happened? How do we both have the same thing? I can't accept this. If I was single and he was a woman, I'd be like, I think we're supposed to just get married now, because like this is unreal. That's how you convince somebody that you're them from the future, you know? Like in a movie is like prove that you're really me, and they say something like that. Very, very weird. But yeah, I know well, I can't say I obviously I didn't do that because it's a solid plan. I would have never come back. But it's weird though, because you say it like it's a comfort to know that you have that there. When I was a teenager, I used to get a lot of courage from it. I would tell myself like, well, like if I was nervous to do something, I'd do it and be like, well, if it ends up being too bad, I guess I could just kill myself. I'm like, okay, and then I'd go do the thing. So it was like a thing that gave me like confidence and assurance that I could do whatever I like needed to do without being anxious about it. And I found out that other people had done that too, and I was like, oh, like I guess that doesn't mean that I'm not crazy, but there's other people that are just as crazy as me. That's kind of cool.
I think I'm pretty crazy, but I think that I'm more rational than most. So I think it equals out.
Yeah, I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. I don't know how, you have no preventative care or anything for your legs? There's nothing you can do at all?
Yeah, like I said, they prescribed medicine for it, but it either would make me like mad or wouldn't be able to sleep or give me other problems, and it wouldn't really help. And then surgery, like I said, runs a really high chance of being paralyzed.
And I'm sure there's a cutoff time before the surgery is effective.
Yep.
That sucks. There's no way that you can just like you can't just find like the most baller ass surgeon who's like, yeah, I know what the odds are, but like, listen, I'm the fucking best, all right? This shit ain't gonna happen here. We got you.
It's so high that I wouldn't even trust it with the best.
Huh. You wouldn't let Doctor Strange do that shit, man? Come on. Sorry, I keep calling you man. It's I don't use yeah, it's not like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Doctor Strange, no, but like Doctor Fate, yes.
Is Doctor Fate a surgeon?
No, but Doctor Fate is way more like to the books than Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is like, all right, I'm gonna take this demon from the third dimension, and then we're gonna see what goes here. Oh, that didn't work out. Oh, he's consuming you. 1 second. Let's do how this works.
Well, I was thinking more in terms of like doctor, because he was like the best surgeon. Not so much in terms of how good are they at magic.
Was is a good word.
Did he die?
Well,
Die?
Well, I mean, technically, he would no longer surgeon when he became fucking Sorcerer Supreme.
Being Sorcerer Supreme means you're not you anymore?
Kinda, yeah.
Oh.
Because the whole thing is that you have to separate you from you. That was the whole point, right?
Yeah.
Is that like
if you watch
Sorcerer
Multiverse of Madness, it's pretty clear.
I didn't finish it. I have it on Plex, but I think I was mostly just let everybody talk to me about how like insanely good it was, and we were like halfway through, and it didn't really grab me that well, and like I was really hoping I really had high expectation. Like the first like 20 to 30 minutes of it moved so fast that I genuinely had hard time keeping track of like what was going on, because like it like when she like comes up to them and they're all like ready to go, I'm like, there wasn't like any like build up to this. This just felt so inorganic. Does that make sense?
I don't necessarily agree with that. My issue comes with Multiverse of Madness is the introduction of new characters with no character development, poor CGI, and poor storytelling, and there wasn't really a madness of multiverse. It was like a multiverse of like two.
I don't have a problem generally when they introduce new characters, and anything to introduce new characters without like a lot of like backstory. But that's what Marvel does do. That they do a lot of backstory. So it's very weird that they didn't. Yeah, I can. That's how I'm agreeing with you. Because like on like the surface, I don't really care if we get a lot of backstory or whatever. But like, it's weird that they didn't do that.
Yeah. Also, the MCU's been so bad as of the past like year that I'm just like over it. It's so fucking terrible.
My buddy Kiev really doesn't like Marvel movies.
Yeah, I don't know how many times they shit in my mouth and then just expect me just to eat it. I'm just like, I'm over it.
And just expect like
She-Hulk,
chew.
Yeah, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Turtles, Morbius, fucking Multiverse of Madness, Thor: Love and Thunder. It's all terrible. It's all fucking terrible.
The Thor movie's bad. I thought it would be fun and funny. Like what was the Planet Hulk one called?
You know what, Ragnarok?
Yeah, I liked that.
Yeah, Ragnarok was really good. Thor: Thunder is not.
I feel like Jeff Goldblum just literally played himself how he lives his actual life in that movie.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, DC's been way better.
Which is weird because their movies in the beginning were not great, save for like Batman movies. It seemed like those were the only ones they ever gave a shit about for like
Batman
forever.
The newest one, the Batman is really good. The Joker is good. The Suicide Squad is good. Black Adam was okay. Young Justice is fantastic.
I forgot I can nerd with you. Did you see Gotham?
Gotham?
Young Justice is fucking fantastic.
Oh yeah, Young Justice is great. Gotham was good. Gotham was really good actually.
I won't. I haven't watched the new Batman because I just genuinely don't want to see anybody play the Joker who isn't the Joker from Gotham.
He's not. Well, then you're in luck. In the Batman, the Joker is not there until the cutscene at the end.
Wait, I thought. Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the ending cutscene.
That's goofy. The whole movie's about him, isn't it?
No. What?
Or no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say the Joker. I meant to say the Riddler. I'm sorry. I meant to say the Riddler.
Oh no, the Riddler is great. The Riddler and the Batman, fantastic.
Can you? I don't know. I feel like I'd have a hard time believing anybody if they told me that he's better than the portrayal that was in Gotham. Because like I'm not even like the biggest. I'm not like that into Batman or anything. But like, it was like the performance of a lifetime.
Yeah. Okay, so you have to remember that in the Batman, that Riddler was based off Hush, which was based off the Batman Hush comic series. Because the Batman is based off 2 comics. It's based off the One Long Halloween and Hush. And the Riddler betrayed Hush. And the way that he betrayed that character was perfect. So it is the Riddler, but it's also Hush. So it's different. Where in Gotham, it was the Riddler and only.
Well, I mean, like, I guess I have what I feel like now is unrealistic expectations for the role. Like, I expect like the highest caliber of acting. Like the Penguin and the Riddler, I didn't know that people could play like characters that like you have to suspend belief for because they're like unrealistic.
Yeah, the best Penguin
that
is
well.
in Gotham. There's no argument. The best Penguin's in Gotham. Period. Like there's no argument there. But what the Riddler was based off of in the Batman is perfect. It is fantastic.
Okay, I'm also not a big fan of the Twilight guy being
he
Batman.
also fantastic Batman. He did a great job.
Although to be fair, and it's not it might even be a lukewarm take at this point. I was so mad that Ben Affleck was going to play Batman. Like I said, I'm not like the biggest Batman guy. People that like Batman, just to be clear, like when people say like my favorite superhero is Batman, like I'm like, oh my god, I can guarantee you have Batman stickers on your fucking vehicle. Like people that like Batman really, really fucking like Batman. Nobody's like, it's okay.
Yeah, I like Batman, but I don't. He's not my favorite by no means. I like that. I think he's a cool character, and I think that he is. But he isn't like my favorite. But I don't like Ben Affleck in general. I just don't like him as a person. I don't like his acting.
Same.
The only movie that I ever saw Ben Affleck in, I was like, that was a good movie. That Ben Affleck was The Accountant. Other than that, everything else is The Accountant.
Oh, I liked Paycheck was good, and I liked the Kevin Smith movies he's in.
Yeah, but
he takes a lot of Paycheck movies. Oh, god damn it!
Yeah,
I wasn't making a pun.
You're right, but yeah, no, it's he was very lukewarm as Batman.
I thought he did fine. That was my take. He did fine. He was fine.
Very lukewarm.
He was not a disaster.
Yeah, he did the cringy like, oh Batman, for me, like it's so cringy. Like
I was just like, there was nothing spectacular about it, but like, it was okay. It wasn't a disaster. I didn't have to feel like I liked Batman more because of how upset I was going to be that he was Batman. So like that was enough for me. Like the bar was, if it's not a total disaster, it's an overwhelming success. Because I found out that he was going to be, and I was just like, that's dumb. That's bad. Why are we giving this to him? And I was like, all right, okay, it's fine. We're not doing it again? Okay, cool. That's fine. He got to be Batman once. But and maybe because I was forced to watch the Twilight movies so many times, I'm biased because of that. But I'm not even biased against Stephanie Meyer. I read The Host in a day. That book is fire. But I think Twilight is objectively bad.
So say again?
I said I don't even have anything against like Stephanie Myers, I think her name is, the chick who wrote Twilight, because I love The Host. I read that book in a day, and it's a big ass book.
Yeah.
But I think Twilight is objectively bad.
Only saw the first one, and I watched it as a fucking teenager, so I don't remember it.
I got it forced upon me.
Oh, my boundaries were pushed. I was violated.
In the second to last one, I wanted to go see The Immortals because that looked sick. And my cousin wanted to go to the movies with me, and he whined and whined that he wanted to see Twilight, and I'm nice. I'm a nice person. So I took him to see it. And that movie was like two dudes arguing. One of them didn't wear a shirt the whole time. And then at the end was like the only cool thing that happened. Like she turned into a vampire, and then it ended. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That was the only thing I thought was even a little bit cool, and the movie ended. Fuck this movie. I was like, Travis, fuck you. I'm so mad that I let you pick the movie. I was very upset. So I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair to him, the actor, but Christ. And I also have a hard time trusting people's opinions either. Do you know how many times I had to hear people tell me that their favorite Joker is Jared Leto, and that it's not his fault, that like he got a bad script? Like, I don't care if it's like if you got a bad script, like he still shouldn't be your favorite then. You don't pick him as your favorite because it wasn't his fault that the movie was bad. Where's the merit?
It's funny you say that. I when I was saying I was just watching a movie, I was rewatching that Suicide Squad, which is really funny. So I can give my take. I literally just rewatched that movie.
Wait, I just want you to know what I feel, so you don't think I was influenced. I went in thinking, I hate what critics say about all movies, anyways. It's probably going to be good. I bet it's going to be fine. I hated it. It didn't make any sense. There was things out of place. It was nonsense, and the plot holes are unreal. And after you say your thing, because I feel already bad for interrupting you, go ahead. I will let you know all the plot holes that I identified and things that just didn't make any fucking sense.
I like Suicide Squad. I think it's a fine movie. I think it's a pretty mild movie. Here is my problem. Number one, Jared Leto is a fucking atrocious actor. That guy sucks everything. Everything. He's terrible. I also would just hate the guy in general. He's an awful person. So that's number one. Number two, that there are certain parts that like Jared Leto did get right about the Joker, right? There are certain aspects where I was like, yeah, that's kind of a Joker thing. But generally the Joker was done poorly. It didn't really like the look of Joker was really bad. The majority of his scenes didn't really make sense and just not great. I think that the way that Deadshot and Harley Quinn and Killer Croc and stuff like that were all fine. I think the way Deadshot was done was really well done. I think the way Harley Quinn was done was well done. I think the way Killer Croc was done was fine. Croc is kind of a one-dimensional character, to be fair.
And was completely unnecessary for the movie. It didn't change at all because he was there.
Yeah, he was like whatever. Captain Boomerang was portrayed very well, stuff like that. I think that one of the issues is the Suicide Squad is kind of a serious / non-serious group, and I think that the movie tried to be super unbelievably serious, and they need to like bring it back like a few notches. I think that there are certain parts of the movie where we cut the things at random, and that felt dumb, but like I can forgive that.
Is that why the
more.
flashback scenes didn't make any fucking sense at all?
Well, most of the flashback scenes were fine. It just felt like it was more random than it needed to be. It didn't feel organized. Like it all made sense. It just didn't feel organized.
It wasn't, like they weren't explained at all. There was no context. Like the only reason I knew what was going on with the flashback scenes with the vat and stuff is because like I had watched like Batman stuff when I was a kid. Otherwise, there's like literally no reason for me to understand any of that shit.
Well, they said in the movie is like she gave an anonymous tip to Batman where Deadshot would be. He then dropped in, and then Batman was able to take in Deadshot because the daughter stood in front of Batman and said that hey, don't hurt him, like because stuff like that. Like I mean that one's kind of simple, right? And then like a tip was given to the Flash, caught Captain Boomerang, so on and so forth.
Well, okay, so there's some major plot holes in this movie. They keep the heart right to keep the chick in line, when it finally comes down to it, and they're like literally stabbing the heart, it doesn't stop her. That's fucking
Yes,
goofy.
that was dumb. Yeah, that was dumb.
Yeah, it was really bad. And then there's El Diablo's fire couldn't take out that guy, but somehow some just like military mind did. What the fuck is that?
Okay. So it was taking him out. So when Diablo went like full demon, right? He was killing the brother.
Uh-huh.
But like his fire only goes so far. So by the time he had critically damaged the brother, and so when the mine went off, he was like really, really hurt. So that would make more sense.
I guess it just feels like you're pissing in the ocean there, right?
Kinda. Like that one is like, it's like whatever, right? Like it could have been done better, but it's like whatever. I think generally Suicide Squad was an okay movie. I don't think it's like the worst thing ever made. Like people made it out to be the worst DC movie ever. It's fine. It's watchable. It's like it's fine. I think there are parts of it that were cool. I think there are parts of it that was well done. I don't think there's parts that was fucking shit. Right?
Oh, I did have one more plot hole, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The largest portion of the movie was focused on recovering that woman, because she was like keeping an eye on the situation. But she was just watching it on monitors, which means she could have watched what she was watching from anywhere, but she just wanted to be in that building that was like in a bad spot. Like there was no reason for her to stay behind when everybody else evacuated. She could have just watched it on any monitor.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, with Amanda Waller. Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, like when I left that movie and I thought, shit, however, I'm 34 now, so it's probably like 10 years ago. Those were my takeaways, just like immediately, like I don't understand so many things. I guess it was like 7 or 8 years ago, something like that.
Well, the movie came out in 2016.
Oh, really? Oh yeah, so 8 years. Okay, 8 years ago. And I was just it was. I went in wanting to like it so much.
The second one, the Suicide Squad. Oh, I love that one so much. It's so good.
I believe it because what's the John Cena movie? What's his name?
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker series is unreal good. I love that show, and I didn't think that I would. It's like the exact opposite experience that I had with Suicide Squad. I thought I'd like it despite what I've heard, and I thought I was going to hate Peacemaker despite what I've heard. And I just have to assume that you liked Peacemaker, the show, if you like the new Suicide Squad. It's unreal good. Yes?
I am exhausted. It is almost 4 a.m. I wish you a wonderful night, a wonderful stream, but also fuck you, Drazi, for not playing Insurgents.
I actually just thought about it yesterday, too. I just wanted to make sure you were there for it. Next time that I'm streaming and you're here, I will play it, I promise.
Fucking better.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't forget.
Good night, Drazi. Good night, Alexa.
Good night, Haru.
Have fun saying the N-word together.
Well, I guess now we have to. I don't want to oppress. Jesus Christ, I'm not gonna list. I'm not gonna list it. I don't know what the in otherkin. Twitch will find out that I did it on YouTube and ban me. So now we have to say the N-word, I guess. Those are the rules.
Nick.
Do you think that it would have any? What? Yeah, actually, you kind of are uncancelable because you don't have a fucking channel.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I can be canceled is like people are just like, I no longer want to associate with you, and then like, you know, people just kind of pull other things from me, so it's like I'm not able to.
Yeah, when you become toxic to the touch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what? Wow. Actually, the only way that you can get canceled is finding out that you didn't actually have any real friends to begin with.
Yep.
Well, maybe that's not even fair. That might not even be the fairest way to put it. That's how it would feel, but it would just be like I'm gonna miss you, but like I can't lose everything, like because you fucked up. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. It would just be an unfortunate circumstance, but you'd inevitably feel like they all were fake friends. So that's how I would feel, even though I know I was like, it's more complicated than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I feel like if anybody that I knew when I was like 17 had like anybody recording them, we'd all be canceled. Because we just used to say stuff. We just said whatever we thought like the edgiest, like most fucked up thing we could think of to say, we would say it. We were living in the age of Tosh.0, man.
Daniel Tosh was fucking hilarious.
He was really good. His stand-up was like not bad. It's probably like
he had some banger stand-ups, like
probably a 7 out of 10. Like I'm like a really big stand-up guy, but he wasn't bad. He was pretty good. For like somebody whose career wasn't primarily stand-up, I'd say fantastic. I don't think he could have a career today. Well, it would have to look different. He's too good for us now.
Yep.
I didn't even how often do you check like in my fucking Discord? Was everything else just that fucking dead? I was really shocked that you even popped by.
Oh, I was scrolling down through my Discords and I just saw it was in here, so I hopped in.
You saw Fauna?
I saw both of you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's cool. No way block here. Okay. I guess that means I made a good impression. I never really know what people think of me after I talk to them. So I generally well, maybe not so much anymore. I got like one really good feedback from like anybody that I've interviewed, because most people don't usually tell me about it. But people well, I guess that's not true too, because Zonia was really friendly with me after I interviewed her. So who do you think the best streamers are now? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Zonia's a good woman. She's always friendly. I try to be semi-active in a lot of spaces. I'm mainly a VC person. I don't really interact very much in other people's text chats. Like there are some servers I do, but most I don't. So the more active a VC is, the more likely I am to hop by.
The more active what?
The more active VCs are.
Oh,
like
sure.
If you have like the more likely I usually will hop by. I have a lot of cross connection with Rhizome's community. Like me and Rhizome are pretty close, and I have a lot of overlap with his community. And but his VCs are like super dead, so I never find myself very active in his community.
Sure.
So,
Rhizome is really, really cool to me. I wanted to talk to him about mrgirl because they had one of the weirdest interactions of anybody. And Rhizome was like, no, like I won't do a stream thing, but I'll talk to you. And I was like, oh, that's what's up. Thank you. So I just have like a personal recording just for me to help shape my narrative. I even said to you, like, if you don't want to do that, we can do that. And everybody else just said no to me who didn't want to. They would just be like, no. It's that added like a whole another level of like context to Rhizome's character for me.
Yeah, Rhizome's a good man. He's a good dude. I've known him for a bit now, and
well, according to Chud Logic's editor, I'm just kidding.
DK's a clown.
It's funny too. If I can hear something about somebody and go like, oh, I know that's bullshit. That's impressive. I'm not like I only find stuff out because people tell me. Like it's unreal. I didn't even know about that stream, the Destiny Mr. Girl, when they happened today. I still have to watch it.
Yep.
Nobody tells me nothing. If anybody ever thinks that like I have I really don't have any like pull with Mr. Girl or Baby. I just in any of the situations, I've just sort of been in the right place at the right time. Oh wait, no. That. Yeah, I miss streams. I miss the fucking Patreon stream every single month or every single time. I've been to like 2 of them, and I pay for it all the time. I'm also kind of retarded too, and I don't pay attention to the world around me. So there is that.
I'm a little retarded.
You're what?
I'm a little retarded.
That's fair. Oh yeah, speaking of Alex Jones references, $1 billion. Do you think that's okay? I haven't asked anybody about this. I think that's insane.
Yeah, I think that's okay for what he did, and I think that sets a standard for other media outlets. And I'm absolutely okay with using him as that moniker for like, hey, don't do this or this happens. Because I think what Alex Jones did is irreprehensible and fucking absolutely evil. So yeah, you can sue that man until he's bankrupt and living in a cardboard box for all I care. He said what he said. He did what he did. He put people in danger. He pays the consequence.
Wait, he put people in danger?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, I can explain it. So when he started going about their cry center, Sandy Hook, and so on and so forth, he openly advocated several different times that he and other people, that's the word that really matters here, other people should go down and talk to these quote-unquote victims. And what ended up happening was people who listened to Alex Jones had a very large following, heard that and go, I will do that. And families for years, not months, years, had people banging and harassing on their doors, and people had to move, and people yelling at them saying that their kids didn't die. And they're like, imagine that. Imagine what that would do to somebody. That people all the time were coming to your home and telling you your kid who died in this school shooting, died in a tragedy. And there are people coming straight, your kid didn't die. You're a fucking liar. That would be fucking horrid.
Sure.
And like, and that's what Alex Jones did. He was the purpose of that happening. So like, he absolutely put people in harm, and he could have got people even hurt. Right? He's lucky that someone didn't do that, right? Because someone could have went even farther, right? But that didn't happen. But regardless, he did something that led to the unnecessary harm of people who lost their kid in a tragedy. And so when people do things like that, they need to be held accountable. And I think stuff like this sets a precedent and sets a standard and shows to other media outlets, you can't do this. Right? And if you do this, consequences are dire.
Yeah, I just don't think that at all. I firmly believe that this will not be used in future court cases to get in insane amounts of money.
I don't. Well, so it's not necessarily that it'll be used. It's the idea of it, right? It's the implication of it. So this has hit, right? And people know about it, right? This has made like a massive news attraction. Other media outlets take notice of these things. They don't just gloss that over, right? You don't just gloss that number over in your head. If you're a media outlet, you notice that. And I think that's important. I think it's important that when things like this happen, that puts other people on notice.
I guess, but if it's not gonna happen, but CNN knows that would never happen to them. Fox News knows that that's not going to happen to them.
I wouldn't hold that to CNN. CNN has been sued so many times now that they've actually become way more hesitant. Like things, right? Like they got sued by that fucking the MAGA hat Indian thing.
Oh yeah, I know, but
Fucking
like I'm talking about the price tag.
I don't know. What was that one like? It was like, was it like 90 million dollars to that kid, and then who knows what Kyle Rittenhouse gets? Like they're just now starting the lawsuit for that. Who knows, right? Like I actually don't think that's impossible. Now, do I think that'd be a lot harder feat? Yes, but I don't think that's impossible. And I think that like these things, and not just for Fox CNN, I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about all media outlets. Your podcasters, your like Rush Limbaugh's dad, people like that, people who have that kind of influence, that puts them on notice, right? And I think that's a good thing. And I'm absolutely fine with using Alex Jones as that monolith of that, because he did a bad and evil thing and he pays that price, and I'm fine with that.
I guess I don't know. I guess I would even go so far to say, like, I think that it's probably pretty likely that Alex Jones believed what he said. Because a lot of people, like, I watched Alex Jones for a long time, and I stopped watching him before that because he went on Piers Morgan and acted like a fucking asshole when he had a chance to, like, talk on CNN. He made everybody that, like, supported him look like a fucking idiot. But I think that most of the time when he says stuff, like, he's generally right. Usually the information he has, like, he says things that are correct in the craziest way possible. So I think, like, I like, conspiratorially minded, I think that, like, his role is to tell people who are, like, looking for the truth about shady things that, like, the government and shit does, and presents it in the craziest way possible so that you look insane when you you'll attract the people that are looking for answers, but then you'll make them appear crazier.
The problem is with Alex Jones is that he takes the truth and he shrouds it with a lie. He takes a half truth or even a whole truth, and then he puts a lot of things around that and makes it makes it a problem. And it's like, look at the gay frog thing. That's a really good example, right?
That's a meme, though. What he was actually talking about has basis.
Yes, this is exactly my point.
Yeah.
Is that, like, this is something that happened. There was a group of doctors and researchers and scientists that were trying to test certain types of chemicals in a cutoff area with frogs and in water, right? They made a water environment with frogs and they did this thing, right? This is what happened. Alex Jones takes this story and goes, they're putting chemicals in the water. It's an unsafe. They're putting straight in the water. It's all these things, right? And he does all this stuff, and he expanded to where it is a lot, right? The basis of where he started is true, but the more he added onto it was untrue, and he does that purposely, right? And he's even admitted this. He's on record in court, literally saying that it's like 72% of what he says is a lie.
Well, it's punditry.
Yeah, but like what? But that's kind of my point. Yeah, the skull and crossbone things, right? Where it's like the Bushes were part of the skull and crossbone. That's true. There is a school that has an organization called the Skull and Crossbones, and so that is true. But then he goes and makes it a lie, because then he goes and he just adds on and on and on and on, and that's all untrue. And like that's the biggest thing with him. And when he started stuff with the school shootings, that's when it becomes really problematic, because when he did like Sandy Hook and stuff, it was like there wasn't a basis for truth. It was just lies. Or crisis actors, none of it's real. There was no kids killed. There was fucking like, and like it's like, bro, you need to stop.
So if I was, the ultra charitable take would be that somebody who's given him good information before gave him that, and it was bad information.
but he kind of always was that way. Like, I mean, he like the whole lizard people thing and stuff like that. Like, he's.
I've never heard him push lizard people. That's like a David Icke thing. And I hate
he
him.
definitely. I mean, he's said that before that he thinks the Clintons are not human.
Oh wow. Okay. I hadn't heard that, but like if he says that, that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
David
He
Icke is
said
a
before
piece of
that
shit.
Oh, David. Yeah, 100%.
Because I'm like a pre-2016 conspiracy guy. When like pre-QAnon. But like I always felt the need to have some sort of basis for whatever was being talked about. I didn't really accept anything at face value. And now like I think the QAnon people kind of make it to where like you can literally like I could write a post that like looks like a Q thread or whatever the fuck they call them. And people just require no evidence for anything anymore, and they're insane. It's weird. It's really weird. We've gotten to a weird spot where like if you like you can't question anything anymore without getting grouped in with them. And I get it. I understand. The QAnon people are so fucking crazy that the idea that you might think like them is terrifying. Basically, they ruined it for the rest of us.
Yep, that's true.
Like you can't. I feel like I couldn't even talk about JFK without people assuming I'm an insane person.
I mean, you are insane though.
Yeah, but that's not why.
Source?
Source says to that's not why.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
damn! I wish I still I have if you ever watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I have.
I have a certificate that says that I don't have donkey brains. Like Frank had. I just don't know where it's at. And don't say it's because I have donkey brains. It's very sensitive. Until recently too, I've just been too busy to do it. I have a show on Saturdays about conspiracy theories, where we actually like dig into and talk about them. But it's not this like I think that we're pretty reasonable and objective about things. In fact, I probably talk more about like the reasonable explanations for things more than anybody else who talks about conspiracy theories as the affirmative.
Yeah. All right. It's getting late. It's 4:01 for me. I need to get a drink and I'm gonna go fucking lay down for a bit.
Well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. It was nice. I don't sleep ever.
I usually don't, but I haven't been asleep in 3 days, so I need to get some sleep.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. It was nice to talk to you. Have a good night, and I'll see you around.
You as well.
Take it easy. Yeah, I think this is a fine time to end the stream. Holy shit. That's not true. It says I started the stream 4 hours ago. That's not true. I started the stream like fucking 8 hours ago? 9 hours ago? 9 hours ago? It was a long stream. It's a very, very long stream. Alright, yep. I'm done for the night. Goodbye.